Chapter 126. Having heard what Andal just said, Riley, who was staring at Nanai, looked like he was deep in thoughts for a moment. Riley carefully asked, "If she gives up being human, what's going to happen to her?" "What do you mean what happens to her? You said she will not be human anymore." "That means, I get what you are asking." Andal nodded as if he understood what Riley was asking. He explained what would happen if Nanai gave up being human. If Nanai chooses the path of giving up being human, she will become an artificial summoned spirit from that point. Artificial summoned spirit. You don't know much about spirits, because it was going to take a very long time to explain it all from the start. Andal scratched his head as if he found this annoying. Andal chose to just show a spirit to Riley. Heliana. When Andal mumbled the name to the thin air, a small flame was ignited in front of Andal. The flame gradually changed its shape and started to take form. "It's a pleasure meeting you. I am Heliana." Greater than. Soon, a tiny human with wings of flame stood in front of Riley and greeted him. While striking an adorable pose, the palm-sized human introduced herself. Riley glared at Heliana as if he was going to punch a hole through her with his gaze. He then furrowed his brows as if he was asking what the hell this was. Andal explained, "She is a summoned spirit." "Spirit?" "The humans and orcs aren't all who live in this world, right?" "Now that I think about it, there is a basilisk there as well." With his chin, Andal pointed at a young boy who was sitting with Nanai on the table in the distance and continued explaining. Riley looked at the palm-sized girl again. It seemed Riley was intrigued by the girl. "This is a summoned spirit." You are making me blush." Greater than. Heliana was twisting her body and was getting embarrassed. It seemed Riley was not liking it. He crumpled his face. By the way, the one who Nanai talked so much about to the point of her mouth wearing off, that person is you, right?" It doesn't look like you are all that dashing looking." "Nanai sure have a strange taste, right, master?" Greater than. Having heard Heliana's clear but high-pitched voice, Riley was going to quickly extend his hand out and grab the blabbermouth spirit. However, his hand only grabbed air. "Oh my, why, you surprised me." Greater than. Heliana looked down on the hand that just went past through her body. It seemed she got scared. She flapped the wings behind her back and hid behind Andal's head. "You cannot touch her. She didn't manifest herself yet." "Manifest?" "It is a special ability of the spirits. The spirit world is a place where we cannot physically touch, from that world." That's enough. If I am to explain this too, it will make the explanation too long." Andal stopped explaining. Instead, as if he was annoyed, he just shook his head. Heliana, who was hiding behind Andal's head, started to complain as if she was hurting. "Heck, why, please do it, please do it." Greater than. "Shut up, please do it, please do it." Greater than. "I said shut up, Heliana." Master is such a pissy face. "You are a lazy bum." Greater than. This lass. Andal shifted his eyes into dragon form and showed his fang. Heliana screamed. She then quickly flapped her wings and flew to where Nanai was. That lass. If she was not the heir to the Spirit King, I would just. Heliana hid behind Nanai as if she was the shield. Andal made a tight fist. He continued explaining about the artificial summoned spirit. "Anyway, she is a normal spirit. The path Nanai will take is artificial spirit. There is no need for me to explain things like the history of the spirits." Andal turned his eyes back to human form. He blew away his bangs and added, "You just need to think of it as Nanai becoming something like that lass over there." Although it was just a matter of adding the word artificial to the mix, Riley felt that it was a huge difference somehow. Riley asked, "Is that very different from her?" Artificial spirit will be very similar to her, but also very different." Andal compared the differences between the normal spirit and artificial spirit as he bent his fingers. He explained it in a way that was going to be easy for Riley to understand. An artificial spirit's body is going to be based on the natural body before becoming the artificial spirit, so the appearance won't change much. "Wait, that means?" "That's right. Artificial spirits, whether they used to be humans, orcs, or elves, have the form of their original individual species preserved. What do humans call this? Andal continued as if he remembered what a few drunk people shouted out when he was running the bar. Ah, reborn, reborn. That's right. It is going to be like being reborn, Andal continued, with her native species as the basis. The best features of being spirits will be swapped in, Andal explained that Nanae will have human form, wings, although he was not certain what kind of wings they would be, and become semi-transparent like spirits. It's strange. There's only advantages? Riley crumpled his face, thinking something felt off. He asked to go over the fine details, and Andal nodded and said, "Of course. There are drawbacks." There were many drawbacks to being an artificial spirit. If the two biggest drawbacks were to be selected, they were as following. First, it's the matter of the mana. Once she becomes an artificial spirit, it becomes impossible for her to move without mana like she could as a human, for example. It will be like a golem. Riley had seen a stone monster called Golem inside Andal's cave. Riley nodded. So, artificial spirits always need a pretty substantial amount of mana. Like the machines in my past life, they need something like batteries. The second drawback is being subjected to curses by the spirits. Riley was thinking about the machines from his past life. Having heard the second drawback, Riley floated a question mark on his face. Curses by the spirits. We dragons got permission from the bastard that wears crown among the spirits to create the new beings called the artificial spirits. However, there were spirits who were opposed to the idea. So, curses from those spirits who opposed the idea? That's right. The Spirit King and Elder Spirits agreed to allow the dragons to create the artificial spirits. However, not all of the spirits acknowledged the artificial spirits. So, the ones who live as artificial spirits were subjected to the fury and hatred from some of the spirits, which was a little unfortunate that they had to embrace such through their entire life. That was Andal's explanation. In case of Nanae, I'll have Heliana or other high-ranking spirits to be on her side, so I think she will be alright on that regard. Still, with a high-ranking spirit befriending the artificial spirit, other spirits of lower ranks could not dare to act out against the artificial spirit, mitigating the second drawback to some degree. Fortunately, Nanae is not just talented in magic, she is also pretty high in her ability to fraternize with spirits. Look at that lass. That lass. Just look at her sticking to Nanae. Look, Andal pointed at Heliana rolling around on Nanae's hair. Andal clicked his tongue. Heliana. Andal said that Heliana belonged to a very high-ranking society. Well, those are about all of the most glaring drawbacks. About the mana supply issue, you won't have to worry about that. Andal narrowly opened his eyes and looked at Riley. Riley also narrowed his eyes and glared at him as if he was trying to say what the hell he was glaring at. Likewise, you won't have to worry about the second drawback. I think it would be best to have Heliana accompany Nanae. She chirps and chirps. It's not like she is a water spirit. She yaps away throughout the whole day. I think it would be better to assign her for that role soon. Seriously. Riley carefully went over all of the advantages and drawbacks of Nanae being an artificial spirit. It seemed he thought it was too much of a bother for him to think about it any further. He thought about the greatest advantage. Anyway, this is the only way for that lass to live, right? That's right, Juruk. Andal pushed the chair back and got up as he answered. What is this? Where are you going? Ah, I'm going to the west for a bit. Before I got to the Salia, I saw something suspicious. I'm thinking about going to check it again. Andal got up and looked at his wristwatch. Having noticed this, Heliana, who was playing around on top of Nanae's head, flapped her wings and asked, "You, Master, are you going back already?" Greater than. You stay here with Nanae. It looks like the thing we talked about before are approved as well. Wow, really? Question mark greater than. Dot. Having heard the conversation between Andal and Heliana, Nanae, who was having a conversation with the other three people, slowly turned her head with a concerned look on face. She looked at Riley. The thing. Having heard Andal, Riley tilted his head side to side. Andal waved his palm around and explained, What we just talked about, that thing. Ah, Andal checked the time and was about to slowly walk away. Riley suddenly extended his arm and grabbed Andal's sleeve. Hey, wait, what's this? Aren't you going to do it? Riley stopped Andal because Riley thought Andal was supposed to turn Nanai into the artificial spirit to cure her illness. Why should I? You should handle it from here, don't you think? What? You told me yourself before, didn't you? Andal turned and looked at Riley. Andal had some veins popped on his forehead. He wiggled the veins and said as if he was mimicking what Riley said before. You said, you are her teacher, and I am her master. Less than greater than. As for the detailed explanation, you can hear it from Heliana. It seemed Andal was embarrassed. He flexed the facial muscle, shook off Riley's hand holding onto his sleeve and left the hotel like that. I don't know what to say. Greater than. Watching Andal leaving the scene, Heliana sighed as if she was frustrated. The outer border of the Salia was near a desert town. Space at a corner of the hill seemed to be distorted a little, and Andal, a red-haired young man, appeared with light. You are here? A golden-skinned orc, who was watching the desert's scenery, greeted Andal. What about the culprit? Not yet. The two dragons were looking around the desert. Instead of the scenery being desolate, it was such a mess that the word disarray was better fitting as the description. I still cannot believe it. Just two humans did this. The scenery was as what Andal saw a few days ago. He looked at the place once again carefully. It seemed he thought this was unpleasant. He cringed and mumbled. I am certain. Golden-skinned orc also mumbled. Although I just cannot believe it. In the messed up desert scene, to pick a few unusual things that could be seen, the first thing was the sand. The sands originally must have had tan color. However, for some reason, all sands turned black, and the sands were exuding abhorrent stench, enough to make ordinary beings faint. This was also the reason why Andal was cringing. The stench was so bad that even dragons were crumpling their faces. In fact, this meant the smell was close to being extreme poison. Sickening epidemic that could do way more than just leading all living things on this desert to extinction. As if it was trying to let its existence known, it turned the water on the oasis into poison. It also turned fine sands into black mud bath. This is ridiculous, Andal complained in disbelief. I know. The entire area's sands turned black. As if that was not enough, forest in far distance, well beyond the desert, were dying in black color before having had the chance to turn their color for the autumn. An epidemic of incredible proportion had spread here. It was hard for them to believe that this was done by a human being. We have to catch these people. We absolutely have to. In the messed up desert scenery, if they were to pick another thing besides the sands, it was the cracks. As if there was an earthquake, they could see several places with large cracks on the ground. He probably could not attend the meeting because of something related to this. The golden-skinned orc thought about his kin who was found as a corpse. Andal slowly pulled his chin and started to show deadly aura. That's right. This time. We definitely will. Chapter 127. Excuse me. Can you please help me for a while? At the moment, the recent incident at Salia was mostly wrapped up. To be precise, the Falata House's successorship competition was coming to an end at the moment. Riley and Nanai were heading back to the mansion, and Pregia pleaded. What? Please. Due to a circumstance, I cannot show myself to the public. Also, with the holy temple collapsed, there is nothing I can do even if I went back. Pregia gathered her hands together and showed sparkles in her eyes. Riley dug his ear with his pinky as if he thought all this was such a bother. He blew his pinky and refused her request. I don't want to. It was because it was such a bother for him. However, it was also because Riley had such a terrible history with an existence called priestess in his past life. He didn't want to get tangled up with another priestess. I won't cause troubles to you. I'm just seeking shelter from the rain. If you help me just this once, I'll definitely return the favor to you later. Pregia was showing brilliant shine in her eyes. Nara and the mercenaries who were packing their luggage had look of sympathies on their faces. They started to side with Pregia. Young master, Why don't you take her with you just this once? Can't you just think of it as taking home a beautiful woman? Don't say such a ridiculous stuff." Riley waved his palm around and refused, and Prisia looked disappointed. "Young master really is something. You know he is stubborn. With a beautiful woman like the priestess, Aizen would have begged and asked her to follow him." "Rorona, it's not exactly a lie, isn't it? You were staring at the priestess's face like a fool earlier. I saw it all." "You think I wouldn't notice?" "Hey, do you have proof?" I asked. "You got proof? Could you two stop doing embarrassing shit? Priestess is watching." When the mercenary group Aizen and Rorona bickered with each other, Prisia was watching them and breaking cold sweat. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and sighed. "Ugh, it's all my fault. If I was just a little more alert, this would not have happened." "That's right. You still didn't quite grow up yet. Ugh, you grew up in the holy temple while being pampered by a bunch of yes-men. You probably thought I'll listen no matter what just because you asked. You need to fix that attitude. Why, young master, please be gentle with your words." "Why, it is not like I said anything wrong." Riley was excited and belittling Prisia to his heart's content. Nanai pulled his sleeve from the side, so he turned his head and flinched his shoulders. Huo. Prisia was biting hard onto her lower lips and shedding tears as she glared at Riley. This was why. What is this? Why is she crying? Riley panicked and checked other people's faces. It seemed like everyone was not thinking too kindly of what Riley had done. "I am so sorry, because I was just a brat. The holy temple collapsed, and I didn't even get to protect the people of the temple." Prisia was wearing a rag on her head. She tightly held the rag and spoke. Meanwhile, Riley floated a question mark, wondering why she was crying, and looked at Prisia. "If you helped me just a little as the divine message foretold, I would not have been cornered like this. I really agonized over things a lot. Every night, I couldn't even sleep. All alone, I tried to do something." Hey. Riley put his hand out and had a dumbfounded look on the face. Nanai checked Riley and then went next to Prisia to console her. "It's alright, please don't cry. Young master didn't mean anything ill by what he said, you know that, right? It seemed everyone's heart was shaken up from seeing a gorgeous woman's tears. The three mercenaries including Nara and even Ian narrowed their eyes and glared at Riley. "Ugh, young master, you have gone a little too far just now." "Young master, I know well that you are not interested in religion. However, priestess is a dignitary of high status. She is treated like the monarchs of the Salia castle. To the people of the holy temple, she is even more important than the monarchs. How you spoke to her just now was not becoming of a gentleman." "The thing is, having heard Ian's advice," Riley crumpled his face. He looked at Prisia who was crying in Nanai's chest. Riley knew very well that this priestess, a young and naive girl named Prisia, was a different person. She was not the scheming, sly priestess that he faced in his past life. "Ugh, enough." As if he was sick of watching her, Riley quickly turned his body around. He got on the carriage that was getting ready to go. He was trying to hide away. Ian was about to reach for Riley's back with his hand, but he withdrew his arm. "Young master." Riley wondered if something happened to Ian after they went their separate ways at the right Salia. Lately, Riley felt that Ian was occasionally showing vacant looks or suddenly bust into anger. It made Riley concerned. "Ian, yes." Weak. Along with Riley's voice, something hard was tossed at Ian. Ian tumbled and raised his hand to the front to catch the object that Riley threw. It was a mask. "What is this for? If you are going to bring her with us, have her wear that." With those as his last words, Riley went into the carriage. Ian thought Riley just cannot help himself after all. Ian tilted up the tip of his mouth. As usual, he cannot be honest with himself. They returned to the mansion. While the carriages were being parked, Riley came to Nara's group that followed his carriage. Riley massaged his stiffened neck and asked Nara, "You did as I asked, right?" "Yes, I did as you asked, but..." Riley asked something important for Nara to do while they were in Salia. Having heard the response, Riley nodded and turned around. "In that case, that's enough." Prisia was wearing the mask that Riley tossed at Yin for her to wear. She was pretending to be a mercenary. Riley gave a quick glance at Prisia and sighed briefly as he walked toward the main entrance of the mansion. Well, I'm sure father will make the decision. Among all three brothers, it seemed Riley was the one who was most late. At the Falatis garden, there were Ryan and Lloyd standing to greet Riley's arrival. Welcome back, Riley. I hope the results of the successorship competition are fair and square. Yes, big brother. Ryan crossed his arms and greeted first. Riley nodded and responded. You think so too, right, Lloyd? Pardon? Yes. Lloyd had been standing there with a vacant look on his face. Having heard his older brother's voice calling him, Lloyd tumbled and responded half attempt. Of course, father will be deciding it, so it certainly will be fair. Lloyd also lowered his head a little and responded to show respect to his older brother. Well, Riley, considering your growth rate, I'm guessing you had Ian do everything to play out your schemes, but, big brother. Right. When I came back to the mansion and heard the maids talk, I heard your maid came back to mansion as well. You must be happy. I am glad she is all right, so I would like to congratulate her too. Yes, thank you. Flinching the facial muscles around his cheek, Ryan had been trying to get on Riley's nerves. Ryan shrugged his shoulder and turned around. Lloyd glanced around and then tumbled to follow Ryan's back. Excuse me, big brother. The thing is, Lloyd was walking toward Stein's office where Stein was most likely there and waiting. Lloyd was about to tell Ryan what he saw, but then he shook his head. It's nothing. Lloyd was not able to tell him. He couldn't tell Ryan about how Riley suddenly went to Salia. He couldn't tell Ryan that he lost track of Riley around the middle and instead witnessed the disaster that struck Salia. He couldn't tell about how he drew sword during the Salia disaster because the mercenaries asked him to. Also, they were at the Falata Mansion's office. I see. Stein had his three sons in front of him. It seemed he became conscious of his cut-off arm. He massaged the shoulder and said, all three of you, good work. Thanks to your efforts, I think a sense of vitality was brought back to some extent to Salia when they were shaken up. Stein heard of their exploits from the butlers who served Ryan, Lloyd and Riley. Stein looked at a piece of paper on the desk and said, first, Ryan. Yes. It seemed Stein was going to talk to his eldest son first. Stein called Ryan's name, and Ryan opened up his chest wide and responded energetically. I've heard that you saved many villages. Yes, Ryan responded. It was the truth. He was not trying to show it off. Ryan actually diligently had been going to places to save the villages that Stein asked him to go help. After having visited all of the villages mentioned, he even went to places that Stein didn't mention and helped them as well. I see. You did magnificent work. Stein lowered his gaze and looked at the paper on the desk. It was as if he was trying to say Ryan could step back now. Stein called his second-born son, Lloyd. Yes. It seemed he was nervous. Lloyd shriveled and stuttered. He carefully walked to the front. For a while, without saying anything, Stein just stared at Lloyd as if he was going to burn a hole through Lloyd with the gaze. All of a sudden, he peeked a smile, tilted the tip of his mouth up, and said one simple sentence. Well done. Having heard the response, Lloyd's face turned red. It seemed he didn't know how to stand still. He promptly lowered his head and expressed gratitude. Oh, it was nothing. Noticing Lloyd's response, Ryan, who was standing next to him, blinked and wondered what it was about. Ryan's response seemed to indicate that he was too focused in the successorship competition that he didn't know anything about what transpired in Salia recently. Lastly, Riley. Riley was looking at Ryan. Having heard Stein calling his name, he quietly came forward without saying anything in response. You. Stein gave a blank stare at his youngest son. Stein was going to say something, but he shut his mouth as if something was getting in his way of saying it. Stein started to massage the temple on his head instead. Meanwhile, Riley only waited for his father to speak. Riley could not look more leisurely than now. Riley's response, Father's response. Ryan checked their responses back and forth. Ryan slowly tilted the tip of his mouth. He felt certain about the result now. It is done. Ryan was certain that he won the successorship competition. That's enough. Stein waved his hand to tell Riley that he could step back now. It seemed Stein didn't want to talk anymore. Riley lightly nodded and took back steps to stand along his two brothers. As for the result of the successorship competition, I'll announce it in 2 days. 2 days from today. 3 of you, be careful and keep yourselves in check until then. That is all. With that as his last words, Stein spun his chair around. The 3 brothers bowed and left the office. Riley, wait. After leaving the office, Riley was trying to move away from the brothers. Riley was walking toward the garden with heavy steps. Lloyd called Riley and stopped him. What is it? Having heard his older brother's voice coming from the back, Riley quickly turned his head. He looked at Lloyd and tilted his head side to side. You! Lloyd stared at Riley as he crumpled his face. Ryan, who had been glancing at his brothers, watched the situation with a question mark floated up on his face, wondering what was happening here. If you have nothing to say, can I go now? Silence continued for a while. Riley was just standing there. He carefully started to walk again and asked, "Oh, okay." Lloyd noticed Ryan glancing at them from the side. Lloyd apologized to Riley for holding him up for the moment. He added that Riley can go. Having heard what Lloyd said, Riley promptly lowered his head. He started to walk toward the garden. Lloyd, it seems you changed a little, do you? Think so? Lloyd was acting a little different from the usual. Ryan was finding his little brother's behavior suspicious. Ryan tilted his head side to side. Meanwhile, Lloyd tightly held on to the something that he had in his side pocket and just smiled awkwardly. Chapter 128. It was the daybreak. Today was the day of the Fallata House's successorship competition result announcement. It was early morning, but the carriages of many nobilities who were interested in the result were coming in through the mansion's entrance. This is amazing. Morgard, Yushiel, Snowdrop, wow. Philiznian from the Duke's family is here too. Sarah, Fallata House's maid, had been diligently preparing food. She couldn't help but to mumble in excitement as she looked out the window and noticed carriages coming in one after the other. Well, we were expecting this much guests. Today is about deciding the successor of the Fallata family, you know. Also, the situation at the Salia had been shaky lately, you know. There was the skirmish at the border, riot by the fanatics of the temple, and many other things. In middle of all this, Count Stein is going to announce the successor for the Fallata house, the family that represents swordsmanship of the Salia. It is no wonder why many nobilities are interested. Sarah looked out the window and counted the number of carriages, and other maids were having a conversation with her, each adding a sentence or two. Well then, who would become the successor? Won't it be young Master Ryan? Probably, right? I feel that young Master Lloyd had worked hard, but I can't shake the feeling that he is not quite catching up to young Master Ryan. What about young Master Riley? I am not sure. He even received a Medal of Honor from the Salia Castle. Sarah, you know about this well, right? I am not sure. I don't know very well. All of her fellow maids' gazes were directed at Sarah. Sarah, who was vacantly looking outside the window, flinched her shoulders a little and mumbled that she didn't know very well. Actually, he has that lazy sword title, so it will be hard. Still, he is younger than young Master Ryan and Lloyd, so that might be an advantage for him. Perhaps Madame Aliali was kicked out of the mansion because of that incident. You never know. Now that I think about it, that happened too. There is Lady Iris too. Listening to her fellow maids talking, Sarah flinched her facial muscles. She rapidly turned her head toward them and let out her frustration. Ugh! You guys, won't you all watch your mouths? It was because Sarah was the designated maid for Iris that they just mentioned. I'm sorry. Sarah is here too. This is Count Stein we are talking about. He won't choose the successor based on something like that. Yeah, you are probably right. What do you think, Nanai? The fellow maids turned their gazes away from Sarah and now directed them at Nanai, the dark-haired girl who was diligently cleaning dishes. Yes, about the successorship. Successorship, Nanai. Who do you think will be the successor, idiot? If you ask Nanai, you know there is only one answer, don't you know, right? Nanai? Nanai had been hugged by all maids of the mansion several times since she returned. It seemed she was feeling awkward about the winter maid dress she received. She fiddled with the tip of the clothes and hesitated. Oh, this is unexpected. You are not answering right away? Should I tell young Master Riley about this? Ha ha ha. Nanai watched the growing number of people outside. She also noticed the mansion's atmosphere was turning into festivities as well. She carefully said, I am not sure. It was dinner time. Most of carriages had arrived at the mansion now. Riley, who didn't like the commotion, hid himself on the mansion's roof corner. Are you still thinking about your past life? Thinking about what the voice beyond the dimensional space said when he was at the lower Salia? Riley crumpled his face. Who would think about such? If anyone asked Riley how it felt to be born again with the memories of his past life intact, Riley could have explained in a few dozen ways to say how filthy it felt. Riley thought numerous times, dozens of times, that it would have been so much better if he was born without remembering anything. Even if he had forgotten all of swordsmanship he learned in his past life, Riley was certain he would have been better off without the memories of his past. Riley felt that way because his past life was full of suffering. Young master, please tell me. The world I just explained to you, it is a world you also know about, right? The garden was in celebratory atmosphere at full swing. Riley looked down at the garden from the roof as he thought about what Nanai said. He wrapped his head around with his hands. Isn't that right? Occasionally, you told me and Lady Iris about your dreams. The dreams you told us about are just like what I saw through my right eye. What she described was not a dream. It was from Riley's past life, young master. Riley couldn't even laugh when he hated his past life so much. Riley, time to time, brought out the stories about his past life in front of his mother, Ian or Nanai. Why did I talk about things related to my past life with a smile on my face, and why am I feeling so icky about it? Young master. Having heard Nanai's voice coming from his side, Riley was awakened from his distracting thoughts. He looked at Nanai. What is it? You came? Riley thought he was hiding pretty well. It was not like his mother found him. It was Nanai who found him so quickly. Having realized this, Riley bluntly greeted her. I told you not to use the eye, didn't you? Riley said as he looked at her right eye. Nanai smiled awkwardly and said, yes. So, I didn't use it. Nanai smiled and said she didn't use it. Doubting her, Riley narrowed his eyes and looked at her. Really? I looked everywhere in the mansion but could not find you. The garden was full with the guests. The library was in a similar situation. I thought about where you could possibly be, and I thought you might be here. Nanai scratched her cheek with her index finger. Riley closed his eyes and thought it was enough. He lied down. Would you like to rest your head on my thigh? Riley was using his crossed hands as the pillow behind his head. Having heard Nanai carefully asking him, he lightly raised his upper body and made space. Well then. For a while, Riley didn't ask in words, he merely had his upper body raised. Nanai lightly smiled and crouched down to sit. Is it all right? Riley placed his head on Nanai's thigh. He then slowly closed his eyes. Riley didn't answer, he just lied there and was in deep thoughts. There are a lot of guests. It seemed Nanai decided the lack of response meant it was all right. She relaxed the concerned look on her face a little. She looked at the scenery below to the garden and mumbled, for me, this is a little awkward. I think this is the first time for me to be in an occasion like this. Of the food on the table at the garden, there was one that Nanai made. She was talking about that one. That pie and fruit pudding are something I made for the first time by following Miss Sarah. Everyone said mine are better, so Sarah's cheek got swollen up like a balloon. Riley vacantly lied there without any response. Despite this, Nanai mumbled on, all excited. Nanai. It was around the time when Nanai yapped away for 10 minutes by herself. Yes, young master. Are you fine with it? Nanai tilted her head. I'm talking about the artificial summon spirit. I heard you were asked to give up being human, is that right? Having heard Riley's question, Nanai pulled her chin. She had melancholic look on her face as she said, of course I'm not completely fine with it. I had been worrying about it. Nanai wondered if she should raise her right hand and brush Riley's hair. Nanai withdrew her hand and continued, I feel more strongly toward continuing to being a human. Really? Having heard Nanai's response, Riley's face was crumpled slightly. Nanai added, it's because I did have one thing I was concerned about. Because her right hand was too horrid looking for brushing Riley's hair, Nanai just waved her right hand in the air. Instead, she placed an apple on her palm and continued, once I am no longer human, I am concerned you may not want to have me around you anymore. So, I felt more strongly toward being a human. She turned her upper body slightly toward the right and held a carving knife on her left hand. She carefully peeled the apple on her right hand and said, still, slice, slice. The sound of the apple skin being peeled could be heard. Nanai stopped talking for a moment and fell to silence. Perhaps it was so she could focus on the apple. She peeled the entire apple without the peeled apple skin being disconnected in the middle. She looked proud of it. Nanai put away the peeled skin in the dimensional space. If I want to be by your side even for a little while longer, this is the only way. Master Andal told me. She was missing 2 fingers on her right hand. It must have taken quite a bit of concentration to peel the apple so clean. Nanai looked at the apple proudly and smiled. She then cut the apple into small pieces so they will be convenient for eating. She gave one to Riley with apologetic look on her face. I'm sorry, young master. Her apology was out of the blue. Riley slightly raised his chin and looked at Nanai, who was letting him rest his head on her thigh. This apple, I got to give it to you very late. The season had gone by so much now. The autumn was almost gone. It was almost winter now. Occasionally, white mist could be seen from Riley and Nanai's breaths, which indicated the seasonal change. Responding to Nanai's apologetic behavior, Riley grabbed the apple piece that Nanai gave him. He took a bite out of it and mumbled, I know. After that, for a long while, Nanai didn't say a word about what happened at the lower Salia. Instead, she mumbled on about miscellaneous topics. Nanai, yes, next year, I'm counting on you again. Having heard Riley, Nanai smiled big and said, yes. Around the time the garden's celebratory mood was reaching its peak, Count Stein, the owner of the mansion, appeared with Iris. Oh my. Count Stein, I've heard that he lost an arm during the battle at the border against Ansirium. It was true. The successorship competition was probably because of the arm. Anyway, the Felita family must feel like fire dropped on top of their feet. Considering the time, I thought it would be next year or the one after that because the situation in Salia is not very good at the moment. With Stein making the entrance, all nobilities started to talk amongst themselves. So, who do you think will be the successor? It probably will be young Master Ryan. First of all, he is the eldest son. Also, rumors are everywhere saying he brought the best results. Because of the rumors about the Madame Aliali recently, I was thinking it would be young Master Riley. Riley? Who is that? You know, the one who received the Medal of Honor from the Salia Castle and has a 6 Circles mage serving him. Aha, I remember. However, that young master's title is definitely, I know, he never once held a sword. Still, young Master Ryan has the problem due to Madame Aliali. I see. The nobilities chattered away about who would be the successor to the Falata house. They slowly turned their heads and looked at the platform placed on the garden. Stein stood on the platform and brought out a small piece of paper from his chest. He started to deliver the speech that was written on the paper. Thank you all for brightening this place today where the Falata house's successor will be announced. It seemed Stein came prepared. His formality continued, and the nobilities didn't stop chattering amongst themselves quietly while Stein delivered his speech. Judging from the mood, as I thought, I think it will be young Master Ryan. You never know. I think it will be young Master Riley, Ooh, looks like you will have to ride the right rope here. I think the one standing over there must be young Master Ryan. Where could young Master Riley be? A young woman around late teen to early 20s glanced at the nobles whispering on the side. She then picked up the fan she had hanging on her waist, opened it, hid her mouth with it and started to snicker. Ooh, it's interesting. The nobilities slowly moved their eyes to look at her. What do you mean? Ah, number. It's nothing. It is just. The woman peeked her eyes above the fan. She seductively narrowed her eyes and continued. You are all acting like imbeciles, unbecoming of nobilities. You all look like jesters. What? A few nobilities were furious. Some tried to step up with tightened fists. At that moment, it seemed Stein was finished with the speech. He got to the main point. The successor is the successor who will inherit the Fallata family name. Stein said the name of the successor. Lloyd. The successor is Lloyd Finn Fallata. Chapter 129. The one who was confirmed to be the successor was not Ryan, who had accomplished numerous exploits, or Riley, who received Medal of Honor from Salia Castle recently and had a skilled maid by his side. Lloyd, come forward. Of all people gathered at the garden, Stein looked directly at where Lloyd was standing. Stein peeked a smile and gestured toward him to call him to the stage. But, having heard his father, Lloyd looked around and hesitated, not knowing what to do. Iris looked at Lloyd and nodded with bright smile. That is, how could I? Although Iris looked at him and nodded, Lloyd was not able to start walking. When he was being hesitant like that, he could hear someone clapping slowly. Clap, clap, clap. It started at a corner of the garden. Smiling in response, Iris also raised her hands and clapped. Sound of claps, which started with just one person, became two, and it spread as if it was infecting others. The number of people clapping grew to 4, 5 and continued to grow. No, I don't. Overwhelmed by the applause, Lloyd looked left and right, not knowing what to do. Someone came behind him and pushed his back lightly to make him move forward. Wondering who it was, Lloyd turned his head around to see his back, but there was nobody there. He turned to look at the platform again. Come on up. Stein was telling Lloyd to come up. Lloyd looked at Stein's eyes and then redirected his gaze again to a group of people at the garden. There were Ryan, his fiancée Annabelle, and other nobilities who were supporting him. They had look of disbelief. Lloyd, feeling awkward about it, turned his gaze away. Where's Riley? Lloyd could not find Riley at the garden. Lloyd was still just standing there vacantly. As if Stein couldn't stand to wait anymore, he extended his arm and called his second-born son. Lloyd. Yes. How long are you going to make us wait? Having heard his father, Lloyd tumbled and started to walk. He finally got up to the stage. With many people's gazes directed at him, Lloyd stood on the stage. He shriveled after running into Ryan's glaring eyes. However, Stein wrapped his arm around Lloyd's shoulder and said, there might be many people who are not able to accept this result, so I would like to tell you this. Stein looked around at the people gathered at the garden. He put his hand inside the pocket and brought out a medal to show to people. This is the Medal of Honor that Lloyd brought home. Looking at the medal, the nobilities gathered at the garden started to mumble. It seemed some already figured out how Lloyd got the medal. Some nobilities were talking quietly to each other with their mouths covered. A while ago, the unsavory incident that happened at the Salia Castle. I'm sure most of you are aware of them. This Medal of Honor is what Lloyd earned for his active part in subduing that incident. Lloyd merely kept his mouth closed while Stein talked. The people at the garden, who were looking up at the platform, started to mumble amongst themselves again. Now that I think about it, I think I've heard about this. The riot by the Holy Temple's fanatics was subdued by a brave nobleman and mercenaries, so Prince Daniel bestowed him a Medal of Honor. I heard about this. The situation was in such a disarray at the time, so it was not told in detail. So, that was young Master Lloyd? People were talking about it, and Stein was making a speech about how proud he was of Lloyd. Meanwhile, Ryan, who was standing quietly and looking at the stage, just tightened his fist. Young master, will you be all right? At the mansion's corridor, having heard that Lloyd became the successor, Ian came to ask Riley. Having heard Ian's voice from his back, Riley nodded and asked, "What about you? You had been up in arms and saying I should be the one to become the successor. It's not like you. You look rather calm." "I'm just pretending to be calm." "Is that so?" "The Medal of Honor that young Master Lloyd received. It should have been you that received it." It was Riley who asked Nara's group to divert Lloyd, who was tailing Riley, to the Salia castle during the day of the incident at Salia. "Is there a need to put it like that?" "Nara said it too, didn't he?" "Lloyd ran around all over the place to save people. That is, Ian, I'm going to say this again, but I'm not interested in inheriting the position of the successor. I can actually say I hate the idea. It was because it was going to bring him even more annoying things to deal with if he was seated at the successorship. To start with, there were things he had to learn as the successor. Also, there was the problem of mountain of paperworks. He would be summoned often by the Salia castle. Finally, he even had to keep up the appearances and formalities with other nobilities. It was impossible for Riley. "My mother knew that as she clapped." "Wasn't it you that clapped first?" "I'm saying that my mother agreed." "Are you going to nitpick on everything?" It seemed Ian was telling the truth when he said he was just pretending to be calm. He kept on nitpicking at everything Riley said. Riley growled at Ian, but he stopped walking after hearing a voice coming from over the corner. "Why?" Because Riley stopped, Ian also stopped walking. Also having noticed the voice, Ian tilted his head. "I think that's young Master Ryan's voice," Ian whispered quietly so only Riley could hear it. Riley killed his presence and got close to the end of the corner. He stuck close to the wall and started to listen into the conversation. "Why did Lloyd get it instead of me?" "Lower your voice, Ryan. There are guests still at the mansion. Please tell me." It seemed Ryan was not the only one over there. Stein's voice could be also heard. "Why did Lloyd become the successor instead of me? I cannot accept this. As I said earlier, he received a medal." "Father." Stein was about to talk about the medal. Ryan interrupted his words in the middle and raised a voice. "If that's the case, that makes me unable to accept the outcome even more. That medal has nothing to do with this successorship competition. I save more villages than anyone." Hearing Ryan's shouting, Riley, who was hiding behind the corner, also became certain Ryan was unfit to be the successor. "Ryan." At the same time, Stein called his son's name in deadly tone of voice. "While I was going over the results of the work I have given you all, what I looked most closely was the differences." "What do you think is the difference between you and Lloyd that made me decided to choose Lloyd as the successor?" "Difference?" Ryan could tell his father's voice was agitated. Ryan slowly bit his lips. He cautiously said, "Is it the medal?" "No." "In that case, is it the difference in swordsmanship?" "No." Stein said no to both answers. With serious look on his eyes, Stein explained the biggest difference. "It's the heart." Ryan's shoulder flinched. Stein glared at his eldest son and said, "There is a saying that states one should become a human being before wielding a sword." "Ryan, I'll ask you this. I am not asking this to a son. I am asking this to you as a man to man. Father, why did you do what you did during the successorship competition?" In light of his father's gaze, Ryan was petrified. He was not able to answer right away. Ryan merely moved his lips around without words. "Did you swing your swords just to get the successorship or did you do it to save people and villages?" Stein was asking what came first as his motivation. Stunned, Ryan was not able to say anything. "I know you are brilliant. Your swordsmanship is superior to Lloyd and Riley. And I also know you had been working several times harder than them. However, your sword, you had been wielding them for the sake of obtaining the successorship instead of the people, isn't that right?" "That is, I had told Lloyd before the announcement." Surprised, Ryan dithered around. Stein continued, "Last night, I asked him to come to the office. I told him I needed to have a long discussion with him. It was about the successorship." Riley and Ian were both knew this. They perked up their ears and listened into what Stein said. "I told Lloyd that I'll be giving him the successorship. When I told him this, do you know what Lloyd said?" Lloyd's response today during the announcement was that of someone who was not expecting it. Riley was finding this to be contradictory. so he listened carefully to what Stein said next. Lloyd said that the medal should be given to Riley instead of himself. Lloyd said he came to Salia in middle of the successorship competition because of Riley. Lloyd said Riley would be better suited for the position than himself. That's what Lloyd said. Riley ground his teeth big time and also face-palmed with one hand. Ian killed his breathing and started to snicker. Lloyd said that? Ryan's face crumpled out of feeling betrayed. Stein steadily glared at Ryan's face and nodded. Lloyd recommended Riley instead of himself, but I still choose Lloyd as the successor. Why do you think I did that? This was also because, as I said earlier, his mindset was different. He had the desire to save people. Also, he understood well what it meant to be humble and courteous. Stein looked at Ryan and said with cold voice, "Look at your own face now. You are resenting Lloyd right now, are you not?" Having heard Stein's question, Ryan fell to silence. Why are you resenting your own younger brother? Had he not been supporting you and wishing you to become the successor all this time? In that case, I must tell you even more clearly that I cannot give you the position of the successor. Stein added that a person who lacks the heart and righteousness cannot inherit the Falata name. As if he had no further business with Ryan, Stein just quickly turned around. Why? Riley had only been listening in. Now, he slightly peeked his face beyond the corner to look at Ryan, who was flinching his shoulders. I cannot accept this. Despite Ryan's mumbling, Stein didn't stop walking away. Ryan was breathing heavy in anger, and his eyes started to show deadly intent. Ryan's fingers moved once. He slowly brought his hand toward his waist. Ian followed Riley and peeked out of the corner, and Ian opened his eyes big. Ryan's right hand grabbed onto the handle of the sword he was carrying. Having noticed this, Ian opened his eyes big, and Stein, who was walking away, casually turned his head to look back, wondering what all the noise was about. Sound of a sword being pulled from the sheath could be heard. Stein opened his eyes wide just like Ian. It looked like he never expected that his own son would draw a sword against him. If it was like his usual self in the past, Stein would have been able to easily subdue his firstborn son regardless of how skilled Ryan was. However, this was no longer the case. My arm. It was because he was missing an arm at the moment. Look out. With a shocking development happening in front of him, Ian quickly came out of the corner and tried to charge at Ryan. At that moment, Riley, who was still sticking close to the corner's wall, said in a low voice, "Ian, I'll borrow this for a moment." Ian's waist felt lighter after Riley's voice was heard. Ian was charging toward Ryan, but he looked down at his waist and was shocked. Before he realized, the sword that was on his waist was gone. I cannot accept this. For the sake of obtaining the Falata house's successorship, Ryan had been diligent and even abandoned his own mother. Now, as if he was letting everything he had been holding down finally explode, Ryan screamed out loudly and swung the sword. Looking at the sword raised up high, Stein resigned himself to the fate. However, he could hear something flying in from the back. Shook. The something that came flying made a sound. Stein looked at the sword that Ryan raised up and blinked. Sheath. Only a moment ago, Ryan's sword, which was drawn from his sheath, was exuding light from its edge. For some reason, now, it had its sheath on it again. Chapter 130. Sheath is. Why? There was sheath on Ryan's sword. It was a very narrow opportunity, but it was more than enough for someone as skilled as Stein. I am not sure how, but Ryan, who was possessed by murderous intent, seemed like he was still not aware of the sword being covered with the sheath. He still had his eyes strained and glaring at his father, ready to swing the sword. How dare! Stein's eldest son was about to commit sin. Stein was infuriated to the tip of his head. He put forth his remaining arm and charged in. Noticing Stein's movement, Ryan was about to strike down the sword, but he gritted his teeth and looked surprised for a moment. This imbecile finally decided to cross the line. Not just Stein's arm, but it seemed Ryan was going to cut through his body as well. Ryan was swinging his sword with tightly gritted teeth. Stein also gritted his teeth and extended his arm toward the sword coming at him. Puke. The swung down sword, the sword covered in sheath to be exact, was blocked by Stein's arm and made a blunt sound. It seemed Ryan finally realized his sword was covered in sheath. His eyes shuddered. What is this? Why is the sheath there? He didn't think about the sheath issue for long. Mad to the core, Stein's face was red. His face came into Ryan's field of view. I am disappointed, Ryan. Considering what happened with Aluli, it is not like I never thought this could happen. But to think you would do this instead of Lloyd. Even more agitated by what his father said, as if he thought he couldn't let himself to be stopped like this now, Ryan started to inject mana into the sword. Becoming of the strong sword title, it was to swing the sword like this and cut the target without being blocked by anything. However, I'll commend you for this surprise attack. However, your method is no different from that of an assassin. With violent look on his face, Stein also poured in mana into his arm and threw off the sword to the side before Ryan's sword edge could become sharp. Cuck. To call you an assassin, compared to your upper body, your lower body is lacking in strength. As if it was Stein's final expression of love for his son who tried to commit sin, Stein pointed out Ryan's faults as a skilled swordsman observing a lesser skilled swordsman. Stein tripped Ryan's legs and made him fall. Lloyd would not have such weak lower body. You. Just because you received the title of strong sword. Ryan fell to side. Stein stepped on Ryan's shoulder and neutralized him. Looking down at Ryan, Stein said, "You only trained your upper body." As if he was still trying to swing the sword, Stein's eldest son was crumping his face. Stein kicked Ryan's wrist with his remaining foot and continued to point out Ryan's faults. That's why you are in this predicament. Kuo. The sword left Ryan's hand, and Stein quickly kicked away the sword. He then quickly put his hand down, grabbed Ryan's head and smashed it to the floor. Crack. It was an incredibly hard smash. Along with that violent sound, the floor where Ryan lied cracked. Choose, die here or get kicked out. It seemed Ryan was having difficulty talking. Ryan stuttered as he grabbed onto the tip of his father's pants. Father, choose. It seems looking at his son grabbing on like this reminded Stein about kicking out Aluli, his first wife, during the last spring. Stein slightly furrowed his brows. Choose. As if this was his last display of mercy, Stein spoke with strength carried in his voice. Cuck. Ryan only had one option, being kicked out, just like what Aluli chose last spring. Without saying anything, Stein withdrew his hand that was pressing down Ryan's face and got up. Ryan struggled and got up. His tight fists were shaking. We will see about this, Ryan mumbled like that inside. He grabbed the Falata insignia on his clothes and tore it out. He laid it down on the floor and turned around. See, Count Ian. Stein watched the back of Ryan who was leaving the mansion, feeling the gaze on himself. Stein faced Ian who was vacantly staring at him while standing on the corridor. Did you do that? Pardon? That is. Stein looked at Ryan's sword rolling on the floor, the sword covered in sheath to be exact, and asked. Ian pursed his lips and looked at the corner behind him. That is. Ian thought about what Riley said earlier when he charged out of the corner. Riley snatched Ian's sword and said, "I'll borrow this for a moment." Ian broke cold sweat and said, "Yes, I did. I did it." Ian repeated and said it was him that did it. Stein glared at Stein, picked up the sword laying on the floor and asked, "Really?" "Yes, because you appeared to be in danger, so," Ian responded as he nodded. Stein slowly turned his gaze and looked at his waist. "I understand about the sheath, but what happened to your sword?" "Pardon? Your sword?" "There is just the sheath here." "What happened to your sword that was originally placed in your sheath?" That is." Having heard the question, Ian fiddled with his waist for no reason. Again, Ian slowly turned his head and looked at the corner where Riley was standing. He was no longer there. There it is. I dropped it there." "Oh my, because I'm old. It seems my memory comes and goes sometimes." Looking at the sword laying on the floor of the corner, Ian sighed in relief inside. He walked over there to pick it up. Stein took out just the sheath from Ryan's sword and handed it toward Ian. Try placing that here. Pardon? Your sword. Just like how you did it before. Try putting it here. Count Stein. Just what are you asking? Ian tilted his head to the side and asked, not able to understand what Stein was asking. Stein waved around the sheath on his hand and explained slowly, I am asking you to reenact it. What you just did earlier. Having heard what Stein said, Ian put on blank look on his face for a moment. Ian looked at his sword and gasped for air. No. How could I do that with sword to you, Count Stein? You did it only a moment ago, didn't you? That is, show me. With a serious face, Stein was ordering Ian to show him what Ian did earlier. Ian broke cold sweats like a waterfall. Ian said, that was possible because it was a sheath. It was honestly a gamble. I would not have betted on it unless it was a sheath. At this very moment, Ian was thinking about the last time when an assassin came to the mansion. At that time, when Ian was struggling with the assassin, a short sword was pierced in at the assassin's chest. Ian just realized it was Riley who threw it. This was why Ian was thinking about that moment. Ian was able to realize this because of what he just saw. At that split second, he threw the sheath and placed it precisely on the sword that young Master Ryan was about to swing. This is not something that can be done with simple luck. During that time with assassin, the short sword that pierced through the assassin's heart after flying in diagonally could not have been accomplished with pure luck. Also, during the successorship competition, when Riley was slaughtering orcs targeting Eve Town, Riley threw the swords he was wielding without hesitation, and they pierced through monsters' necks. Moreover, Riley used 6 swords back then. You can't do it. I fear that you could get hurt, Count Stein. So, I think it would be best not to try it again. It is just that you can't do it. Ian was petrified. Was it Riley? Ian's shoulder flinched. It was Riley. It was Riley who did it, right? No, Ian. You had always been clumsy at lying. Stein tossed the sheath to Ian and sighed. I wonder if I raised my children wrong. I am worried. Ian placed his sword inside the sheath that Stein gave him. Having heard Stein's mumbling, Ian had a concerned look on his face. 2 of my sons had been hiding their true selves to me all this time. It is a little heavy to think about. Count Stein. He must have had a reason, right? Does Iris know? Ian's head felt heavy. He nodded his head as a replacement to a verbal reply. I see. Stein massaged the shoulder that was missing the arm. He slowly turned his body. Will you be all right? Ian carefully asked about the punishment that Stein dealt to his eldest son who was about to commit sin. Surprise attack for the second time will not work, so it does not matter. Stein's eyes were gleaming with deadly aura. Ian lowered his head as if he understood. Ian probably wrapped it up correctly. For some odd reason, his hand was numb. Riley repeated closing and opening his hand. He mumbled as he walked toward the library. I feel like I'll be found out somehow. Should I go there again? He was half worried about if he should go back to wrap things up himself. The other half of his worry was about if he should have just thrown his sword and killed Ryan. Riley stopped walking. From the other side of the corridor, there was a woman who was wandering around. It seemed she got lost inside the mansion. It seemed the woman noticed Riley who was walking toward the library. She brightened her gloomy face and came toward him in light steps. I get the feeling this will be annoying. Feeling what is coming? Riley crumpled his face. He looked around to see if there were any butlers or maids. How come they are always not here when I need them like this? Having realized there were no butlers or maids around, Riley resented Nanai for no reason, who must be working at the kitchen at the moment. Riley looked at the woman coming toward him and cringed. What brings you here? I am sorry. I got lost in the mansion. Can you please lead the way for me? The woman was wearing a dress. Her legs were completely covered, but her chest area was very low cut. It fully showed off her collarbones and voluptuous chest. The design could be mistaken as a barmaid dress, but the dress, which had the design that could make men's heart to flutter, seemed to be letting it be known that the wearer was of a high nobility. The dress had laces of graceful design here and there. The dress gave an unapproachable impression. Yes, Well, Riley looked up and down at her dress. He then found a man who was quietly following her on the back and narrowed his eyes. Is he a bodyguard? Judging from the mood, she doesn't appear to be a daughter of some ordinary nobility. The man didn't say anything. He merely stood behind the woman. Riley, who was looking at the bodyguard, turned to look at the woman again and asked, "Where are you headed?" That is, hesitant. The woman started to twist her body as if she was embarrassed. Toilet? No, not toilet. She held both of her arms tightly around her chest and twisted her body. Watching this, Riley popped a vein on his forehead. If you have no business, then I'll just get going. I am busy. It was not that he was busy, but he was sick of annoying things, so he was just trying to escape the scene. Having heard what Riley said, the bodyguard who was standing behind the woman furrowed his brows as if he was finding Riley's words unpleasant to hear. Wait. Please wait a minute. Riley's clothes was quickly pulled to the back. It was because the woman grabbed his sleeve when he was about to walk away. Riley seemed annoyed and disinterested regardless of what kind of body the woman had, what kind of dress she wore, or how she was behaving. Riley flinched his eyebrows and stared at her as if he was trying to say she should hurry up and get to the point. What is it? If you don't make it quick again, I'll just get going, Riley complained. The bodyguard placed his hand at his sword handle. Stop, don't even think about causing a commotion at our host's mansion. The woman ordered in a low voice. The guard lowered his head and withdrew the hand he placed on the sword handle. The woman carefully said, "The thing is, I am looking for a specific room." "Is it your room?" The woman shook her head and said that was not the case. "It's not my room." "It is." Riley was about to explode. The woman blushed and smiled big. She explained the room she was looking for. "I'm looking for young Master Riley's room." "My room?" Riley pointed finger at himself and asked. The woman opened her eyes big as if she was shocked. She also pointed at Riley. "By any chance, are you young Master Riley?" Riley nodded to say that he was. "Yuck." The woman gasped and stepped back. She started to quickly check her clothes and hair. What do I do? What do I do?" Watching the woman not knowing what to do and panicking, Riley floated a question mark on his face. The woman quickly fixed her dress and her hair. She then lowered her head. "This is my first time meeting you. I am a daughter of Duke Filiznian House. Ryatlina Filiznian." "You are from the Duke's family?" Her position was significantly higher than what Riley thought. Riley lowered his head properly and greeted her. The woman, Ryatlina Filiznian, lifted her head and said with red-tinted face, "I am supposed to meet you tomorrow for prospective marriage, so I thought it might be good to come and say hello to you first." So, hearing her word made Riley's thought process to halt for a moment. What? Prospective marriage? It was because of those two words. Chapter 131. Ryatlina Filiznian. She was the daughter of Duke Filiznian House, the one who had many dismaying rumors in Salia. Some said she had incurable illness, some said she was incredibly ugly looking. With various excuses, she had never once showed herself in places of official business. Of all rumors, the rumor about her being hideous was most prominent. Because of this rumor, despite being a daughter of a duke, she was famous for never had been discussed about marriage. It's not like that. The woman sat in front of Iris and Stein. Ryatlina shook her head and continued as if it was an unnecessary commotion. "Actually, there had been several marriage proposals. However, I just didn't like the ones who were recommended to me." Although it could be taken lightly as what's expected for a young girl, combining all the rumors surrounding her family and what she just said definitely meant it should not be taken lightly. Becoming of the title of Duke, what she just said meant that they had done nothing about rumors on incurable illness or being incredibly ugly. Instead, her family only had been pressuring to make sure no rumors about her marriage discussions spread. "In that case, why did you come all the way here? You're a daughter of a duke." The situation just overlapped with many things. A messenger came from the Falata house, so I was pondering about if I should respond or not. At that moment, I also heard about the announcement for the successor. Moreover, I was actually curious at the moment. I was wondering who it was that received the Medal of Honor from the Salia Castle. Ah, I was quite surprised when you said young Master Lloyd also received a medal. It is terrible that you lost your arm, Count Stein, but congratulations. Well, it is nothing. It is not like you should be congratulating me. Stein gave proper responses to Ryatlina. He slowly turned his head and looked at Riley, who was sitting next to her with a dumbfounded face. Stein gave a sharp glare at Riley. Say something, will you? Why should I? This is an important meeting. Apostrophe. Riley ground his teeth from noticing his father's gaze. As if he was seeking help, Riley looked at Iris, who was sitting next to Stein. Son, keep up the good spirit. Apostrophe. Riley felt betrayed. He opened his mouth wide. Still with the dumb face, Riley turned his head and looked at Ryatlina. He then asked the question he was most curious about. By any chance, can you please explain about the messenger from Falada that you mentioned just now? Ah, that was about this prospective marriage meeting. Ugh. Riley had his right fist tightened. His right fist carefully slammed the table. By any chance, you don't like me? Riley was showing agitated response. Having noticed this, Ryatlina put up an awkward smile and asked carefully. She was definitely different from the rumors. She was overflowing with vitality and health, contradicting the rumors about being deathly ill. Also, she had magnificent appearance. It made one want to go criticize the people who spread rumors about her being the ugliest woman in the world. Her skin, her facial features, her body line. Not just her looks, but she also had the title of Duke. Also, she looked sharp and intelligent. Any men would have been begging her to go on a date. There was no other way to describe her. She was the most eligible bride-to-be. It's not that I hate you in particular. Having heard the explanation about the Falada messenger that went to Philosnian's house, Riley looked at his father once and his mother once and mumbled. ... It seemed Iris didn't know what to do, which was reflected on the expression on her face. She kept on glancing to the side. Meanwhile, Stein sat there proudly as if he did nothing wrong and there was no need to explain anything. This is the work of my father. Riley realized this prospective marriage meeting was the work of his father alone. Riley added one more sentence to his mumbling earlier. It's just that I am not used to a meeting like this. Still, Riley was educated by Iris to have the bare minimum manner. Struggling inside, Riley calmed Ryatlina's worry to some extent. I am relieved. I was worried again about my intrusion earlier. I was concerned that may have spoiled your mood. It couldn't really be considered rude or intruding, but last night, she ran into Riley at the mansion's corridor. It seemed she was still concerned about that. First impression is half of everything in deciding a person. As for me, I would appreciate it if you could give me a second chance. Blushing, Ryatlina timidly smiled. She suddenly turned toward Riley and lowered her head. It's a pleasure meeting you, young Master Riley. I am Ryatlina Philosnian, Princess of Duke. If my name is too long, it would be alright if you called me Ryuna. TL, the actual word for title translates to Daughter of Duke House. But that would be too long to be used every time. More appropriate adaptation is Princess of Duke, and just Princess from that point for simplicity. Riley looked uncomfortable. He stared at the top of her head. Knowing the situation could not be helped, Riley responded to her greeting. I am Riley Finfalata. It's a pleasure meeting you, Princess Ryatlina. It was at the mansion's entrance. There were nobilities who were headed back to their manors and mansions. Just like them, Nara and the Lightning Boulder mercenaries had completed their preparation to leave the mansion. So you are leaving now? We can't be in debt indefinitely. We are mercenaries, and we live in a world that's different from young Master Riley's. Nara put all of the luggage on the carriage. It seemed he was really ready to head out. He looked back at the mansion with a refreshed expression on his face. Nai, who was there to see them off, asked Nara, where are you headed? If I know where you are going, you never know if we may run into each other later again. Having heard her question, Nara looked up the sky and paused for a moment. He responded, I think we will end up going to the west. We are thinking about finding the Horai merchant group. If he already found replacement mercenaries, then that could not be helped, but we are few and good people, so I'm sure he will take in 4 of us. There were 4. The group used to have just 3 members, but with Pregia hiding herself under the rag, there were 4. Will you be alright, Miss Pregia? Instead of straining yourself, it would be alright if you stayed at the mansion a little longer. It seemed Nanae was worried about Pregia starting the life of mercenary with Nara's group. Nanae looked at Pregia, who was wearing a mask, and asked. Pregia responded awkwardly. Number. It's alright. It looks like young Master Riley is not pleased with me for staying here. I don't want to intrude further. I think it will be better for me to move. Just like Nara. Pregia looked at the mansion and walked inside the carriage. Well then, we will get going now. I am sorry. Young Master was supposed to come and see you all off. I wish Mr. Ian could have come at least. It's alright. Alright. We know they are busy. Having heard Nanae's apology, Nara smiled exhilaratingly and said it was alright. Rorona, the mercenary group's archer, pouted and entered the conversation. What about you, Nanae? Will you be alright? Pardon? Nanae tilted her head. Noticing Nanae's response, Rorona corrected her question while grabbing tightly onto her chest out of frustration. I'm talking about young Master. Young Master. Ugh. Nanae blinked as if she didn't know what Rorona was getting at. Rorona sighed deeply. Hey, why is Rorona acting like that all of a sudden? I am not sure. You are the captain. If you don't know, how would I know? Nara and Aizen were not on the carriage yet. It seemed they were not sure why Rorona was acting this way. They had question marks on their faces and clicked their tongues. Ugh. I am talking about prospective marriage meeting. Young Master is having that meeting with a princess of Duke right now. Are you alright with that? Unable to handle her frustration, Rorona asked directly. However, Nanae's response was the same, as if she was trying to ask why that was a problem. Nanae blinked her eyes naively. She only acted like she was not comprehending the question. Seriously, this is so frustrating. Young Master is going to get snatched away from you, don't you get it? Snatched? Away? By who? Having heard the words, Nanae flinched her shoulder and put up deadly look on her face. Now, instead of tightly grabbing onto her chest, Rorona started to pound at her chest. I'm going to die from the frustration. Young Master is. Rorona pounded at her chest and turned around. Toward Rorona's back, Nanae mumbled quietly. Young Master is not an object. So, her voice was small, but the voice was full of confidence. It carried trust and care. There isn't anything to be snatched away to begin with. Nanae finished her words with a light smile. Rorona was about to get on the carriage, but she stopped and turned to look at Nanae, as if she was giving in to Nanae. Rorona relaxed her face. Nanae, still. Number. It is nothing. Rorona looked like she was going to say something like an advice, but she held back. Rorona saw Nanae's smile, shook her head and got on the carriage's driver's seat. Well then, we will really get going now. Please tell young Master Riley that we are thankful. We will be going now. Nanae, please take good care of your health. Yes. The carriage with 3 of Lightning Boulder mercenaries and Pregia left the mansion. Nanae bowed toward them to see them off. Nanae lifted her head and looked at the carriage that was moving further. It seemed she felt her hands were cold. She raised her hands and blew breaths at them to warm them. She had a gloomy look on her face. Nanae, will you be alright? It was not just because the question that Rorona asked earlier zapped through her head. It was because of her right hand, which was missing 2 fingers. Anyone who saw her hand for the first time would have cringed their faces. Her own right hand was that horrid looking. It's alright, as long as I could be by his side. That is enough. She punished herself by tightly holding her right hand. She turned around and walked toward the inside of the mansion. Young Master. They moved to the garden area. Now, there were just Riley and Ryutlina. Ryutlina brought up a question first. Is it really true that you never once swung a sword? In front of Riley was a woman that would make any men's eyes pop out. However, Riley had an uninterested look on his face. He just read a book instead. He lightly nodded and answered, yes. I heard that there isn't anyone born in Falata House who never held a sword before? In that case, I guess I am the first one in the history. Young Master, Then what about that Medal of Honor? How did you receive that from the Salia Castle? Can you please tell me how? Young master, with one hand supporting his chin, Riley just read the book. Looking at Riley, Ryatlina asked more questions, but it was not certain if Riley was listening or not. He didn't take his eyes off from the book and responded as if he was mumbling. I am sorry, Princess Ryatlina. I am at an important part. It seemed Ryatlina was feeling awkward about continuing to talk like this. She started to put up a bashful smile. Ian, who was watching them from the side, face-palmed as if he could not bear to watch it anymore. Ugh! This was a prospective marriage meeting with a duke's daughter. It was not a meeting that could be arranged easily. Young master, please read the atmosphere. It was not certain if Riley understood the situation or not. As soon as Stein and Iris left, Riley went straight to the library and picked up a book. He have not said a word with a gorgeous woman named Ryatlina sitting in front of him. Even a decorative statue inside the mansion would not be like this. It looked like Ian didn't know what to do. He looked at Ryatlina. Although Ian was well aware of all of Riley's strong suits, Ryatlina only knew him as indolent lazy sword. Ian was certain of this. Even if you are not interested in woman, to think he is this disinterested. Ian thought about how Riley didn't even bat an eye when he saw Pregia at the Holy Temple last time. It seemed Ian knew this was going to happen during this meeting as well. Ian made empty laughter. Ryatlina casually turned her head and looked at Ian's defeated look. It seemed Ryatlina was intrigued. She held her chin on her hands and started to glare at Riley's face. Silence continued for a moment. Young Master Riley. Ryatlina held her chin with both of her hands and stared at Riley's face. She suddenly smiled refreshingly and called his name. Riley didn't answer this time either. He merely nodded his head and flipped the page. Can I try to guess what you are thinking right now? Ryatlina asked as she tilted her head slightly to the side. Having heard her voice, Riley's hand, which was flipping the page, stopped momentarily and moved again. This meeting, it is such a bother, so I wish it could end soon. That's what you are thinking right now, isn't that right? Having heard her question, Riley didn't nod his head this time. He moved his eyes and looked at her face. Instead of reading, you rather take a nap? Ryatlina asked with seductive expression on her face. Riley's eyebrow wiggled once. It seems you have not been able to get much sleep lately. Is there something like a nightmare you do not want to have? What are you, am I right? I guess I was right. Ryatlina smiled with her eyes, looking at her face. Riley furrowed his eyebrows, closed the book he was reading, and started to glare at her. Chapter 132. From the look on your face, it seems I poked you where it hurts. Young master, I would appreciate it if you didn't get too mad at me. Ryatlina hid her mouth with the back of her hand and smiled seductively. To calm Riley, she added, it is what you get for angering a princess first. You can think of it that way, can't you? Ryatlina lowered her hand and moved it toward the tea on the table. She then gracefully tasted what was on the cup. This tea has a pretty good aroma. Ryatlina was leisurely continuing on about tea. Having noticed the reaction, Riley, who was shocked earlier, asked again as he opened and closed the left hand that he had hidden under the table. How did you do it? What are you talking about? What you did just now? That? Ryatlina tilted her head and acted like she knew nothing of it. Riley wiggled his eyebrows and said in a lower voice, Princess, oh my, are you trying to threaten me now? Still, I think you are quite cool in a way. Lazy ass, never held a sword, take snap through whole day. Because of all of those rumors, there are other ones questioning if you are a vegetable. The rumors about you being a lazy sword I think they are just smoke screens, just like how mine are. This time, instead of the hand, she used the cup to hide her mouth. She smiled with her eyes and asked, am I right? Riley didn't answer. He clicked the tongue and opened the book that he closed earlier. If you are that curious, should I tell you how I was able to read your thoughts, young master? Unlike his usual self, Riley was being dragged by someone else. Because the conversation felt like that, Riley decided to ignore her question and look at the book. However, perhaps because of the nightmares that she just mentioned, which refused to leave his mind alone. Riley was simply not able to keep his eyes on the words. However, I have a condition. A condition? Yes, a condition. Riley thought Ryatrina must be trying to ask something, so he kept silent as if he was saying she should go ahead and ask. Ryatrina laid down the cup on the table. She then tapped the table with her finger. Yes, Princess. It seemed that must be how she called her guard. Her guard, who was on standby at a corner of the garden, nodded and came to where Riley and Ryatrina were sitting. If you could step on my guard's pride, then I might tell you, Ryatrina said jokingly. Confused, Riley stared at Ryatrina. I don't think that was hard to understand. Young master, with a sword. Give my guard a beating. If you do, I could tell you. Having heard what she just said, Ian, who was vacantly staring at the guard coming this way, stepped in, wondering what this was about. Princess, just what are you? Why should I? Ian's words were interrupted by Riley. The thing is, the guard that I brought had never once lost to anyone in our duke's house, so he is pretty full of it. So, I would like you to straight him out so he will learn a little that it is a big world. A human being needs to know the bitter taste of defeat in order to grow stronger, right? Ryatrina slurped at the tea. She then stopped drinking and winked at Riley. What do you think? Step on her guard's pride. There were two things Ryatrina could gain from this. For her guard, there was something to be learned from the duel regardless of the outcome. The other thing was getting a feel for the skill level of Riley, the one who held the title of Lazy Sword. The request was the kind that had more for Ryatrina to gain than simply asking Riley by saying please show us your skills. Please don't think too much about it. I'm not trying to do something to you. This guard had been stepping in too often without knowing his place, so I am concerned it may lead to troubles later. As if she read Riley's thoughts again, Ryatrina seductively narrowed her eyes. She looked at the guard standing next to her and said, remember yesterday? This guy tried to take out a sword against you at the corridor without knowing his place. There had been many instances like that lately. If it was not inside mansion but a market instead, he probably would have swung the sword right away. Having heard what she said, Riley steadily looked at the guard and asked in a low voice, are you sure he is not just insane? Ryatrina's guard flinched in anger. He was moving his hand toward the sword handle. Ian, who was also standing, quickly moved his hand toward his own sword's handle. That's enough. Do not move further. With murderous aura in his eyes, Ian glared at Ryatrina's guard. The guard did the same toward Ian. You are the princess's guard. However, this is the inside of Falata Mansion. Violent behavior cannot be allowed. Please know that. Ryatrina watched Ian glaring at her guard. She snickered and said, unlike what he is saying, it seems your butler is also looking forward to seeing you show off your skills. She somehow read Ian's mind. Having heard her piercing exactly at the heart of what Ian was actually thinking, he flinched his shoulders big time. No, young master, I really am not. What do you mean you are not? Riley, who knew Ian better than anyone, double face-palmed, sighed big and looked at Ryatrina's face through the gaps between his fingers. If you won't, I'll tell your father. My father? Ryatrina smiled and said, to Count Stein. As if he can't even take it as a joke, Riley closed the gaps between fingers and completely covered his face. I thought this is supposed to be a prospective marriage meeting. Is it actually an engagement meeting? I am interested in you, young master. As for an engagement, I can always break it, so it does not matter either. I can't take you seriously. Tell my father? What are you going to tell him? Riley asked as he lowered the hands he had to cover his face. Ryatrina, who was smiling, blushed for some reason. I'll tell him that you had been having trouble sleeping lately, so, I think, you will need someone to be beside you in bed. As if she was embarrassed, she was twisting her body. It was a threat that didn't sound like a threat. Having heard her words, Ian panicked and looked at Riley. Meanwhile, Riley wiggled his cheek muscles and glared at her. Just you try. Ah, right. It seemed Lady Iris was also hoping to see a grandchild soon. The mention of Iris led to Riley's shoulders flinching and shivering. I had never experienced it, so I am afraid, but still, if it is with you, young Master Riley. Against Riley's threat, she responded with threat. She was blushing, and she held her head with her hands. She was acting like she didn't know what to do. Unable to stand it anymore, Riley suddenly extended his hand and took out the sword that was hanging on Ian's waist. "I'll make you spill out everything, whatever you have or not have." Ian panicked. Ian knew Riley doesn't usually show his serious self. Now that it came to this, Ian was concerned about what he should do now. He started to look around. "Set him straight." "Princess, that's what you said earlier." Having borrowed the sword from Ian, Riley spun it once to relax his wrist and got up. "Will it be alright if I kill him?" Having heard the question, Ryatrina broke cold sweat and looked at her guard standing next to her. Killing him would be a little. How about an arm? That would be also a little. Go easy on him." "That's what you are saying?" "Pardon?" Yes." Princess Ryatrina's guard seemed he was not liking Riley, who was asking questions after questions. He was glaring at Riley with deadly eyes. The guard also started to ask the same questions. "Princess, you are saying it won't matter if I killed him, right?" "It would be unfortunate for the Count Stein, but would an arm be alright?" I'll go easy on him." Along with that, the princess's guard also drew the sword from his waist and started to calm his breathing. "Ian, you be the judge." "Pardon?" "I said, be the judge, young master." But Ian got to face Riley's murderous eyes. Ian gulped and walked toward the middle between the guard and Riley. "This is not like young master. He is being pretty sensitive." Ian was worried. However, he decided to be the judge. Standing in the middle, Ian raised his hand, and Riley and the princess's guard each took stances. "I had gotten a lot of stress built up lately anyway." As he glared at his opponent, Riley tightly held the sword handle as if he was going to crush the handle. Wait. Riley furrowed his brows and looked at the guard standing in front of him. "Why am I?" Riley got a hold of himself just before Ian's arm fell. He reflected on why he got so angry. He lightly shook his head and threw the sword to the ground. "I am sorry. I changed my mind." Riley did that in middle of a tight atmosphere. Both Ryatrina and her guard opened their eyes and mouths big. "What do you mean?" Riley looked at the sword that he dropped to the ground just now. Still reflecting on his behavior, he slightly crumpled his face. He crumpled only slightly to the point that others could not have noticed. "I won't do this." Riley could not understand why he was so worked up earlier. He shook his head and refused the duel. Ryatrina's guard ground his teeth. "You won't?" Riley faced the guard's eyes with a cold gaze. Riley then turned to look at Ryatrina and said, "It's because I am not confident." "What?" The guard, unable to stand the sudden turn of the event, was about to charge in and grab Riley just below the neck by the clothes. However, he suddenly shook his body once, and then became as stiff as trees on the garden. "What? My body is?" His body was not moving as he wanted. He couldn't even move his fingers and toes. Panicking, the guard moved his eyes to look at the princess. He looked like he was trying to say something, but he was unable to. Instead, he was just standing there, petrified. Having realized something was up, Ryatrina got up from the chair and said toward Riley, who was turning around, "Young master." Riley turned around with an uninterested look on his face. Having heard Ryatrina calling him, Riley just turned his head and looked at her. "I need to use the toilet, so, before you go," Ryatrina asked, "how did you do that?" "What do you mean?" "Just now, my guard." "Pardon?" Riley was smiling. Looking at Riley, Ryatrina could not finish her sentence. It was because they just had a conversation that felt similar to this only a few minutes ago. "How did you do it?" "What are you talking about?" "What you did just now." That, a question asking how something was done, and the responses feigning ignorance. The conversation now felt similar to the one earlier, but the table was turned in this instance. "If it is not something urgent, then excuse me for a moment." Riley did a hand gesture to tell Ian to stay here. Riley leisurely walked away, and the guard, who was petrified, completely bent forward and breathed hard. Yuk, collapsed to the floor. The guard was struggling to catch his breath. Ryatrina observed her guard and then turned her gaze to vacantly stare at the back of Riley, who was walking away. Chapter 133. Thank you for the corporation. So, It was true. After the meeting between Riley and Ryatrina ended, with the sun already set, it was not just Stein who was in his office. I know. As if she was responding to Stein's mumbling, the woman sitting at the office sofa tilted the teacup, made slurping noise, and continued. Count Stein, I actually had been very much against it because you made such a strange request, but she was wearing a low-cut dress. Gracefulness could be felt from the way she was drinking the tea. The woman was Princess Ryatrina, who had the prospective marriage meeting with Riley today. About the exploit regarding the Astara incident, I thought young Master Riley received recognition by chance for being with the maid. However, it seemed like that may not actually be the case either. Slurp. Ryatrina enjoyed the tea on the cup and described the impression she got from Riley when she met him for the marriage proposal meeting today. Stein looked at the garden beyond the window and carefully asked, could it be that you were mistaken? Ryatrina shook her head and said, Number. I couldn't have. The guard's response was quite a response. But the mercenary hero who was standing next to young Master Riley showed responses that were more definite evidences. Ryatrina was thoroughly observing Ian, the butler who is attached to Riley. Based on what she saw today, Ryatrina realized Riley was hiding his true strength. My original plan didn't include that kind of proposal. Because of the favor you asked, I ended up getting points deducted against me from young Master. So you will have to take responsibility for this, Count. The princess said as she ballooned up her cheeks. Finding it suspicious, Stein turned to look at the princess. Princess, I thought you are here because you are interested in the family's successor? As Stein asked, the reason why Ryatrina stepped inside the Falata mansion during the day of the successor announcement was to have prospective marriage meeting and propose the engagement. The schedule for today changed. So you had the prospective marriage meeting with Riley instead, but actually, I thought you would be a little more interested in Lloyd? Having heard Stein's question, she held the cup with one hand, and twirled her hair with the other hand. Ryatrina took a dramatic pause for a moment and responded, I saw the successorship announcement too. I thought it might be young Master Lloyd who will be the successor, so I made sure to check too. In the process, I ended up having some scuffle with other nobilities, but, thinking about the commotion that transpired last time, Ryatrina cringed for a moment. As if she thought that was not important, Ryatrina continued. Anyway, that's not what's important. Young Master Lloyd is also definitely magnificent, but I don't feel that special something rushing at me. Ryatrina looked at Stein and carefully murmured, Please excuse me for saying something like this. But to take the heart of a princess, young Master Lloyd is a little. But young Master Riley seemed pretty good. To the world, Riley is known as the lazy ass. Why are you blushing? What do you like about him so much? Noticing Ryatrina blushing, Stein filled his face with question marks and waited for her next words. Personal taste. I am embarrassed to use the words, but my personal taste is someone older. Not younger. That's why. Someone older? Ho ho. As if she was embarrassed, she smiled as she mentioned it. Stein carefully asked, Princess, how old are you? I am 20. When this month passes, I will be 21. The number of question marks on Stein's face increased by 3 folds. Princess, do you happen to know Riley's age? 19. Right? Yes. Stein slowly nodded and responded. Riley was definitely 1 year younger than Ryatrina. Despite this, Ryatrina was not taking back what she said earlier about liking someone who is older than her. So, Stein didn't know what to say. He just thought really hard about it. Princess put down the cup that was on her hand and said, As a reward for doing what you asked me when I met young Master Riley today, I would like to ask you for a favor. Would that be all right? Ah, yes, please go ahead. Stein decided to think that the princess must have been kidding about what she said earlier. Stein waited for the princess to speak about the invitation to the end of the year banquet at our family. The invitation was supposed to be given to the successor, but I wish it could be given to someone else. Ryatrina mumbled while fiddling with her chin. Stein figured out what she was asking and cringed. Princess, by any chance? Count, as I thought, you are quick on catching on. Clap. She clapped in joy and explained, it's not that big of a favor. I'm just asking you to gently switch the person who will be getting the invitation. However, Princess Riley is. Please. Stein wanted to explain that there is a high probability of Riley not going to go no matter who asked. However, he was interrupted by Ryatrina. I would really like him to visit. During the banquet, I get bees getting tangled up with me even when I try to hide. As if she was done with the conversation, she got up from the sofa and walked out of the office right away. This is a difficult situation. It was a favor asked by none other than the Princess of Duke. Stein couldn't just say no so easily. He was getting a headache. He crumpled his face and clicked his tongue. It was at the mansion's library. Riley had Nanae sit at the sofa to calm his pulsating headache. He was lying on the sofa with Nanae's lap as the pillow. I strained myself too much. Feeling the pain inside, Riley thought about the power that he had been using since last spring. It was a technique that he mastered in his past life. Using his energy, the technique allowed him to oppress anyone that he glared at, making them completely immobilized. The technique was useful in many ways, however. It had one drawback of causing great strain on the user. Young master, are you alright? It seemed Nanae noticed Riley was not looking well. With Riley laying on her lap, she asked as if she was concerned. Damn it, I got worked up and angry for no reason. He was tired both mentally and physically. With both of them overlapping, Riley was struggling with pain as he cringed. Nanae bit her lower lips and asked carefully, earlier, I heard from Mr. Ian, the prospective marriage meeting. At that meeting, you were about to have a duel against the princess's guard, but you suddenly stopped. Having heard Nanae's question, Riley relaxed his crumpled face. Looking at Nanae from the lap, Riley said, that's right. What about it? By any chance, I was wondering if you were agonizing over it lately. That's why I asked. Her question was loaded with concerns. However, Riley, the one who received the question, didn't really have a pleasant expression on his face. Instead, the look on Riley's face got even darker. That's enough. Instead, as if he was trying to casually move on to a different topic, Riley got his head off from Nanae's lap. Holding his pulsating head, Riley mumbled a certain summoned spirit's name. Heliana. Where are you? A tiny flame started to burn next to Nanae's face. A palm-sized fairy responded as she flapped her wings. Yes, I had been waiting for you to call. Greater than. Riley looked at Heliana and got straight to the main point. It seemed he was trying his best to avoid the hot topic that Nanae mentioned earlier, about the artificial summoned spirit. Don't you think it would be good to start getting ready for that? Where, when and how? Tell me about them. Heliana nodded and took a moment to pause and choose what to say. She explained it such that it would be easy for Riley to understand. As for the question of when, it would be best before the plants sprout next spring. Greater than. Next spring? Yep, next spring. Because my master took measures, we probably won't have to worry until the winter of the year after next. However, if we want to meet the spirit who is perfect for Nanae, it would be best before the next spring when the butterflies start to fly around. After that, it will be too late. Greater than. What's this perfect spirit for Nanae about? I'm talking about the spirit that will be placed over Nanae. The idea is like a bowl. Greater than. Riley figured it might be better to just ask all of his questions later. Riley said, okay, continue. To meet the spirit that would become Nanae's bowl. From this place, to the west, we need to head that way. Greater than. To the west. As for what we need to do once we meet the spirit who we will be asking to be Nanae's bowl, I'll tell you once we meet that spirit. Yes, up to this part, do you have any questions? Greater than. Furrowing his brows, Riley organized what he heard from Heliana. He asked the first question. You are telling us to just go to west without anything specific. Aren't you being too impolite? Where in west exactly? The place where black wings fly between white snow. It's the place where bright songs surge without any sound. Greater than. Having heard Heliana's response, Riley got annoyed. He said in frustrated tone. Explain it in humans' language. I know humans won't understand it, but because I'm a spirit, I can only explain it in the spirit's language. Greater than. Ugh, aren't you making it too obvious that you are annoyed? You have no manner. Greater than. I think I understand why Andal did it. Riley got to think about Andal thanks to Helena's black-faced bunting bird-like mouth. Riley started to grind his teeth. Please don't worry too much. Greater than. It seemed Helena was afraid of the look on Riley's face. Helena flapped her wings and hid behind Nanai. Helena added in a small voice, "Actually, my master already put in good words to that spirit. So, that spirit is probably waiting for us right now too. The spirit probably will leave things like traces so we will be able to identify them when we get near the right place." Greater than. Riley was chasing Helena with his eyes. In the process, he naturally ended up meeting Nanai's eyes. Riley unconsciously avoided his gaze and asked, "What do you think?" "I already prepared my heart for this. Also, if I could be next to you, young master, I would try anything, even something else that would be even more complicated. I am fine with it." Nanai said it with composure. Having heard the response, Riley nodded as if he was fine with it now. This time, instead of Nanai's lap, Riley leaned his head on a sofa and closed his eyes. "Young master." Although Nanai called Riley, he did not respond. She carefully continued, about the prospective marriage meeting with the princess. Nanai was talking about something other than what Riley was expecting. Riley narrowly opened one of his eyes and looked at her. "That princess, is she very pretty?" "What?" Nanai's voice was at the level of an ant's voice. Because of this, Riley couldn't hear the question correctly. He opened both of his eyes and asked back, "She is the daughter of a duke family. So, she must be graceful, classy, and anyway, she is probably very." Hesitating, Nanai avoided Riley's eyes as she fiddled with her fingers. She started to mutter in even quieter voice, "Just what are you saying? Can you speak up?" Helena explained what Nanai said. Nanai, who was playing with her fingers, suddenly blushed, turning her face red-hot completely and instantly. "Princess, you know, the lass that was chatting and giggling away with you while sitting on the grass during the evening, that one." Greater than. That lass, I just don't like her." "Nanai, do not worry. In my eyes, the great Helena, the daughter of the Spirit King, you are far prettier." "You up." Greater than. Nanai hurriedly blocked the mouth of Helena that was chirping away on the side. With her face blushing, she turned to look at Riley. This is the problem with Miss Helena. Mr. Andal pointed out this problem to you already, so it is about time you fixed it." "You up. You up." Greater than. Nanai, I am sorry, young master. I'll be stern and go over this problem with her later." Before Riley even had a chance to say anything, Nanai tumbled and got up from the sofa. She then lowered her head toward Riley and quickly escaped the library with Helena still held on her hand. Chapter 134. Following Helena's instruction, Riley was about to head out to the west with Nanai. However, his father suddenly called him. So Riley stopped by at his father's office. "I've heard that you wanted to see me." Riley opened the office's door and stepped foot inside. In there, Riley's gaze met with Lloyd, who was getting educated on being the successor. Riley lightly nodded to greet Lloyd. You are here." Having noticed Riley entering the office, Stein, who was teaching Lloyd various things, greeted Riley. Lloyd took a step back and said, "Well then, I'll take my leave now." "All right." "About the task that I gave you just now, it would be good for you to thoroughly complete it today. If it gets delayed, it could turn into more work." "Yes, father." Stein made a hand gesture, and Lloyd lowered his head in a big motion and left the office. On the way out, Lloyd took a glance at Riley's face. "Is there something on my face?" "Number it a way to say have a safe trip." "I just wanted to take a look at your face, that's all." "What do you mean, have a safe trip?" "I don't even have my big brother anymore, so, how should I say this? It is rather empty here." "No, it is nothing. Please forget it." Riley couldn't understand what Lloyd was trying to say. Riley tilted his head. However, Lloyd left the office without resolving Riley's curiosity. So, Riley. Stein used his left arm to press on the desk as he got up. He pointed at the sofa for Riley to sit. Sit down for now. Having heard him say Riley should sit down first, Riley figured this was going to be a long conversation. Hiding the icky feeling he was having, Riley sat on the sofa. "What is it, father?" After Riley sat down, Stein also sat on a sofa while facing his son. Between Stein and his son, there was a table, and Stein placed a letter envelope there. "What is this?" "The letter is for you." "For me?" Riley tilted his head as he looked at the envelope. Riley checked the look on Stein's face and picked up the envelope. The envelope looked pretty thin. However, as if it was trying to prove that the letter was sent by someone very high up, the feel of the paper indicated it was a very high-quality kind. Riley checked the front and back of the envelope. He casually moved his eyes and looked at Stein. "Is this really for me?" Stein nodded as the response. "Just who?" Riley thought about a few people that could send a letter like this to him. He carefully opened the envelope. Inside the envelope was another piece of perfectly flat paper that was just as luxurious in quality. An invitation? The top of the paper had the word invitation written on the top. Riley lightly shook his eyebrows as he read the rest of the letter's content. "It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. This invitation is to invite young Master Riley of the Falletta House to the end of the year banquet at the Duke Villasnian House. Please attend the banquet and empty a glass of wine at the mansion. As for the date and the direction, greater than." Riley read that far and put the letter down as if he didn't need to read the rest. Riley said, "I am not going." As if Stein knew Riley was going to say that, Stein covered his eyes with his palm and sighed without making any sound. "What is your reason?" "It is such a bother. Even if I went there, it will just tickle my ear holes. Why should I?" Stein was actually thinking the same. Riley was famous with many poor rumors about him thanks to the Lazy Sword title. Someone like him going to the banquet held by the Duke, Riley becoming complimentary snacks for drinks for the nobles in their gossiping would be a fortunate scenario. Riley could be insulted right on the face if he went there. This was why Stein didn't want Riley to go either. "Father, by any chance?" Stein suddenly closed his mouth tightly. Having noticed this, Riley had a bad feeling. Finding it suspicious, he crumpled his face and asked, "That's not it, right?" Despite the question, Riley's father didn't open his mouth. Riley suddenly got up from the seat. "I am not going." "Riley." To begin with, Riley suddenly got angry and yelled. The stacks of papers piled up at the office waved in the wind that came through the window in response. To begin with, that prospective marriage meeting a few days ago was also too sudden without any prior notification. "Don't you think? It is too much of a bother." "I don't want to do it." Riley always said foolish things like that or disappeared from important moments as if he was playing hide and seek. However, he never once let out frustration like this before. Having seen Riley's response, Stein vacantly stared at his son. It seemed Riley read his father's eyes vacantly staring at him. Riley, who just shouted all of the sudden, also lost words to say. He moved his gaze away in silence. "Damn it, again." Riley realized he suddenly got angry again during an unexpected situation. For no reason, Riley made tight fists with his hands. "Riley." Stein looked at Riley and called his son in a low voice. "I will also ask you this as your father." Riley was somehow afraid of his father's serious voice. He was not able to look in his father's eyes. Riley just waited for Stein to continue. "Why did you hide it?" "What do you mean, hide it?" "It would be good for you to stop feigning ignorance. I have things that I've heard from Iris, Ian and even Sarah." Stein said that he had heard things. Riley was petrified and not about to open his mouth. Having noticed this, Stein got up just like Riley. He then picked up a sword that was leaning on a corner of the office. The sword was in its sheath. "Try drawing the sword." Unable to say no, Riley drew the sword, held it and looked at Stein. Back then, it was further away than this, right? It looked like Stein was about to do something. He just held the sheath on his hand and took a few steps away. Stein took a stance as if he was about to throw the sheath. Until this point, Riley showed no movement on his face, but now, he slightly crumpled his face. Was it like this? Stein took an awkward pose, and he threw the sheath hard. The direction of the throw it was toward the sword that Riley just grabbed a hold of. Riley floated a question mark on his face as he watched the sheath flying toward him. He saw the sheath striking the sword and being bounced off. Riley now understood what Stein was trying to do. "It is not easy," Stein muttered as he looked at the sheath that fell on the floor, although it got in smoothly last time. Stein was talking about the sheath that was placed on the sword that Ryan was about to swing at the mansion's corridor during the day of the successorship announcement. "Riley, was it you who did it? Why did you hide it despite possessing masterful skills?" Although his father asked again, Riley was not able to open his mouth easily. "I'll ask again." Riley was not showing any signs of opening his mouth. Stein took a step toward Riley and asked again, "Why did you hide it?" He was asking about Riley hiding his skills. Why? For what reason? Having heard the question, Riley was agonizing inside about how to respond. In the end, Riley thought about the reason. It was his past life before this one. It was because Riley did not want to repeat what happened in his past life. So, Riley lived a loose life without revealing his skills. Past. Riley was going to answer with mention of past life being part of the response. However, Riley's lips became hard. The situation was the same as when Nanai asked. When Riley thought about his past and tried to talk about what happened back then, it was difficult for Riley to breathe. Also, he felt extreme urge to swear and curse that he could not take it. These were the reasons. "Haven't you heard? It has to be you. Don't you get it? Why are you taking a knee? Get up. Haven't you heard? The children are going to die. Get up. I said get up. If you were not here in the first place, this would not have happened in the first place. You promised you will protect them, didn't you? Then dust yourself off and get up." A brave hero? Instead of a hero, I think you are a walking disaster. Please don't die. Please survive. Get lost. We never asked you to save us. As long as I am with you, I don't care what happens to the world. The children died because of you. The voices from his past life still felt clear in Riley's head. Riley was cringing as he thought about his past life. While Riley was standing like that, Stein took another step toward Riley and called him Riley. Because Riley slightly lowered his head, Stein could not see Riley's eyes. With proud look on his face, Stein looked at the Medal of Honor that Riley received from the Salia Castle during last spring. Stein said, "That Medal of Honor that you received must be also not something you got out of pure luck." Having heard what Stein said, Riley also looked at the medal that was hanging on the office wall. Riley vacantly murmured, "Medal? That's right. The medal that you brought home, the one that I brought home?" Riley was furrowing his brows as he looked at the medal. Realizing something was up, Stein tried calling his son's name. "Riley?" Without any response, Riley just stared at the medal on the wall. With a confusing look on his face, Riley turned to look at Stein. "What do you mean I received it? That was, Riley furrowed his brows and asked back. Stein also opened his mouth with a question mark on his face. "What are you talking about? That medal was the one that you showed me when you brought Nanai home for the first time. Isn't that right? Riley just stood there in silence as if he was lost for words. Stein also crumpled his eyebrows. "When I brought Nanai home," Riley was busy tossing questions to himself, so he just stood there vacantly, unable to answer to Stein's questions. "How did I meet Nanai?" She was the maid who was with him now. She had scars on her face. Also, she was missing 2 fingers on her right hand. She was subjected to experiments at the Magic Tower. Recently, she became the patient and a student to Endel, his friend. Although he was trying hard, Riley could not remember how he met the girl named Nanai. How? Riley rolled his brain around to remember what he could not. He could hear the voices from his past life again. "We trust you. If it is you, it can be done. We are blaming you. If you were not here." Could it be that Riley was feeling lightheaded? His head was hurting badly. He placed his hand on the sofa's armrest for a moment. He was breaking cold sweat all over his face. Riley lowered his head and looked at the floor. His memories were faint. "It's alright, even if they died because of you. You are a brave hero. isn't that right? That's right. It could not be helped, because I survived. Please keep it up. We will cheer for you. Riley didn't know what to do because of the voices in his head. Stein carefully extended his arm toward Riley. Riley, what is it? Riley realized that there was a hand coming toward him late. He swept away Stein's hand with the top of his hand and yelled, I didn't kill them. It was fury, or perhaps from being wronged. Along with cold sweats, Riley was also shedding tears. Riley looked up to face his father and questioned what he just did. Riley, I didn't kill, Riley muttered vacantly. The voices could be heard in Riley's ears again. Now, too, young Master Riley, please, I beg you, even if you are going to kill me, my daughter, at least spare Aluli's life. The limit is about 4 minutes. No, 5 minutes? This child certainly has done a terrible thing, but she was not always bad. She is actually kind inside. It's just that. It's as I thought. Apostrophe. Apostrophe. And, although his memories were faint, the voices were incredibly sharp and clear. Riley wrapped his head around with his hands. It felt like his memories of the past life and current life were mixing in complete disarray. Riley, are you hurting somewhere? Riley's condition didn't just look bad, it looked serious. Concerned, Stein looked at Riley's eyes. Riley's eyes were shaking. In the past, Riley said foolish things like it is such a bother, or I'm sleepy, but his eyes never shook like this. Father, I am sorry. The condition of my body is a little. Riley was turning while holding his head. Stein was about to extend his arm and call his son, but he put his hand back down. I think I need to rest for a bit. Stein always took notice of Riley's sharp eyes. Because of this, Stein had hopes for Riley despite him always showing his lazy side. Now, with concerned face, he watched the back of his son. Riley was about to get out of the office. Having heard his father's voice, Riley stopped walking for a moment. I believe in you, Stein muttered in low voice. Despite what Stein just said, the expression on Riley's face was not turning better. Today, Stein actually called Riley to just praise him instead of talking about the prospective marriage meeting with Princess Ryatrina or the banquet invitation. Now, the expression on Stein's face didn't look good, just like his son. Chapter 135. After talking to his father at the office, Riley's memories from the past life and the present life were starting to get all jumbled up. Riley realized he was no longer in good condition, so he said to his mother, I think I'll have to go on a travel for a while. Every winter, Riley always barricaded himself in the library and enjoyed reading books in front of the fireplace with Coco. Now, out of the blue, he was talking about going on a travel when it was winter, not summer. Iris tilted her head to side and asked, Travel? Yes, now that Big Brother Lloyd became the successor. For a few reasons, I would like to go enjoy going on a trip during the winter. Concerned that his mother will be worried about him, Riley didn't mention anything about the problems with his memories. He just said he wanted to organize his stuffy mind. Of course, I'll allow it. But, thinking what Riley just brought up must be the confusion and doubt during the puberty that came late for him, Iris nodded without any objections. She then watched her son with concerned look on her face. It is cold, so you are probably not going to the rainfield, right? Where are you planning on going? Have you decided on a destination? It seemed Iris was worried. She asked several questions at once. Riley put up an awkward smile and asked her to ask one question at a time. I didn't decide a place in particular, but for the general direction, I would like to try going to the west. It was the place that they had to go to handle the business related to Nanae. To the west. Riley also didn't mention the matter regarding Nanae. Riley avoided his mother's gaze and moved his eyes away slowly. There is no need to make her worry. So, Iris watched her son who was hesitant to look at her in the eyes. It seemed she was finding it suspicious, but she brightened the look on her face soon and said to Riley, My Riley, you won't do something like not contacting like before, would you? For a moment, Riley didn't understand what Iris was trying to say. He asked carefully, Like before? Like what happened when you were at the Rainfield? Ah, Riley opened his mouth vacantly like someone who just remembered something. Riley apologized to Iris with a shamed look on his face. I am sorry. During that time, there was a circumstance that could not be helped. It's alright. Riley smiled like a fool. Watching his son, Iris stroked his son's head as if she just could not help herself. You just need to make sure to not repeat the mistake. Yes, do not repeat the mistake. Having heard Iris, Riley nodded with a bitter look on his face. Iris finally got to face Riley. She smiled gently and said, if you repeat the same mistake. When that happens, you need the courage to reach out to another for help. The courage to ask for help to not repeat the mistake. Having heard her gentle advice, Riley, who was vacantly opening and closing his hand, relaxed the bitter look on his face a little and nodded. Yes, the night when Riley told Iris that he will go on a trip, Iris asked Sarah to come by. Iris steadily glared at the cup of tea that Sarah poured before speaking. Sarah, are you aware that Riley will be going on a trip tomorrow? Ah, yes, I think I definitely heard that. He will be heading west, Nanai told me. Now that they have Lady Iris' permission, she will be preparing so they can leave immediately tomorrow. Is there a problem? This time, Sarah asked, and Iris responded with a bit of hesitation. I have a favor to ask. As soon as Iris said that, Sarah got excited as if she thought it was so unexpected. About as unexpected as the sun rising from the west. Sarah looked at Iris and waited for her to explain the favor. When Riley leaves the mansion tomorrow, I would like you to go with him. Pardon? Me too? Sarah pointed to herself and asked back. It seems Riley looks a little unstable. That's why. Young master is? Yes. Iris nodded, with concerned look on her face. Iris asked Sarah again. Can you please do that? I'll be okay. But, if I do, there won't be anyone beside you? Now, Sarah also looked concerned. Iris responded right away as if she thought there was no need to worry. It's alright. I asked Willa. To Miss Willa? Willa was Sarah's boss. Thinking about her strict maid boss, Sarah gulped. She said she got some spare time now ever since Lloyd was declared as the successor. In middle of the sentence, it seemed she thought about Ryan who was kicked out of the mansion. Iris showed gloomy face for a moment before continuing. Anyway, Sarah, please, I'm counting on you. Ian is very lacking in fine details. As for Nanai, she still has things she is not so experienced in. I feel uneasy with just Nanai and Ian accompanying Riley. Compared to the butler who served Riley, Sarah had a smart, snappy personality. Iris thought having her go with Riley along with everyone would be helpful. Yes, I understand. Sarah figured out what Iris was trying to say. She made tight fists and nodded. By the way, what do you mean by young Master Riley not looking so stable? Ah, that is. Iris had a mysterious look on her face as she thought hard about something. Iris said, I really think he is going through puberty. Puberty? Young master is? Yes. Sarah snickered after hearing what Iris said as if she understood. Sarah said she will thoroughly carry out the task given to her and left Iris' room. After Sarah left the room, Iris gave a blank stare to the empty space as she wondered if she should not have told Sarah honestly about the puberty. She pondered about it for a long time before she fell asleep. Ms. Sarah, we are about to head out soon. It was right before the lunch. Sarah, who was now going with them on the trip, was nowhere to be found. Nanai shouted in front of Sarah's room to call for her. Ah, wait just a minute. Just a minute, I'm almost done. It seemed she had a lot of luggage. Her bag looked like it could tear open at any moment. Carrying the bag on her back, Sarah responded to Nanai's call and tumbled to walk to the garden. That lass, geez. Sarah, are you trying to move and settle on a new house? There were a few maids and butlers there to see the Rileys group off. Having noticed the size of Sarah's bag, they either laughed or clicked their tongues. Sarah, who was struggling because of the bag, snapped back. There is nothing wrong about being thoroughly prepared. Why don't you all mind your own business? Sure, you are the expert, aren't you? Sarah walked to the corner of the garden. Having noticed that the area looked like they had not prepared anything for the trip, Sarah tilted her head to the side. Excuse me, we are going today, right? There was nothing. To be precise, Sarah looked at Riley and Nani vacantly staring at the garden wall. Ian was also just holding his chin, wondering what this was about. Young master, if you are going on a trip, shouldn't you prepare a carriage? We need to check the conditions of the wheels and the horses too before heading out. Also, there is no need, we are going to walk there. Having heard Riley interrupting Sarah and stating they will be traveling by foot, Ian and Sarah had their eyes turned into huge circles. They had a good reason. It was none other than Riley who just proposed traveling on foot in this cold winter. This was why he really is going through puberty. Sarah mistakenly believed now that Riley must really be going through a stormy period. Sarah smiled proudly and nodded. Of course, west is pretty far, so I don't plan on just walking. Now that I think about it, I don't think you mentioned exactly where you are intending to go. Are you going to just travel on foot without a particular destination? Although the trip was for Nani, Riley didn't bring that up. He responded half attempt. Yes, young master. Shall we get going now? It seemed Nani just finished preparing the thing that Riley asked. Nani, who had her eyes closed and focused on something, turned around to face the others and asked, "Go? What do you mean?" By any chance?" Sarah tilted her head to the side. It seemed Ian got a bad feeling about it. He started to break cold sweats. It was not certain if Riley noticed the look on the two behind him. Riley just nodded, and Nani turned to face the wall again as she said, "Well then, I'll open it." Nani waved her left arm in a large motion. The space around her started to distort. The wall, which had nothing, suddenly developed a hole. "The doorway will be maintained for about a minute, so we need to enter before the time is up." When Nani mentioned the doorway, the hole, which was the size of a palm, started to grow. It spun like a vortex and became enlarged enough for a person to go through. This is, from what Riley said earlier, the hole in front of them definitely looked like a teleportation magic. By any chance, is this magic? Ian have heard before about a magic spell that allowed one to travel a long distance instantly. Ian carefully asked, and Nani nodded. Yes, it is teleportation. To make the move easier, instead of a magic circle on the ground, I made it in the form of a gate. Teleportation was something that Nani was not capable of performing before. However, she was not even breaking sweat now. Instead, she just casually explained the magic she just used. "Oh my, what is this?" she said. "It is teleportation. Isn't that incredibly difficult to cast?" Witnessing otherworldly sight happening at the corner of the garden, the few servants who came to see Riley and everyone off had their jaws dropped as they stared at the doorway. Riley also vacantly stared at the doorway that Nani made for a while. He then quickly entered the door. Like young master. It was not certain if Riley heard Nani. He didn't stop walking. Instead, he walked through the door and disappeared without a trace. Ian gulped. Well then, we will get going now." Unlike Riley, who got sucked into the doorway without saying anything to the people, Nani said goodbye to everyone. She gestured to Sarah and Ian to follow her. "Ms. Sarah, Mr. Ian, please come over, quickly." When it closes, it will take a while to open it again. It will be a little dizzy for the moment when you cross through it, but you won't throw up. "Well then, I'll go first." With that as her last words, Nani walked to the door and got sucked in just like Riley. She disappeared without a trace. Now, there were just Ian and Sarah left. They started to glance at each other. "Come on, it's not like this is going to kill us, right?" They both stood there vacantly in front of the door. Of the two, Sarah closed her eyes tightly and charged in. Flash. It sounded like a whirlwind. Along with that sound, Sarah also disappeared, and Ian flinched his shoulders. The door was getting smaller. Looking at the door, Ian was still hesitating about if he should enter or not. "Excuse me, Mr. Ian, it is about to close. Will it be alright if you don't go?" Fellow butlers carefully came behind him and asked Ian. Ian shouted like a hedgehog raising the needle spikes. "Shut up, I am going." "You're here." "Where's Ian?" Having gone through the doorway, Riley was waiting for the rest to arrive. He asked Sarah, who arrived later. "Pardon? I am not sure, I just charged in." So, Sarah said she didn't look back when she went through the door. Nanai stared at the doorway with concerned look. The doorway was gradually getting smaller. "Excuse me, young master, somehow, I am getting a bad feeling about this." It seemed Riley was also thinking the same. He quietly watched and waited for Ian to show himself through the doorway. It was not certain how long they waited in silence. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. When about 30 seconds have passed, the doorway that Nanai made had become narrow. It was now at a size where only a small child could go through. Sarah watched the doorway getting smaller. Concerned and wondering if it was alright to let it be like this, Sarah looked at Nanai. Nanai, could Mr. Ian get swept up in the magic the wrong way? And Sarah carefully muttered. Nanai shook her head and said, "The magic didn't fail. If it failed, Mr. Ian's body would have been transported here all mixed up, or only a part of his body would have been transported." The results were terrifying and horrible just to think about. Sarah gulped. The fact that nothing is happening means, although it could be said nothing happening was a good thing. The problem was that nothing, even something so horrible, was happening. "Mr. Ian?" The doorway that Nanai opened was getting smaller even as they thought about this. The doorway was now so small that only a baby could pass through. Looking at the shrinking door, Sarah vacantly mumbled Ian's name. Chapter 136. Ugh. As if he knew something was going to happen, Riley covered his face with one of his hands and sighed. The teleportation doorway eventually became small to the size of palm, as Riley thought, until the doorway that Nanai opened disappeared. Ian didn't show. "Why, young master, what do we do, Mr. Ian?" "Mr. Ian didn't come? Should I say he couldn't come?" Sarah started to tear up. With pale face, she shivered as she looked at Riley. "What do you mean, what do we do?" As if he had no answer either, Riley furrowed his brows, wondering if there was a way to resolve this. He then turned to look at Nanai. "That is, as I said earlier, the dimensional doorway that I open takes quite a while before I can open again. So, how long?" 2 weeks at least. 2 weeks? Sarah flinched her shoulders. She looked like she just lost her soul. It's Ian's fault for not timing it right. He was thinking the old saying, "Reap what you sow." Thinking about Ian, who must be crying out loud at the mansion, Riley put a bitter smile on his face as he walked. "Why, young master, are you really going to just leave here?" "It cannot be helped." As he said, it was impossible for Nanai to go back to the mansion right now and bring Ian. "Still, nothing will get solved by us hesitating and standing around here. It would be better for us to move. As for Ian, we can contact the mansion during the dinner time," Riley muttered as he looked around the area. He breathed out long. The frosted breath made it look as if he was smoking. Looking at the long, frosted breath coming out, Riley seemed satisfied. He tightened the scarf on his neck a little. "Anyway, this place is pretty nice." The place they arrived through Nanai's teleportation magic was a wide open field that was covered in snow. It was not snowing right now, however, perhaps because it was snowing until just now. The field in front of Riley's eyes was white and soft snow field. Like Riley, Sarah tried blowing out the frosted breath. Sarah put on a bright look on her face after realizing the scenery late. It is, no matter where they looked, everywhere was white. Sarah enjoyed the sound of the snow being crushed as she walked. She turned the bag on her back toward Nanai and asked, "Nanai, can you please bring out the map from my bag?" "A map?" "Yes, it is probably already sticking out from the bag. It is rolled up." Nanai approached the bag and found the map that was sticking out like a tongue. She drew the map from the bag and opened it. "Did you pull it out?" "Yes," Nanai answered as she opened the map. Sarah turned around to look at the map together. "Can you guess where we are?" Although they moved instantly using the teleportation, Sarah thought it would be best to confirm for sure about their current location, so she asked Nanai. It seemed Riley was also curious about the current location. He stopped looking around for a moment and joined them. I think we are around here. They were at quite a distance from the Falata mansion and the Salia castle. The area around where Nanai pointed was surrounded by mountains. The area didn't have a name. Riley was looking at the part that Nanai pointed with her finger. Before anyone realized, he was furrowing his brows. It was near? He was not sure if this was just a coincidence, but Riley found words that read Duke Philosnian Manor not far from where they were on the map. This was why. Pajajaduk. Thanks to the magic that Nanai used, they had been stepping on snow. Still, they were able to walk without slipping or falling. The group found a suitable place to rest, so they started to unpack there. Is he planning on walking aimlessly and going back? Pardon? I'm talking about the young master. Of the two maids who were getting the dinner ready, Sarah opened her mouth first and asked. Nanai flinched and said, I am not sure. From what Sarah just said, Nanai noticed that Riley must have not told Sarah the truth about the trip. Nanai pretended to be busy and worked on the potato she was handling. Well, he is going through the puberty, so I can understand something like this. Puberty? This wasn't something like puberty. Nanai thought about what happened during last fall at the Lower Salia. Nanai suddenly fell into deep thoughts. Meanwhile, Sarah asked as if she was just muttering to herself. Now that I think about it, Nanai, you are around the same age as our young master, right? Having heard what Sarah said, Nanai looked at Riley, who unpacked and just sat there with blank look on his face. Nanai stopped her hands which were handling the potato. Lady Iris was worrying about him. She said he looked anxious somehow. That's why I came. I'm sure you know too, but Mr. Ian is somehow lacking in sensitivities, you know. Yes, well, yes, I really think wandering around aimlessly is a little. Still, I think it would be good to move with a destination in mind. If we get the chance, I think it would be fine to stop by at the Duke Philosnian's manor. There happens to be an invitation too. An invitation? With the mention of the Duke's manor, Nanai asked what the invitation was about. Sarah nodded and said, yes, it's the end of the year banquet. Young Master Riley was invited to it, although I think he said he won't go in the end. I saw the map earlier, and it seemed pretty close. Right. Without the invitation, being allowed in will be highly unlikely. I guess it will be hard. Slice. It was not certain what Nanai was thinking. She was vacantly handling the potato, but she dropped the carving knife she held. What are you doing? Nanai was thinking about the scene of Riley and Riatrina being on the prospective marriage meeting at the garden. While thinking about this, Nanai cut her thumb. Are you alright? Did you cut deep? Yes, I'm alright. Putting up a look on her face as if she was fine, Nanai put her thumb inside her mouth. Sarah sighed in relief and asked, ugh, what were you thinking about so vacantly? I was just. Nanai was blurring the end of the sentence. Sarah brought out the emergency herb from the bag that was full of stuff. She rubbed the herb and got the juice out of it. Sarah snatched Nanai's thumb. If Miss Willis saw this, you would have been scolded by the bucket load, you know. You should be careful. Nanai, your hand is quite pretty. Pardon? Your hand. It is pretty. Sarah tightly held Nanai's hand that was missing 2 fingers. Nanai's thumb had a pretty deep cut. Sarah applied the herb juice on it and continued, it will sting a little. Unlike what Nanai said earlier, the cut appeared to be deep. With concerned look on her face, Sarah looked at Nanai's face. Although this herb was definitely going to make the cut wound to sting, Nanai's face looked completely fine. It was to the point of being weird. Are you alright? Yes, a pain like this is. Nanai had endured significantly worse pain at the magic tower. When it came to a cut on her thumb, she couldn't even call it pain. It was more like tickling. However, for some reason, Nanai couldn't finish her sentence. Instead, she cringed. Excuse me, Ms. Sarah. With the herb juice applied, Sarah carefully wrapped bandage on Nanai's thumb. Sarah looked at Nanai's face and tilted her head to the side. What is it? My hand. Is it really pretty? When Nanai was at the magic tower and being experimented on, in order to withstand the pain and hunger, She chewed off and swallowed her own fingers without realizing. This was why she didn't have two of her fingers, you know. It is definitely hideous. With her hand, she couldn't even wear the precious treasure that Riley gave her some time ago. Nanae mumbled as she looked at her hand. You don't need to say nice things that you don't really mean. Please tell me honestly. My hand. It is definitely hideous, right? Sarah's first aid was perfect. Nanae looked at her thumb, which was neatly wrapped in bandage. She picked up the carving knife she dropped to the floor and started to clean up the potato again. Sarah watched Nanae working on the potato again. She then grabbed her carving knife as well and said, I was being honest. It's hard to use that hand, but you use it to swing sword, pour tea for the young master, do laundry, and even now, like this. You are cooking too? Facing Nanae, who was vacantly staring back at herself, Sarah greeted with bright smile as she continued, Nanae, your hand is a pretty hand. If you get it injured more, it really will become ugly, so you shouldn't let it get any more scars, alright? Nanae watched Sarah's smiley face. Nanae's cheeks were red from the cold weather. Now, they were even more red. Oh, of course. In that case, would it be alright to use this hand to brush young master's hair? Pardon? The question was so out of the blue. Sarah showed a stunned response for a moment. She then snickered. Sarah said, I am not sure, I don't know about that. Having heard Sarah's response, the expression on Nanae's face changed rapidly. Booyah up. As if Sarah found it fun to watch, Sarah snickered again. She looked at Riley, who was just sitting and enjoying the snowfield view, and said, why don't you ask young master yourself? No, instead of asking. Just do it. Just do it. That would be a little. What's so bad about it? If you get scolded, then you'll get scolded. If Mr. Ian heard about this, he might cause ruckus for a bit, but Mr. Ian is not here for the moment. As long as you mean well, I don't think young master would get angry. Riley had his chin resting on his hand. He was enjoying the snowfield view. Now, his eyelids were flickering, and his head was knocking. Perhaps he was tired. He appeared to be sleepy. Sarah pushed Nanae's back hard and pointed with her chin as if she was trying to tell Nanae to go for it. We readied the vegetables. We just need to boil them. So, you can leave the rest to me. Please get going. Despite Sarah's suggestion, Nanae still was not able to put down the carving knife. Sarah tapped on Nanae's back hard once again. Unable to say no, Nanae finally laid down the knife and started to walk. Excuse me, young master. What Sarah did was cheering for Nanae in a way that was not really cheering. Because of what Sarah did, Nanae ended up walking to front of Riley. She carefully looked at Riley's face. Riley was staring at the snowfield with a blank look on his face. There was a dark shadow casted on his face. Although this winter trip was to fix Nanae's illness, this was a trip still. Riley should be enjoying the trip, but his face had a shadow casted on. Having realized this, Nanae felt frustrated inside. Young master, could it be that her voice was too small to be heard? Nanae looked at Riley with concerned face. She raised her voice and called him again. Nanae. It seemed her voice finally reached him. Riley turned his head and looked at Nanae. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, is the food ready? No. Not yet. The stew is being prepared. I think it will take a bit to boil it. Is that so? As if she was hurting inside, she lightly crumpled her face. It was because of what she noticed under Riley's eyes. They were something others would not have noticed without taking a closer look. It was a minor part that only Nanae would have been able to notice. They were pretty dark and deep. Young master, are you alright? What is it? It seems you have not had good night's sleep in the past few days. Your face does not look so. Huh? Nanae looked concerned as she asked. Riley acted like there was nothing wrong and said, nothing in particular. You saw me yawn all the time, haven't you? Why are you asking me that all of the sudden? But in that case, now that you brought it up, should I get some shut-eyes for a bit? You said the stew will take a while, right? Can you bring your lap down here? Having heard what Riley said, she sat to turn her lap into a pillow for Riley. Riley leaned his head on Nanae's lap and closed his eyes. and Nanai stared at him. Young master. With his eyes closed, he was breathing like a sleeping baby. Having noticed him being like that, Nanai called him in quiet voice. Riley didn't answer. If anyone else saw him, they would have thought that Riley was asleep. You can't sleep? Riley didn't answer this time either. It looked like he was sleeping. Nanai bit her lower lips. You can't. No, you are not sleeping. Riley, who had his eyes gently closed, twitched his eyebrows once. It was as Nanai said. Riley was trying not to sleep. It was to the point where he could not remember how long he had been doing this. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me, Riley answered. Of course, he had no intention of actually going to sleep. He was planning on just closing his eyes and killing time before opening his eyes and saying, I slept well, young master. Nanai looked at Riley sympathetically. It was at the moment when she was going to continue her words as she fiddled with her right hand. They could hear the sound of beastly roar from nearby. Chapter 137. This sound, Riley, who had his eyes closed, perked up his ears because of the sound. To detect the ones responsible for the roar, Riley widened his senses. The sound was coming from the left side of the group. Fortunately, it didn't look like there were many of them. About two? The roar could be heard again. This sound is. It can't be. Sarah had been preparing the stew after getting the vegetables prepared. Having heard the beastly roar coming from the bushes on the left, Sarah flinched her shoulders. Could they be wolves? It seemed Nanai also noticed the sounds. She mumbled in low voice and steadily gazed toward the bush. Nanai, I think there must be wolves. This smell is definitely. It seemed she was right. After a few crackling sounds coming from beyond the bush, they noticed sharp eyes unique to the wolves. Sarah turned pale after finding the wolves' eyes. Riley, who was pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, narrowly opened them and got up from Nanai's lap. Do wolves here not have any sense of fear? Riley's eyes, which were drenched in exhaustion, started to glare at the wolves beyond the bushes. I need to kill them. The wolves growled toward them again. Facing the wolves, Riley also started to grind his teeth. He got annoyed about the fact that his rest was interrupted. Also, he thought an incident like this will repeat again later if he didn't kill them. If I kill them, Riley had memories of a time when sparing the lives of things snarling with bare fangs lead to bloodshed. To not repeat the mistake he made in his past life, he was about to move his hand toward his waist. However, his wrist was tightly grabbed by someone. Young master. The hand was a horrid-looking hand that was missing two fingers. It was Nanai's hand. Although it looked horrible, the hand holding his wrist felt warm. Perhaps that was the reason. Riley's eyes shook for a moment. There is no need to kill them. Nanai stared at Riley and said that. Riley fiddled with the fingers that were headed to his waist. If I don't kill them, these bastards will come again. Young master. Nanai called Riley again. These children are not humans. Unlike Riley, who thought the wolves growling at them from beyond the bushes should be killed, Nanai was saying, he should let them live. If I tell them in words, they will definitely understand. She said to talk to them in words. Finding it to be ridiculous, Riley opened his mouth. Riley wondered if she knew humans and wolves backwards. It was such an absurd response. You seem to be. As if he was trying to tell Nanai to cut the nonsense. He shook off Nanai's hand and tried to draw his sword. Nanai got up from her seat. Young master, she called Riley again. Drawing sword every time incidents like this happens and causing bloodshed. That's not what you want, right? Having heard Nanai, Riley's eyes shook big again. It was because he couldn't find an answer for that question right away. To avoid annoying businesses, the kind he experienced in his past, to preemptively extinguish things that could lead to problems later, Riley had been swinging his sword without hesitation. This was a path that was clearly different from his past. Please sit and rest. Nanai raised her right hand on Riley's shoulder and pressed down lightly to get Riley to sit down. She then walked toward the bush where the growling sounds could be heard. Nanai. Sarah turned pale because of unexpected appearance of wolves. She held the ladle, which was on the pot, on her hand like a sword in tears. Hurry, chase them away. Having heard Sarah's frightened voice, Nanai turned her head to glance at Sarah. Nanai smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah, yes." It seemed she was feeling uncomfortable having Riley and Sarah's gazes being aimed at her back. Nanai broke cold sweat. She walked to right in front of the bushes and got on her knees. "Is there just two?" Nanai sat on the ground and leveled her eyes with two wolves, as if she felt something was up. She furrowed her brows. She found something she couldn't see when the wolves were hiding in the bushes. There were black stains on their fur. Weary of Nanai, the wolves completely crumpled their mouths and were growling at her. They had a lot of black stains on their fur. "Quiet, I am not trying to hurt you." Nanai brought her index finger to her lips and said to the wolves, as if they were actually communicating. The wolves relaxed their faces a little and started to reduce growling sounds. "They are talking to each other." Riley, who was watching this from the back, narrowed his eyes as if he was unable to comprehend the situation. "Why don't you come over here?" Nanai extended her hand. Two wolves, who were steadily looking at her eyes, very carefully walked to the front and started to rub their mouths on the top of her hand. "How did you do that?" Riley asked. Nanai, who was gently brushing the wolves, turned toward Riley and said, "My teacher's cave is full of spirit animals who protect the place. I learned how to talk to animals from them." Riley thought Nanai simply overwhelmed the wolves with her power or intensity. Having heard her answer, Riley realized he made the wrong guess. He clicked his tongue. "Young master." For a bit. As if she was trying to tell Riley to come over, Nanai made hand gestures with a serious look on her face. Riley tilted his head to the side and walked over to her. Riley looked at the wolves while standing behind Nanai, and he also furrowed his brows just like Nanai had earlier. It was because of the black stains. The stains were tangled up on their fur like mud. The pitch black stains were twitching irregularly as if they were alive. "This stain, it is the same as the phenomenon I observed at the desert area nearby the Salia Castle." "Desert, young master, by any chance? Have you seen it before?" Riley nodded. During the successorship competition, Riley saw traces of stains similar to this at a cave near the Alei village. It was highly acidic, made boiling sound, and smelled so horrible that even Riley had to close his nose. The stench was at epidemic level. "Let's see." Riley brought his nose close to the stains on the wolves and checked the smells. Ugh! It reeked. It was puke-inducingly horrible. The stench was definitely the same as the one he smelled at the cave near the Alei village. "That's right, I've seen this before." It seemed it had been a long time since the stain got on the wolves. Compared to what Riley saw before, the stains were weakened. However, the stench was most certainly the same one. "This stain, if it is what I think it is, it must be left by the two people that my teacher and Lady Iltaru are pursuing." "People they are pursuing?" "They are people who are similar to Rebathra or dark mages who can raise the dead, using the wind magic." Nanai carefully cut away the dark stains clumped on the wolf's fur. She cringed as she dropped the stains to the ground. Bubble bubble. The black stains were getting absorbed into the ground while exuding horrible stench. This was why the mercenary named Cabal, the one who took away our count's arm, is suspected to have been at that desert. Nanai brought up the name as she watched the ground and grass dying. "Cabal?" She carefully eliminated the stain on the other wolf. Having heard Riley's question, she described the scenery she saw at the desert. "Yes, that's why I said they are similar kind of people." She described that the sands on the desert were all soaked in black stains, the oasis had gone dry, and there are several craters as if several tens of explosion magic spells were cast there. On top of that, she also said the locations of the hills were changed in disarray. "As you suspected, they are people who can use special abilities other than magic, and they are doing it without mana." Riley thought about the dark mage who raised the dead. His thoughts naturally got to Rebathra and the voice that came from beyond a dimensional portal. Riley started to grind his teeth. Anyway, these two children. It will be alright if I took them in, right?" Nanai realized Riley's face was starting to crumple. To change the subject, she proposed taking in the wolves. Riley relaxed his face and started to scratch his head. Won't it be fine to just let them go? Having heard Riley's question, Nanae shook her head and said, "Young master, I didn't make this choice just to save them." Nanae stopped Riley when he was trying to draw his sword. She then walked toward the wolves that were snarling and extended her hand toward them. She did it all, but it wasn't exactly because she valued the wolves' lives. "It's for you, young master." "For me?" Nanae answered as she brushed the wolves. Riley tilted his head to the side. "I read on a book while I was at the rainfield. It said wolves are pretty useful on snowfield. So, I thought they might be helpful to your travel. Instead of killing them. Doing this is far better, right?" Having heard Nanae's answer, Riley rubbed his face with his right hand and sighed. Ugh. It was because he realized that he was mentally exhausted. He realized it with certainty at this very moment. If it was me from before, Riley felt that the choice that Nanae recommended was more like him than the idea of just killing the wolves without thinking. Riley used to be able to come up with such ideas with ease before. Now, he was not able to lately. And this was the reason why Riley sighed just now. "Do as you wish," Riley answered as if he was muttering. Nanae slowly nodded. Excuse me. Riley and Nanae turned their heads toward the direction of the cautious voice. There was Sarah hiding herself behind the pot and holding the ladle tightly. With her face full of tears, she was looking at the two. "Can we just send them away?" It was nightfall in the forest. They took care of dinner with the stew. Of the people next to the bonfire, there were just two who were awake. "Come on, Nanae, you said you will give young master the lap pillow so he could sleep soundly. How could you fall asleep instead?" The ones awake were Sarah and Riley. In particular, Sarah was looking frustrated as she watched Nanae sleeping while leaning on Riley's shoulder. "You are not angry about the wolves, right?" "I am not, you know." Near Nanae's lap, two wolves rolled themselves up and were sleeping. Sarah was watching them, and the wolves' tails rose up all of a sudden. Sarah flinched her shoulders. I really am not, you see." Sarah's sense of smell is like wolves. No, her sense of smell might be better than wolves. Yet she is the one who is afraid of wolves. Riley learned something fun. He peeked a smile. Meanwhile, Sarah pouted and started to complain. "Yes, that's right. Actually, I am a little afraid of dogs." Sarah hugged her knees and brought it up. Riley jokingly mumbled, "These are not dogs, you know." Anyway, they look similar." Sarah shouted. All of a sudden, one of the wolves got up and blinked its eyes, and Sarah stopped acting up. Instead, she started to hold her breath. The awakened wolf stared at Sarah and then rolled its body back up. It went back to sleep. Sarah coughed out the breath that she was holding. In tears, she continued what she mentioned earlier. "When I was young, I was bitten by a dog." The memory is still there as a trauma. So, Riley thought about how Sarah was shaking while holding a ladle. Riley nodded as if he understood. "I think I can understand that." "Young master, do you not have any, things like trauma?" In light of Sarah's question, Riley vacantly stared at the bonfire. Dadak. He merely tuned into the sound of the woods burning. In the end, Riley didn't answer her question. Chapter 138. I guess you wouldn't have any." Still hugging her knees, Sarah vacantly stared at Riley's face from the side while he did not answer. "I have them." Sarah steadily gazed at the bonfire and mumbled, "I have quite a few of them." Dadak. The piled-up firewood fell to the side of the fire and flew up sparks. "Not just about dogs, but many other things. So, I always try to be careful, but when it comes to dogs, I am still not very good at it." While listening to Sarah, Riley thought about her cold eyes toward the pickpockets that came at them when they were at Salia last spring. Is Lower Salia one of them? Riley agonized over it for a while, thinking it might be a question that didn't need to be asked. Unable to stand the curiosity, he asked anyway. Sarah had a bitter smile on her face. She picked up a wood stick laying around her. Yes, she used it to poke and move around the firewood inside the bonfire which were burned completely. She nodded and asked, "You knew?" "Not completely. During last spring, at Salia, I saw your eyes turning scary cold. So, I thought it might be related. Ah, Sarah smiled awkwardly and turned back to bitter smile. You saw that? Dadak, Dadak. It seemed the smell of firewood was bothering Sarah. She touched her nose as she said, my nose, the reason why my sense of smell is a little better than others. Have I told you before? Riley's ability to recall things had deteriorated severely lately. He shook his head as if he was not sure. Sarah said, it's a little embarrassing to tell you this because it was from a long time ago. I used to live at the Lower Salia for a time. I am not sure how long I was there, so I am not sure if I should call that place my second home. Still, it was for quite a long time. Riley thought Sarah came from the left Salia. With a surprised look on his face, Riley looked at Sarah's face. For a time, you mean? When I was a kid, when I was very little. It's a memory I do not wish to remember. I am not sure how old I was, but I think I was around 10 years old. She said she lost her parents through an accident. She poked at the bonfire with a stick and continued, struggling here and there, begging to people here and there. At the Lower Salia, calling it desperate would not be enough. I lived with grit, clinging to life like that. Sarah brought up absolutely horrifying things that were difficult to mention. She glanced at Riley, who was keeping silent, as she continued. Anyway, my nose became good while living there. It's because one cannot survive there without good sense of smell. Others who didn't develop their sense of smell were eaten by other people or survived by using their sense of hearing. She then continued the stories about the Lower Salia. When the stick she held broke, she added that her sense of smell was not the only thing she got from there. When a man's hand is coming toward me, the sound of steps on a puddle, echo at a dark, wet place, sealed off places. Although there are a few other things. Folding her fingers, she told Riley about her traumas. Sarah eventually buried her face on top of her knees. Well, I know you are not going to change your attitude just because I told you these things, but now I'm embarrassed to having told you these things. I feel like I'm becoming sentimental. Riley looked at Sarah with respect. He was being honest. Riley always thought it was impossible to tell one's own trauma to people who were close. Hey, Sarah, Riley called Sarah in serious tone. Sarah lightly lifted her face from her knees and looked at Riley. Sarah, by any chance, did you overcome those traumas? His voice sounded more serious than ever. Sarah placed her forehead at her knees and shook her head. No, her answer was, I did not overcome them. You saw earlier, right? The dogs earlier. I mean the wolves. I was shaking just from looking. There was not even an ounce of confidence in her voice. Riley also had a bitter look on his face. Is that so? Could it be that Sarah realized his bitter voice? Sarah looked at Riley again and said, Still, I'm living well. Riley vacantly looked at her. Everyone has weaknesses, right? The 6 circles mage sleeping next to you. No. Is her circles higher now? Anyway, our grand mage girl has several weaknesses, you know. Sarah proudly looked at Nanai's face, which still had scars. Sarah directed her gaze back to Riley and said, young master, although you said you don't have any, honestly, when carefully looked at, oddly enough, you have many weaknesses. Riley furrowed his eyebrows, wondering if he was found out. Sarah snickered and started to talk about Riley's weaknesses. She thought about, you hate bothersome things, you take naps a lot, you will do anything when it comes to Lady Iris, you cannot say no to Mr. Ian when he pesters you. Perhaps these are not weaknesses. Maybe they are your good points, Sarah. I don't think they are bad. Living with weaknesses. The thing is, the bonfire was growing weaker. Sarah carefully lifted a firewood and placed it inside the fire as she spoke. It was as if the bonfire cried for help toward Sarah and she helped out in response. It's not bad because I can ask for help. Sarah smiled lightly. A person without any weakness won't be able to get help from others easily, even if the person extended the hand and reached for help. However, a person with weakness can get help. That's why. She shuffled the firewood and grew the fire. She said, I'll handle the fire, so please get some sleep. Next day morning, the wolves they met yesterday woke up first, and Nanai got up next. I am sorry. I am so ashamed. To think I would fall asleep first. Nanai continued to apologize through the breakfast and until they started to be on their way again. I got it. Please. It is alright to stop apologizing now. I figured you must have gotten tired from using that teleport magic. Sarah smiled as if she thought Nanai could not be helped. She explained to Nanai that she didn't need to apologize anymore and calmed her down. Nanai sighed. Ugh. If you are that sorry, please tell the wolves this for me. Please tell them to don't come close to me. You don't need to worry so much. If it is alright with you, would you like to try becoming close with them? They won't bite even if you pat them. Sarah became pale and walked back. Riley, who was watching this from the back, pulled Nanai's ear. That's enough. Thinking she was saved by Riley, Sarah sighed in relief. Nanai realized her mistake and made amends. I'll definitely tell them. Riley scolded Nanai several times, and Nanai tumbled. She withdrew the wolves that were trying to get close to Sarah. It seemed she was feeling very guilty about falling asleep first last night. Nanai looked gloomy again, and Sarah noticed this. Still, it seemed befriending wolves was going to be difficult for Sarah. She lightly moved away and put distance between her and the wolves. By the way, these wolves had those black stains on them, right? Sarah was blushing and widening the distance with the wolves, and Riley smiled in secret as he watched. Nanai was having a conversation with the wolves, and Riley asked her about the stains. Where did they say they came from? As if she understood the request, Nanai, who was watching the wolves that put distance from Sarah, carefully said, about that. They are from pretty far. Both of them. Yes, they are from at least 2 mountains away from here. Unfortunately, it seems their kinds all died from the epidemic. They are only survivors. Yes, Nanai added that not just the wolves, but the forest that they used to live also rotted and died. She carefully asked, are you going to that direction? Having heard the question, Riley diligently rolled his brain. Riley looked toward the direction beyond the mountain where the wolves said they used to live. Riley asked Nanai, what about the direction that Heliana said? It's different. If the wolves' former habitat is beyond that mountain, the place I'm supposed to go to is straight this way. Make a left turn or go straight. So that's the question. Riley nodded after hearing the explanation. It seemed he was deep in thoughts for a moment. He looked to the front and said, let's go forward. Forward. It meant Riley was saying they should handle Nanai's matter first. Nanai didn't ask why. She just nodded. Excuse me, both of you? What are you talking about in secret? Can you let me in on it too? Sarah was weary of the wolves on the front, but she felt excluded as she watched Riley and Nanai whispering to each other. She asked, hoping to know what they were talking about. It's nothing. We were just talking about which direction to go. Yes, we decided to go straight. Nanai raised her palm to the front and created fire. Miss Heliana, what is it? Where is this place? Greater than. Sarah didn't understand why Nanai suddenly put forth her palm. When the flame on her palm spoke, Sarah flinched her shoulders. What is this now? That arrogant little bastard. That arrogant little bastard. Cabal the mercenary was a mess. His hammer had turned completely black, and over half of it melted away. He tossed it without care and spat out phlegm. How could a little bastard like him become the left leg? I really cannot understand why. Chopping his head off after killing him won't be enough to quench my anger. Cabal confirmed that the phlegm that he spat to the ground was pitch black. As if he was disgusted, he stepped hard on it with his left foot and complained, God damn it, if it wasn't for that blind bitch meddling on it. Wee-eek, from left and right, snow wind was blowing. Sitting there, Cabal let out his frustration. From his back, sparks started to fly along with zzzz sound. Cabal casually turned his head back to look. Wondering what that was about, he glared at the area. Heed my words, right leg. Greater than. Ominous voice could be heard from the place where sparks flied. Cabal, who was sitting at a boulder, quickly got up and lowered his head toward the direction of the voice. Right leg is listening to your voice. Kabul called himself the right leg. Kabul's body was shaking before he noticed. Some may have assumed he was shivering from cold. He was at top of a snow-covered mountain after all. However, he wasn't shaking from cold. It was the voice. Having heard the words, Kabul, who had his head down, opened his eyes big. Huriel-eyed? That is not possible. Rabathra would have retrieved that guy's corpse. The voice continued. Right leg, go with the head and find someone who could take the left hand's place. This is my order. Greater than. Kabul lifted his head and looked toward the place where the voice was coming from. Zizzizik. From the space where lightning was pouring out, something that looked like a hole appeared. From the hole, an orb, size of someone's fist, suddenly popped out and dropped to the snowfield. It was black. Inside, there were purple gas-like things swarming around. Looking at the orb, Kabul's eyes became red. Really? Huriel, that bastard is? There is a wound on the heart. From now on, treat the heart with care. Greater than. Kabul had his two hands on the snowfield. Having heard the words, he tightened his fists. The words meant that, not only Huriel, his comrade, but Rabathra was also attacked. Soon, the sparking sound started to subside. The hole disappeared, and the frightening voice could no longer be heard either. Kabul lifted his head. I'll tear you apart to pieces. Kabul opened his eyes big. The gleam on his eyes had purple light lingering there. The light was as frightening as the voice earlier. Chapter 139. What did you say? Because of snowstorm that started in middle of their path, Riley and others decided to rest for a bit at a cave nearby. One of them screamed, Jay, just now. What did you say? Ms. Sarah, please calm down. Do you think I can calm down? While resting, they decided to prepare lunch too, so they were at it. However, it looked like something was up between the two. Riley, who was looking outside the cave, scratched the back of his head. He looked like he was not sure about what to do. Why? You are not yet cured of your illness? You are not completely well? I thought you came back after being healed completely. It seemed Sarah was very shocked by what Nanai just told her. Sarah strained her eyes in concern and looked at Nanai. Facing Sarah, Nanai had apologetic look on her face. Before Sarah worried more, Nanai said she won't be dying at least. I'm on this trip so I can be healed. Young master, did you know about this all along? It seemed Sarah was feeling she was tricked. She quickly turned her head and started to stare at Riley. Riley avoided her gaze and said, That's right. So, this trip is also for that? Sarah asked in disbelief. And Nanai nodded. It's because of me. I didn't even know this, and there was a flame that was flying around the area. To be precise, the flame was Heliana, the summoned spirit. Sarah looked at Heliana and put up dumbfounded look on her face. She then turned her face red as if she was mad as she glared at Nanai. Nanai, you really? Sarah was half shocked and half upset. With those feelings in her heart, Sarah glared at Nanai. Sarah tightly grabbed on Nanai's shoulder and started to talk as if she was disappointed. Why didn't you say anything to me? I was concerned you might worry like this. It seemed Nanai was sorry. She was unable to look at her in the eyes. Nanai merely fiddled with her fingers. Watching this made Sarah even more angry. Sarah shook Nanai's shoulder. Still, actually, we were never going to tell you, but since you ended up going with us on the trip, young master said it would better to tell you, so. Young master did. Sarah was yelling at Nanai while holding her on the shoulder. Sarah casually turned her head and looked at Riley who was sitting near the cave's entrance. Shrug. Riley's eyes met with Sarah's, and he shrugged. Ugh. It seemed seeing Riley shrug made Sarah feel a little better. She sighed big time and looked at Nanai again. Alright, at least you told me now. It's fine. I'm sorry. Nanai, with sincere look on her face, apologized. Sarah placed her hands to rest on her waist and said, I knew something was up. It was not like our young master to say he wants to go on a trip during the winter. I thought it was so out of the blue that I wondered if the sun was going to rise from the west the next morning. Ah, ha ha ha. In that case, I guess Lady Iris was wrong about her worries. That's unusual also, Lady Iris? That's right. Actually, I was added to this trip because she was worried about our young master. She asked me to go with you. Sarah didn't cause ruckus for long. She went back to preparing the lunch again. She watched Riley, who was sitting at the cave entrance and slowly blinking his eyes. Well, looks like maybe Lady Iris was just overly concerned. Listening to Sarah mumbling, Nanae steadily watched Riley as she thought that Iris' worries were not baseless. Anxious, Nanae bit her lower lips. The trip. While Nanae was deep in her distracted thoughts, Sarah wiped off her hands with the apron. It seemed she was done with preparing the lunch. She went to Riley. Young master, young master. Riley was blinking his eyes as he watched the snowstorm outside. He was about to doze off, but because someone shook his shoulder, he opened his eyes big and turned to look who it was. Here is your meal. Somehow, Riley appeared to be on the edge. Sarah shriveled as she gave him lunch. I'm sorry. What time is it? It's almost 1 p.m. You were awake only a moment ago. Did I wake you up at the wrong time? Would you like to go back to sleep? No, it's fine. Last night, although he left Sarah to be on guard through the night, Riley merely had his eyes closed without actually falling asleep. He was awake through the entire night until the morning. Riley rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up. It smells great. It seemed they made a different course from the stew yesterday. The delicious smell made Riley smile. He walked to the inside. Young master. Yes. Are you all right? You look very tired. Now, not just Nanae, but even Sarah could notice the tired look on Riley's face. It looked that bad. It had not been long since they started the travel, yet he was already like this, let alone handling the rest of the trip. It looked like Riley should be concerned about how he would look when he contacts the mansion through the mirror. It's nothing. It's not like they have seen me looking sleepy only a few times, right? If you are that concerned, I'll get some shut-eyes after eating. Riley's hand was shaking due to lack of sleep. He forced himself to have his hand calm down and lifted the spoon. Having seen this, Nanae bit her lips as if she was worried. If I used sleep spell on young master? No, that's no good. Young master will be angry with me if I did. In the past few days, or perhaps weeks, Riley was not getting sleep. Having noticed this, Nanae tightly grabbed onto her skirt. It seemed she looked upset. What should I do? Is there anything I can do? Is there nothing? Nanae mumbled inside, as if she read Nanae's mind. A flame bloomed on Nanae's shoulder. It was Heliana. Yes, a little. Number. I am very worried. I know. I can see how you feel from the look on your face. Greater than. You. Because of what Heliana just pointed out, Nanae rubbed her face and corrected her expression, wondering if Heliana had any suggestions. Nanae looked at the summoned spirit. Even I am not sure about this. We summoned spirits cannot fight the need to sleep. Even my master cannot win against that. I always thought nothing in this world can beat sleep, yet. Greater than. Having mentioned even Andal, her master, Heliana stared at Riley, the human who was fighting off sleep, as if she was disgusted by him. That one over there. No matter how big of a fiend he is, I think something horrible will happen if he keeps going like this. Greater than. Instead of chewing on food, Riley was eating as if he was biting off a piece of rag. Heliana fiddled with her chin and turned again toward Nanae, who looked very anxious. Heliana asked, that is, I do have one reason I can think of, but it is not something I can tell you without his permission. So, you humans sure have your lives so complicated. Greater than. Wondering if there was any great idea, Heliana leaned on Nanae's cheek and thought hard about it together. Heliana mumbled, well then, it cannot be helped. Greater than. It seemed the snowstorm outside was pretty strong. Although it had been a while, the storm was not showing any sign of winding down. Riley made a suggestion to Nanae. Let's keep going. Like this. Having heard the sound of the wind outside the cave, Sarah didn't know what to do. She asked with concerned look on her face. It cannot be helped. We don't even know how much further we have to go either. So, Riley got up from his seat and mumbled. Nanae, who was rolling her thumb around, had similar look on her face. Nanae said, young master. Even so, don't you think it might be a little dangerous? In a snowstorm like this, we could get separated from each other too. That's why we took in 2 wolves. If not, you can use magic too. That's true, but alright, let's get going. My body aches because I had been trying to sit still. Having heard Riley, Nanae and Sarah both glanced at each other. Of all people, young master just said that? This was quite the contrary to what Riley was doing earlier. Riley was dozing off, blinking his eyes with blank look on his face as if he was mesmerized by something. I need to move. If this was any other day, Riley would have spent the time away taking daytime naps while lying down. Now, he was saying his body was aching to move. He didn't really mean that. He was trying to keep his eyes wide open by forcing himself to move continuously. Young master, I'll get going first. Follow me, young master. Riley got outside into the snowstorm. Sarah, who extended her arm toward Riley, turned to look at Nanae, not knowing what to do. Nanae, shouldn't you stop him? Nanae spared the response. Contrary to what Sarah was hoping for, she straightened her knees and got up. Now, we should head out too. Nanae, it will be alright. Unable to comprehend Nanae, Sarah was about to have an argument with Nanae about this. However, Sarah noticed the determined look on Nanae's face. Sarah relaxed her crumpled eyebrows. Ugh! It seemed Sarah trusted Nanae. Sarah followed suit and got up. She also got out of the cave, into the snowstorm. The snowstorm is, Sarah faltered because of the harsh wind. The snowstorm was so severe that she couldn't see what was right in front of her. She started to look for Riley, who went out into the open first. Young master. Sarah covered her face with her arm and called Riley. She realized the intensity of the snowstorm that was harassing her had subsided substantially. Sarah opened her eyes big. Ms. Sarah, are you alright? It seemed Nanae used magic. Unlike how the scenery looked, something was resisting the snow and wind. It suddenly became easier to move. Sarah lowered the arm she used to cover her face and called for Riley again. Young master. Unlike them, Riley was walking through the snow without Nanae's magic. Having noticed Riley, Sarah quickly followed him. Young master, please wait. I'll cast resist magic for you. Nanae operated mana inside her body and extended her hand toward Riley. Resist magic? Yes. Having heard what Nanae just said, Riley turned. As if he understood it, he made an OK sign with his right hand. Miss Helena, help me. Having noticed Riley's hand, Nanae nodded lightly and looked at her own shoulder. Despite the snowstorm, the summoned spirit of flame was burning up in full force. The spirit locked her eyes with Nanae and nodded. Alright. With her hand to the front, Nanae prepared magic and casted not the resist magic but sleep magic. Please. Although she said it was resist magic, she cast sleep magic instead. She felt guilty inside, but hid her emotion and hoped she would not be found out. Please. He must not notice this. Nanae thought Riley would withstand the spell if she just cast the sleep spell, so she chose this method. That guy is already on his last leg. It's ridiculous that we have to cast sleep spell like this to him in the first place, but greater than. Helena was helping Nanae to use the magic. Helena mumbled as she broke cold sweat. If I get scolded for this, that's that. I can't just sit and watch this anymore. Nanae apologized inside. She gathered up all of her mana, even one she didn't know she had, and used them all to cast the sleep spell on Riley. You don't need to cast something like this for. Riley was standing there and looking back toward where Nanae was. His eyes slowly closed. At the same time, his body also slowly tilted. Because Nanae said it was resist magic, Riley let his guard down. Also, it seemed the exhaustion from days' worth of lack of sleep came rushing at him at once. Riley collapsed to the front as he fell asleep. Why, young master? Sarah didn't know what was really happening. She saw Riley suddenly losing consciousness and collapsing. She tumbled and rushed toward Riley. Young master. Fortunately, he fell to the snowfield, so he didn't fall hard. The problem was that it looked like he just fainted. Nanai, young master has, huh? Sarah turned to look at Nanai, who cast magic on Riley. Sarah had a question mark on her face. Only a moment ago, Nanai was behind Sarah. Now, she was gone without a trace. Nanai, young master. Only a moment ago, Nanai was behind Sarah, but now she could hear Nanai's voice from the front. Sarah blinked her eyes vacantly and turned to look at where Riley was. Nanai was there. It seemed she used a short-range teleportation magic. Nanai instantly appeared in front of Riley. She supported Riley, who was asleep. It looked like Nanai could cry. "I am sorry. I'll receive the punishment later." Ugh. I thought you disappeared. Sarah was worried how they were going to move if Nanai was gone. She sighed in relief and came next to them. "How's young master?" "He fell asleep." "That's all." "Did you do it?" Nanai nodded. "Yes, I did it." Nanai held Riley a little tighter in her arms. She bit her lips and said, "In the past few days." "No. Few weeks. He didn't get proper sleep. I was concerned about his well-being." "So, few weeks?" "I definitely saw him sleeping during the morning. He probably just had his eyes closed." "What?" "For now, let's go back to the cave." Nanai looked at Riley sleeping. This time, she used a more powerful resist magic. Chapter 140. It's been about a week since Riley fell asleep by Nanai's spell. Sarah's bag, which was once full of food ingredients and expendable items, was gradually being depleted. Sarah was taking care of Riley, who was lying down, and the look on her face didn't look so good. Perhaps she was concerned about the supplies. This is really bad. Unlike a week earlier, Riley's face looked quite red. She was also concerned about Riley. He was feverish. Riley never once caught cold, even when he took naps in the garden during middle of the winter. Now, he was suffering from a serious fever. He was making aching sound and pain in irregular intervals. He does not appear to be getting better. She checked the bonfire and replaced the wet towel on Riley's forehead. She was anxiously biting on her lips. It was around that time she could feel someone's presence at the cave's entrance. Is it Nanai?" "Bam, bam." Sarah turned her head toward the direction. Having heard the heavy steps, she realized the one that came into the cave was not Nanai but some unwelcomed guest. Cuck. Again, she picked up her dual swords she had leaning on the wall and got up. She mumbled toward Riley, who was asleep. "Young master, please wait for a bit. I'll come back after handling it." She placed the swords on her waist and drew both them out from the sheaths. With muddled look on her eyes, Sarah stared at the shadow of the unwelcome that appeared near the cave's entrance. She opened and closed her fingers holding the swords as she widened the distance between her feet to her shoulder width. "I am sorry, but..." "Goruru." The unwelcomed at the cave entrance found Sarah and started to exude frosted breath while drooling from the mouth. It was showing animosity. It had its entire body wrapped in white and bluish fur. On its rugged, bumpy hand, it was wielding a huge bone as a bat. The unwelcomed guest was Yeti, a famous monster around Snowy area. "We had the dibs on this place first, so..." It didn't care what Sarah had to say. Yeti lowered its body so the head won't hit the ceiling. It waved its bat around and made bam, bam sound with its feet. "I cannot hand it over to you." "Go you uur, guar, you uur," Yeti roared, and Sarah ignited flames on her swords. It was Aura blade technique, the one that only the swordsman with understanding of mana could use. Sarah have not fought that many monsters before. However, perhaps because she improved upon the points that Riley brought to her attention, Sarah was pretty high in swordsmanship among the servants of the Falata mansion. Bam, bam. To demonstrate her skill, Sarah didn't panic at all despite seeing Yeti charging at her with heavy steps. She tightly held her swords and waited for the optimal timing. Come. It looked like she found the timing. With her eyes wide open, she slipped past the bat that was swung toward her head from above. It was when she was about to swing her swords. Explosion. Along with someone casting a spell, dark flame bloomed in front of Sarah. Uyuk. Yeti's body was engulfed in black flame. Along with explosive sound, it disappeared without a trace. Sarah broke cold sweat with dumbfounded face. Oh, the flame suddenly appeared in front of her eyes and then subsided. Sarah, who was wielding swords, vacantly stared at Nanai, who was walking into the cave. Hey, Nanai, if you are going to use magic, tell me first before you do. I was shocked. I am sorry. If I get mixed up in it and we end up with 2 patients, then... Really, I don't even want to think about it. That won't happen. I always use my magic by controlling it. Her teacher was no ordinary one, so Nanai was not going to make mistakes on that kind of things. Anyway, that was unexpected. To think a Yeti would come into the cave. In that case, I think I should cast barrier on the cave. Nanai cast several layers of protective magic and an illusion magic at the cave entrance. She dusted off the snow on her head and shoulders as she walked. How's young master? He is still the same. It seemed Nanai was worried. She went straight to where Riley was. She used her magic to raise the bonfire's flame. The dish had the water and the towel inside. She changed the water to new one and got on her knees. The fever is... I think it might have gotten hotter. Just what should we do? Feeling Riley's forehead, Nanai looked like she was about to break into tears. Sarah sighed, sat next to them and asked, how did it go? Having heard Sarah's question, Nanai shook her head left and right and bit her lips. Nanai went outside for Riley, and she was saying it was a wasted trip again today. This is seriously bad. The fact that he is feverish is a serious problem, but the bigger problem is that he is not able to wake up even though it's been over a week. It was not the fever that was causing this. It seemed like he was having nightmares. He was mumbling things as he slept, and he had been continuing to be like this. If we could get him to regain consciousness, Mana could be moved to improve his condition, but, with the same look on her face as Nanai, Sarah looked at Riley, who is struggling. He is not able to wake up. The effect from the sleep magic dissipated a long time ago. I guarantee it. Why isn't he waking up? Nanai was tightening her fist and blaming herself. Having noticed this, Sarah said, please stop crying, Nanai. I don't think this is your fault. Noticing Nanai faltering, Sarah instead put up a determined look on her face. Sarah asked Nanai about ways to resolve the situation right now. Nanai, until you can use the teleportation again to go back. How long do we have? That is, I think we will have to wait for another week. I used the sleep spell on young Master Riley, and I had used magic here and there, so, to collect enough mana to reach all the way back to the mansion, we will need about that long, a week. To spin her brain, Sarah fiddled with her chin. Thinking that this must not continue, Sarah shook her head lightly. We cannot wait that long. We are almost out of food. Moreover, since we don't know when young master would wake up from sleep, his illness will only get worse in a place like this. Having heard Sarah saying this was not a good place for Riley to be at the moment, Nanai, who barely managed to calm down, started to blame herself again. If I was a skilled member of the Holy Temple, if she was like Prisia, if she was at least on par with a bishop of the temple, she might have been able to help Riley. However, Nanai was just a mage, and she had no abilities like the people from the Holy Temple to heal people. She was hating herself because she realized she didn't possess such abilities. Like I said, there is no need for you to criticize yourself like that. Nanai looked upset. Sarah pinched and pulled Nanai's cheek to make her get a grip. However, Sarah was anxious just like Nanai. If you are going to blame yourself, it won't be too late if you did it after young master woke up first. Riley had been asleep for days, which was a problem. However, the snowstorm outside was also a problem. To help Riley heal, they needed to go somewhere at least. However, because of the snowstorm, the chance for them to make the move was not coming. We can't let it be like this. It seemed like Riley was having a nightmare. He was struggling. Watching Riley struggle, Sarah, who was hesitant until now, said to Nanai as if she was certain of something, we need to get to another place. Sarah got up. Nanai, who was tending to Riley, looked at Sarah, wondering if that would be alright. Anywhere. We need to go to a better place. With your magic, you can provide us with some protection from the environment, but The problem is the supplies, including the food. We are about to reach the limit. Sarah got up and went to her bag. She realized the bag was now substantially lighter than it was when they first headed out from the mansion. She anxiously crumpled her eyebrows. There's about a day worth of food. Nanai brought in a bit in the past few days, but they are not even close to being enough. We don't have enough. Last night, they lied and told the mansion that Riley's fine. Now, the situation was so dire that Sarah was even regretting it. She wondered if she did the right thing or not. Sarah, be calm. You need to somehow. Sarah brought out the map from the bag and went next to Nanai. Sarah asked, Nanai, where are we approximately? For the past few days, Nanai had been going out of the cave to make up for the diminishing food and find nearby places that could help them. Nanai said, we are probably around here. Nanai pointed at a place on the map with her finger. Sarah looked around the place and narrowed her eyes. This place is Duke Philisnian's Manor. She found the letters not far from where they were. Duke Philisnian's Manor. Certainly, if it is the Duke's mansion, the place is probably better than the cave. No, that place would obviously be better than here. There would be soft beds, and they would even have food for patients instead of the kind that they had at the moment for travels. The place was definitely better than here beyond comparison. The problem was if the Philisnian Manor was going to let them in. Young Master was invited to the Duke's end-of-the-year banquet, but young Master didn't bring the invitation because he didn't feel the need to go. We don't even have any insignia to prove the Falata name. Sarah was furrowing her brows as she looked at the map. It seemed Nanai realized what Sarah was thinking. With concerned look on her face, Nanai asked, Ms. Sarah, are you going to go there? Now that they have found a place that was different from the cave, a place that was far better and suitable for stay, they had to go no matter what. We can't stay here like this. Sarah folded the map and placed it back in the bag. She started to wrap up the luggage that were unfolded on the cave here and there. Let's try going there. If we explain the situation, they might listen. I am sorry, but the snowstorm was blowing in full force. Those without permission cannot enter this place. They were at the Philisnian mansion's entrance. The Falata mansion couldn't even be compared to this place. The mansion was almost the size of a castle. In front of the mansion, Sarah tightened her fist and argued. Why? I am telling you, we are from the Falata family. You would not have been able to enter the mansion now even if you said you are the royalty from the Salia castle. Why? It's because the end-of-the-year banquet is in session right now. Perhaps because of the cold winter weather. The guard was wearing layers after layers of insulating clothes. He looked rather fat because of that. The guard mumbled with uninterested tone, high nobilities are having conversations inside right now. It will be hard to deliver messages to them in person. Also, if it is young Master Riley from the Falata family, I am certain an invitation was sent to him last time. You didn't even bring the invitation. Yet you are just asking me to let you in. Can't you see I cannot help but to feel suspicious about this? Wouldn't you think so too? The man had no idea how difficult it was for them to get here, yet the snowstorm was even worse now than when they were at the cave. Sarah's breath was creating frosts like clouds. Her face was frozen red. She started to argue some more with the guard. Still, we have a patient here. So how could you? Please try to understand from my perspective. Even if he is a patient, it is not confirmed if he is a nobility or a commoner, isn't that right? If I let people like you in and said oh my. Are you alright? The Duke may say off with my head right away. My life could be in danger. How could? Sarah bit her lips in front of the guard. She came this far, thinking they would not be denied entrance. But her expectation was heartlessly stepped on. She was feeling sorry for Nanai and Riley who came all the way here because they believed in her. She was disappointed about being denied by the guard. It was obvious she was devastated. Tears started to form around Sarah's eyes. Standing in front of Nanai who was faltering, Sarah thought to herself to stay strong all this time. However, she was also a fragile woman. She was in a very pressing situation. The tears that started to form around her eyes was like a dam that was about to burst. You really cannot let us in? Nanai had been watching Sarah trying to negotiate with the guard. Having heard Sarah suddenly crying, Nanai was unable to just stand there. She stepped forward. Blankets, clothes, and all sorts of warm things. Riley was wrapped in them all. Nanai was carrying Riley on her back. Ugh, you ladies, I said you cannot go in. Please. If I said you cannot, that means you cannot go in. The guard looked at Nanai, who was coming toward him with frosted breaths. The guard crumpled his face as if he ran into something unpleasant. The scars and missing fingers. Because she was standing behind Sarah all this time, the guard didn't realize this. He now discovered her horrid face and the hand which only had 3 fingers. This was why. Seriously, you are ugly to the extreme. Ms. Sarah, please step back for a bit. The look on Nanai's face looked colder than the snowstorm. With that look, she faced the guard and talked to Sarah. Having heard her voice, Sarah stopped crying, looked at Nanai's back for a moment and walked back. You cannot let us in no matter what? Having heard Nanai's question, the guard fixed his grip on the spear he held and answered, what is this? Are you trying to go at it? It seemed Nanai was not concerned with what the guard had to say. Nanai took another step toward the spear which was aimed at her and said, if you won't let us in. As she said those words, at the same time, the spear's tip started to melt and fall as if it was placed inside a smelting furnace and pulled out. Huh? The tip of the spear melted down in black. The guard's eyes shook. What the hell? Nanai warned with deadly look on her face. The look could not be more fearsome. I shall be demonstrating my power. Chapter 141. Demonstrate your power. Having heard Nanai's warning, the guard dropped the spear, which had its tip molten away, and looked around. She is a mage? He checked how the spear tip was molten. He judged that it must be magic, and he started to slowly step back. It was to ring the bell behind him. He thought he could not fight the mage girl in front of him. The guard was trying to ring the bell near the garden entrance. He felt something solid on his palm and opened his eyes wide. What the? The bell could not be pressed. Ice? The guard quickly glanced at his back. The bell was frozen solid by great tinted ice. How could this be? The guard was panicking because the bell could not be pressed. Nanai raised her right arm and asked the guard, are you going to step aside or are you going to continue standing there? There was a gray flame that was burning on top of Nanai's right palm. It was the same color as the ice that covered the bell with ice. Mr. Greater than. At the same time, another flame bloomed next to Nanai's face. However, unlike the gray flame, this one was burning in ordinary red color. There was a mysterious human who had wings of fire on the back. The being was shorter than a person's face. The one that made entrance surrounded in flames was the daughter of the Spirit King, Heliana. She was in charge of looking after Nanai. Heliana emphasized the word seriously and glared at the guard who was standing there in panic. A spirit was able to share the emotion with the being who the spirit was with. Heliana was giving advice to the guard as if she was worried. However, the look on Heliana was unusually sharp, and this was the reason. Now what is this? Read The Lazy Sword Master on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen. It appeared the guard didn't know what a summon spirit was. Dumbfounded, the guard just stared vacantly at Heliana. He then realized that he was sweating a lot on his face. The flame. The flame that Nanai had on her palm to threaten the guard instantly grew to several tenfolds in size. It was burning right in front of the guard. This is the Duke's manor. What do you think you are doing now? Nanai asked again. Are you going to step aside or are you going to continue standing there? Her intensity felt like she might throw the flame and destroy the guard and the door immediately. All of you, do you realize what you are doing now? This place is the Duke Philisnian's. Nanai cut off the guard's words. What of it? What of it? How does that matter in this situation? Nanai closed the fingers on the hand that had the flame floated on as she asked. The guard's shoulders flinched big. Because this place is the Duke's land, we cannot enter. And that's why you are blocking this place? This is the final warning. Step aside from there. As if things like that didn't matter. Nanae looked displeased. The expression on her face was much like how her teacher would look. Nanae warned the guard for the last time that he will be burned if he refused to step aside. Ugh. It was no empty threat. She was being serious. Her gaze looked deadly. It looked like she would throw the flame if he didn't yield. The guard was shaking. He started to move aside in undignified steps. He was facing a mage who could cast such a large flame without reciting the spell. And the mage was not even batting an eye. The guard could not help the situation. I am sorry, but it could not be helped. It seemed the guard was choking in fear. The man stepped aside with anxious look on his face. Nanae apologized to the guard inside as she tightened her right fist. Oh my god, just from tightening her fist, the boulder-size flame above her hand disappeared without a trace. The guard was glancing around quietly and gasped for air. She is no ordinary practitioner. The guard had met a mage from the Salia Magic Tower once before, and he realized that her skill was extraordinary. Unlock. Afterwards, just from that simple mutter, Nanae instantly unlocked numerous locks on the mansion's gate. She quickly stepped foot inside and looked back. Ms. Sarah. Yes, the atmosphere exuded by Nanae was lethal, which was not something that happened often. Standing on the back, Sarah had been holding her breath. She responded half a tempo late by nodding and then followed Nanae. The incident during the last fall was too huge, so I am not sure what to do from now on. So I think it will cause headaches. I think we may have to request reinforcements from ally cities. The anxiety among the citizens are soaring to the sky. If we don't wrap this up soon, the public trust will plummet to the ground. There are even rumors of rebellion. Read The Lazy Sword Master on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen. In the banquet hall where the Duke Philisnian family's banquet was being held, the nobilities each had a glass of wine as they talked about the rebellion by the fanatics which transpired at Salia during the fall. TSK, that accursed Salia temple. I never liked that place from the start. Please calm down. People are free to believe in a religion or not. Actually, the holy power isn't for nothing, you know. Many were saved by that power. Still, if an incident like this happen again, then we really won't be able to contain it. The priestess's absence is a serious problem. Her corpse was definitely not found, right? Because of this, I heard it is impossible to confirm if she is dead or alive. Is that right? Yes, that's why we put up a bounty. We need to hear the truth from the priestess about the incident involving fanatics storming the castle. We definitely need to. The nobilities talked about Prisia, the one who might know about the cause of the incident, and sighed. It was because the right Salia, the place that they had so much faith in, collapsed first before the lower Salia, the place that should have crumbled a long time ago. The absence of the holy temple, absence of the magic tower. Ugh, just why do we even have the right Salia? I know. As if the Count Stein losing his right arm was not enough. We lost many of the Salia's mages and holy temple priests. The Salia is definitely in serious danger, more than ever before since the establishment of the kingdom. Now that you mentioned it, I had been forgetting about the Count Stein's arm. I heard that the successor of the family had been decided. Definitely. I heard Lloyd, the second-born, became the successor. Huh? I thought Ryan, the firstborn, would definitely be the successor. About that Ryan, the rumor is that he drew sword at Count Stein when he didn't become the successor. Huh. Well, it looks like he got kicked out, but Count Stein probably chose the second-born because he was aware of Ryan's character. Now that you mentioned the Falata family's successor, I must mention the following too. At that place, Princess Ryatrina was there as well. Princess Ryatrina? Really? Wasn't she supposedly a vegetable like the youngest of the Falata family? Apparently not. In fact, she was incredibly beautiful. Huh. I am curious what kind of beauty she is. Now that I think about it, even though this is the banquet held at Duke Philisnian's family, I can't even get a glimpse of the princess. Mysticism. Perhaps it is something like that. Anyway, That is not important. The conversation was going off the tangent. The nobilities redirected it back to the discussion regarding how to overcome the danger that befell Ansalia. Not only should we seek assistance from ally cities, we should try every method. Lately, Ansirium's movement had been very suspicious. You must be talking about that mercenary. He is no different from a mad dog. It doesn't look like he is making his move based on countries either. That means even we can hire him with money. That's how it is. He is the mercenary that tore off Count Stein's arm. We need to get him. Holy Temple's fanatics, priestess unknown whereabout, Princess Ryatrina who is not making appearance on the banquet. Mercenary who is said to be ridiculously strong. And other stories could be heard. Boring. Read The Lazy Sword Master on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen. Meanwhile, the princess, who was the talk of the banquet, was walking around the banquet hall with a fan hiding her face. Ryatrina's face was filled with boredom. They are all uninteresting stories. It seemed she realized there was nothing to gain from walking around further. She sat at a corner of the banquet hall where it was away from the people's eyes and sighed big. Boredom, repetitiveness, and disappointment. Because of those emotions mixed in, she looked down. It looked like she was muttering, "This is the least interesting banquet ever." Ugh. Although none of the conversations were fun, she walked around the banquet hall in high heels for one reason. It was to find where the young master of a count family who she personally wrote the invitation letter to was. In the end, he didn't come, although he was nowhere to be seen. Ryatrina was thinking about when she met him at the Falata mansion for the prospective marriage meeting. Back then, young Master Riley had an uninterested look on his face despite having her sit in front of him. Well, considering his personality, I figured he would not come. But it's such a bother. I rather take an afternoon nap. I rather read one more letter on a book. Up. Ryatrina thought about her prospective marriage candidate who did not come to the banquet using various excuses. She vacantly held her head by the palm and laughed briefly. Really? He is an interesting person. Riley was definitely different from young masters of other nobility families. He didn't seem interested at all. A boy of his age would have his eyes instantly drawn to the dress with fully exposed cleavage. However, Riley's response indicated he didn't have even the slightest interest in a woman's bare skin. Moreover, that's how he was really feeling. Not only that Riley was really not interested in such, he was truly thinking that it was such a bother as well. To Ryatrina, those facts are the reason why she was interested in him. Ryatrina was snickering as she thought about Riley. However, she found a servant who was looking all over the banquet hall in search of someone. She tapped at the table and let the servant know that she was there. Feliznian family's servant found Ryatrina because of the tapping sound. Glancing around at other nobilities, the servant carefully approached Ryatrina. "Princess, something big happened." "Something big?" "That is, uninvited guests showed." "Uninvited guests?" Ryatrina put up bored face again and looked at the servant. The servant nodded and said, "Yes." They said, "They are from Falata family." The uninvited guests are now. Having heard the word Falata, Ryatrina got up immediately. "Falata? Pardon?" Yes." Because Ryatrina shouted, other nobilities who were engaged in conversations opened their eyes big and started to stare at her. These people, where are they now? Not caring at all about other nobilities staring at her, it seemed Ryatrina was only interested in the uninvited guests. She had sparkles in her eyes as she asked, "Pardon?" Yes, one of them were ill, so we gave them a guest room with a bed." "Why do you ask? A guest room? You said a guest room, right?" Ryatrina looked like she was about to go over there right now. The servant reached for the princess to stop her and shouted, Please wait, princess." The servant uttered the title of princess. The nobilities who were looking at her started to mumble. "Did you hear that just now? That servant called her princess? That means, that woman is, oh my god. She is a beauty like that?" Just who spread rumors about her being ugly. Having noticed the nobilities mumbling amongst themselves and staring, Ryatrina furrowed her brows and glared at the servant. "About the responsibility for this incident, I'll ask you later." The servant flinched after hearing there will be punishment for this mistake, but regardless, The servant delivered the message that the servant didn't get to finish explaining. Princess, you will need to be careful. I heard that a skilled mage is with these uninvited guests. Go with at least one of your designated guard. Before the servant could finish talking, Ryatrina headed toward the guest room where the uninvited guests were said to be at. Princess. Chapter 142. It was not certain if this place should be called a guest room or an infirmary. Compared to other places, the place was quiet. Nanae placed Riley on the bed for him to lie down. It looked like she was feeling they just got past a major problem. This place is a lot better than the cave, right? Having heard Nanae's question, Sarah, who unpacked the luggage on the room, placed a new wet towel on Riley's forehead and nodded. Yes, definitely. Riley was still asleep, but Sarah assessed that they won't have to worry about his condition getting worse from the fever. Now, the problem is when the young master will wake up. Almost immediately after Sarah said that, Riley uncovered the blanket that was up to his collarbone. He started to struggle. Oh, It looked as if he was having a nightmare. Perhaps it could be that he was suffering from fever still. He completely crumpled his face and scratched at the bedsheet. Nanae anxiously bit her lips. Young master. Sarah also looked concerned as she looked at Riley, who was suffering. Sarah said, I really can't figure out the cause. If your sleep magic's effect has run out, then he should wake up. I wonder if we should contact Lady Iris too. Sarah thought about Iris, who was concerned about Riley before they set out for the trip. Sarah anxiously bit on her nails and looked at how Nanae was doing. Nanae, yes. Is there anything you can think of that might be causing this? Having heard Sarah's question, Nanae looked at Riley, who was struggling with her right eye. Nanae, unable to help it, nodded eventually. Yes, I do. There is something, but the problem was that the people that Riley was thinking about right now were people who Nanae could not locate with her eye. This problem is not something you or I can resolve. Although this was just a guess, Nanae thought Riley must be suffering because he was dreaming about the people who didn't live in this world. He was probably thinking about them even before falling asleep. Nanae deduced that the matter regarding these people must be something Riley really didn't want to think about, to the point of giving up sleep for many days. Riley finally stopped struggling. Having noticed, Nanae pulled up the crumpled blanket back up because he sees things he does not want to think about when he's asleep. So, that's why he is trying not to sleep. After covering Riley with blanket, Nanae was unable to lift her head. She started to just look at the floor. I didn't notice it. Drop. A water drop fell on the blanket and made a small water mark. No, actually, I was avoiding it too. Nanae was curious about the person Riley was constantly thinking about. However, because Nanae was afraid that she might get hurt from finding out, she had been avoiding asking him about the truth. Nanae thought Riley ended up like this because of her weakness. Nanae started to shed teardrops. Nanae, concerned, Sarah placed her hand on Nanae's shoulder and asked, "Why are you crying?" "Ah, I am sorry. It is not the time to be crying like this." Nanae tumbled to wipe off the tears on her hand quickly. To get a grip, she slightly slapped her cheeks and thought hard about what she could do. Is waiting all I can do at the moment? Not long after Nanae started to think hard about this, she could hear 2 knocks on the door. After much trouble, they did manage to have Riley rest on a bed. However, this place was Duke Philisnian's mansion. Read The Lazy Sword Master first on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen. To put it nicely, what Nanae did was to protect a patient. However, to put it harshly, what she did was no different from breaking in. Having heard the knocks, Sarah prepared for the commotion that could happen soon. With hardened look on her face, Sarah said, "Yes." In response, the door handle rotated, and the door opened. A woman in dress entered the room. Sarah recognized who the woman was. She was the daughter of Duke Philisnian family who visited Falata Mansion last time. The woman was Princess Ryatrina Philisnian. Princess. Sarah lowered her head and greeted the princess to show respect. It seemed Nanai was not interested about the princess entering the room. Nanai just looked at Riley, who was lying on the bed. She didn't move an inch. That insolent. Stop. However, princess. The princess raised her right hand and made the guards and servants to close their mouths. With deadly gaze, the princess looked back at them and said, "Haven't you heard that this room has a patient? Disrespecting the patient can only be tolerated so much. Still, for you to be so respectful to them, they are. If they are lying or not, how can you be certain? Do you all have blessed eyes like the priestess Pregia? I'll confirm it myself. All of you, please leave." Princess. Even so, I think you should at least have the guards. I won't say it for the second time. With violent gaze, Princess Ryatrina glared at the servants standing outside the door. Cuck. The servants could not withstand her glare. The servants were about to place their feet inside the room, but they withdrew. They all looked concerned. "Princess, if anything happens, you must scream. We will wait here until you come out." Watching the servants stepping back after seeing Ryatrina's eyes, Sarah thought it was unbelievable. She looked at Ryatrina. Even if it was the princess' order, it was hard to fathom how they would agree to leave her alone in a room full of strangers. "Is that all right?" It seemed Ryatrina noticed what Sarah was thinking about. Ryatrina looked at Sarah and peeked a smile. Ryatrina walked toward a pot at the corner of the room and said, "It's all right, because you are really from the Falada family. That is, your name is?" "I'm Sarah." Her name is Nanai. Sarah and Nanai, although we didn't get introduced to each other, we have locked eyes with each other, haven't we? Feeling awkward, Sarah scratched her cheek. In fact, in hiding, Sarah was watching Riley and Ryatrina having prospective marriage meeting, and Sarah's eyes ran into Ryatrina's briefly. "I am sorry. It must have been difficult to enter without the invitation, right? It's because of what happened recently at the Salia Castle, so please don't think too much about it." "Pardon? Yes." Ryatrina immediately brought up the matter of invitation paper. She then picked up 2 cups of tea that she prepared. Ryatrina walked toward Sarah and handed her a cup. It seems the mood was quite deadly. "I am glad there was no casualty." Ryatrina also walked toward Nanai and recommended a cup of tea. "Would you like a cup of tea, number?" "I am fine." Read The Lazy Sword Master first on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen. Because Nanai refused the tea, Ryatrina put up awkward look on her face. She then brought the teacup to her lips and apologized again. "I don't know what to say. I am so ashamed. I'll apologize again for there being so much trouble when you tried to enter the mansion." Yes, it seems young master is not in a good condition. Nanai was wiping off sweat from Riley's face using wet towel. Watching this, Ryatrina had saddened look on her face. She said, "I thought he would not come, but he arrived. When I heard the news, I wondered why, but I was not hoping he could come like this." Sarah tilted her head to the side, wondering about how Ryatrina seemed like she was hoping Riley would come. "Since he came without the invitation, he is not here for the banquet, right?" Ryatrina turned to look at Sarah. Yes, the thing is, Ms. Sarah." Nanai stopped Sarah from talking. Nanai slowly shook her head toward Sarah. I'm sorry, Princess. I am not at liberty to discuss this without permission." So, having realized Nanai's opinion that it would be best to be sparing with words, Sarah lowered her head, looking ashamed. Are you saying you are not at liberty to say?" "It's fine. I can understand that much." Ryatrina scratched her cheek and said she understood. She put the teacup back to where it originally was and said, "I'll personally talk to other people in the mansion, so please tell the servants at the door if there is anything you find uncomfortable. If it is something I can help you with, I will." Sarah opened her eyes wide and looked at Ryatrina. Ryatrina was being surprisingly considerate. It seemed Ryatrina noticed what Sarah was thinking. She smiled and said, "Are you thinking the situation is being resolved too easily?" No, it's not like." "Haha. Please do not worry so much. I am interested in young Master Riley too." So, having heard what Ryatrina just said, Nanai, who had her eyes narrowed, quickly turned to glance at Ryatrina. Even if young Master Riley is not here, we have right here the Grand Mage of Six Circles who killed Astroa of Salia Castle, isn't that right? I was actually thinking the hospitality of this level is not good enough. Sarah and Nanai's eyes opened big. Pardon? It was because the higher-ups announced to the public that the Grand Mage named Astroa was imprisoned in Salia Castle for violating the law about narcotics. Just how do you know that? Well, there are many people who wonder why Philisnian has the title of Duke, but, unlike what's known to the people, our family does possess power that makes the family worthy. Ryatrina placed her fist just below her lips. Ryatrina had a mysterious smile as she added, just like the two of you have secrets that you cannot tell me, I also have things I cannot discuss. Ah, a woman's secret. I suppose I could call it that. Ryatrina looked at Nanai who had her eyes big. Ryatrina snickered again. Well then, I'll excuse myself for a while. The banquet is still in session, so I can't just leave the place easily. Nanai watched Ryatrina leaving the room. She then sighed quietly and turned to look at Riley who was still unable to wake up. Nanai had bitter look on her face. There was a human being who was born with the blessing of sword, the kind that happened only occasionally in a very long time. He was the one who could swing the holy sword and cut down evil. We need to leave it to him. He can do it. The brave hero was the human being who was trusted by the people. He was the one who would always place the sense of justice first and help the weak. He must never be defeated by evil, and he must never falter. That cannot be. He lost? That's impossible. When he didn't live up to the people's expectations somehow, he had to prepare to face outcry that was far more than the expectations he received. By any chance, did he lose on purpose? If he was not here, things would not have turned out like this. The boy was thinking about his past life where he made his name known to the world as the brave hero. From the birth and to the moment of death, from the moment he grabbed hold of the sword and when he shoot down the demon lord that was attempting to take the sky, Riley was thinking one after another about the events from his past life. Just what are you telling me to do? When he made moves to save people, he was told not to do it. When he didn't do anything to save people, he was told to go save them. The boy was watching the brave hero like that from the back. They will die this way, and they will that way. Because of what people were saying, the brave hero was holding his head with his hands, uncertain about what to do. The young boy was watching him from the back. Instead of trying so hard to do something, it would be far better to not do anything. The boy had bitter look on his face. Lower your body so others won't be able to see you at all. If there are others who might get in your way, kill them before they become trouble later. Like that, just keep quiet and live comfortably. That's better, the young boy mumbled, but his former self in his past life seemed like he didn't hear it at all. The former self only swung his sword. That's enough, the boy said to himself in the past life. If I was faster. As if he didn't hear it, himself in the past life started to criticize himself. The boy crumpled his face. If I was just a little bit. Himself from the past life was thinking people died all because of himself. To repent for their death, he had been relentlessly swinging or throwing the sword although his body was being drenched in curses. Hey, that's enough. It's about time for you to stop. Riley extended his arm out to stop himself in the past life. At that moment, something small came flying toward him and started to show off its wings. Read The Lazy Sword Master first on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen. It seemed like it was trying to show off its beauty. It was constantly flapping its wings. It was a butterfly. Butterfly. Every time it flapped its wings, it spread small firefly lights. One thing unique about the butterfly was that its wings were black. Chapter 143. The banquet being held at the Duke Philisnian's family was to last for a week. There were nobilities who stayed there for 2 nights and 3 days. Some stayed through the entire week before heading back. However, somehow, the number of people heading back after a short visit decreased substantially. Most of them were still at the mansion for the 4th day and blooming conversations. Until this time, it was young Master Ryan that came to the banquet. Right? I thought young Master Lloyd, the one who became the successor, would come this year, but young Master Riley came. I didn't see him around at all. Where is he? That is, I've heard he was not feeling well. Oh my, that's a concern. Should we be worried about him? I've heard he is a lazy one who never once held a sword. Even Count Stein must not be thinking about him much, so I think worrying about the lazy sword would be a waste. Well, don't get so worked up. It was because of disasters that happened at the Salia Castle recently. The situation is dire enough that we should worry about even the lazy sword. The nobilities were holding the meeting to fill the gap because the Salia's magic tower and holy temple now lost their functions. Why is everyone so focused on that lazy sword? What does he have? Instead of him, won't it be better to discuss about young Master Lloyd who became the successor? Young Master Riley, the lazy sword, has a triumph card that could overturn this situation, don't you know? A triumph card? Yes. One of the nobilities who didn't like Riley put up a curious look on his face after hearing the conversation. He started to listen carefully. By any chance, have you seen young Master's maid? Who are you talking about? Lately, there were two maids from the Falata house that could be seen occasionally at the Philisnian mansion. The nobility was not certain which of the two was being discussed and tilted the head to the side. The other nobility who asked the question fiddled with the middle finger and said, "This part." "Ah, that hideous-looking one?" The nobility figured out who based on the gesture about the finger and then put on curious look on his face, asking what was so important about her. Her face is not becoming of a maid. When I first saw her face, I almost had to run to the restroom because of her scars. To save the master's face, they should either make her quit being a maid or it would be good to have her wear a mask. The nobilities thought about her appearance. They all clicked their tongues. Anyway, the important thing about the maid with the scars is who she really is. The nobility who brought up the maid locked the fingers between two hands and placed them just below the nose. Do you remember the Astroa incident during the spring? Ah, of course I remember. It was one of the major incidents this year. Some are thinking the horrible incident during the fall may have been caused by the fact that he was imprisoned. Are you aware that the maid who young master has right now is the Grand Mage who stopped Astro? Pardon? Other nobilities who were not aware of the maid's true identity opened their eyes big. Huh, that horrid-looking thing is? How? Did she use some kind of underhanded method? Was she just lucky? No. If she was just lucky, you wouldn't have said she is a triumph card. The nobility who brought up the maid nodded and explained, I heard that she is a Six Circles mage who survived the experiments at the magic tower. Six Circles? Oh my god, is that true? That maid. She looked younger than my own daughter. This is so unexpected. They were talking about Nanai, who was Riley's maid and also famous as the Grand Mage. Sarah happened to be passing by. She hid herself behind a pillar and tightened her fist in fury. We need to use her as a weapon. She is only 18 or 19. Yet she is at Six Circles. Just having her at the top position of the magic tower would be effective in deterring other cities from targeting our Salia, don't you think? However, what's there to second guess about? She is a great weapon. However, her appearance is a little. Don't you think Salia would lose face if we placed her as the one who represents the magic tower? How about lightly spreading the rumor about her and finding another way? First, we should talk to the Salia Castle and then. The nobilities were bringing up all sorts of things about Nanai. Sarah was unable to stand it anymore. She left the scene. They are branding a person as a weapon. They are saying her appearance makes her unworthy of a certain position. Seriously. Sarah's face was red. She took grumpy steps back to the room. Rina watched Sarah from the back and put on mysterious smile. Nanai, how about you take a break and leave the room for a bit? Pardon? You had been in here for the past 3 days. Aren't you feeling uncomfortable being cooped up? Regardless of Riley being awake or not, Nanai never left his side. Nanai tilted her head to the side after hearing Sarah suggesting Nanai to go get some fresh air. No, I don't feel cooped up. Sarah leaned all the way, with her face right in front of Nanai's. Sarah looked at Nanai's eyes. Sarah shook her head and said again, you are definitely looking fine. But how should I say this? You need to refresh your mind occasionally to make your head run properly. go take a walk and come back. Sarah snatched the water towel from Nanai and shrugged, telling Nanai she should really go take a walk. Unable to say no, Nanai got up. I am really fine, Nanai. I got it. I'll come back later. Once again, Nanai looked at Riley, who was sleeping soundly, and then left the room. Sarah is right. You need to refresh yourself too. Being cooped up like that can be unbearable. You see, it doesn't matter if you are a human or a summoned spirit. Greater than. When Nanai got out of the room, Helena appeared as if she was waiting for this moment. She stretched, yawned, and insisted Nanai should get some fresh air outside. You don't need to hush me. As you can see, I am on my way out. Helena was yapping away while pulling on Nanai's hair. Nanai smiled as if she just could not help how Helena was. Nanai was heading toward the outside of the mansion, but she stopped. Ah, Nanai. Princess. Nanai ran into Riatrina. It seemed Riatrina was also intending to head outside for a walk. She was wearing relatively simpler clothes. Nanai lowered her head, and Helena whispered quietly to Nanai's ear. Quiet. They were in debt to Philisnian's family at the moment. Nanai did not want Helena's words to be heard. Nanai asked Helena to keep her mouth in check. Nanai raised her head and asked, "Are you going out for a walk?" "Yes, Miss Nanai. Are you about to as well?" Ever since Nanai was pointed out as the Grand Mage of Six Circles, Riatrina had been addressing Nanai respectfully. "Yes, I am for a bit." "That's good. Would you like to go together?" "I spent my whole life in the mansion, so I know a good place." Riatrina said she will be running into other nobilities everywhere because the banquet was in session. Riatrina said she knew a pathway that didn't have many people around. "Okay, I'll accept your generous consideration." "Nanai, are you really going to follow her? Won't it be better to just use invisibility magic and move around leisurely?" "It's snowing too. The scenery at the rooftop would be pretty nice too." "That woman makes me lose my appetite. You get it?" Greater than. Miss Helena, quiet. Ugh. Greater than. Helena was blowing up her cheeks. Nanai barely calmed down Helena and walked to the back door of the mansion by following Riatrina. "When will it end?" "Pardon? I'm asking about the banquet." Riatrina walked out of the back door first and was stepping on the snow. With her hands resting on her back, Riatrina turned to look at Nanai, who followed her. "From what I've heard, the banquet lasts for a week." Nanai was wondering why Riatrina was asking her that question. Nanai chose not to ask why. Instead, she gave a suitable answer. "Yes, there were several strange incidents this year. The banquet is supposed to be for a week just like last year, but the mood is suffocating. It is completely different from the last time." Riatrina used her right arm in fan-shaped swings to drag on the snow that was piled up in front of her. She then breathed out to form frosted mist as she put up an awkward look on her face. "How is young Master Riley?" Nanai looked up the sky and watched the snow falling. Having heard the question, Nanai looked at Riatrina. "It looks like nothing is happening. There does not appear to be any good progress." Although the fever subsided, Riley was still not waking up. Nanai went around and described his condition indirectly. She looked upset. Nanai started to fiddle with her fingers. Riatrina vacantly watched Nanai's response. She then leisurely crouched down and started to form a lump of snow with what she brushed earlier with her right arm. "Nanai, by any chance?" It seemed what Riatrina was about to ask was going to be a delicate matter. Riatrina paused for a moment, but then she asked directly, "Do you like young Master Riley?" The area fell to silence. At the pathway behind the mansion, there was just the tranquil sound of the snow falling and the crushing sound of the snow on Riatrina's hand. "It would be good for you to give up." Nanai was about to open her mouth. However, Riatrina broke the silence faster. "Salia's sword, Falata. The name is not to be taken lightly. It's very likely that Count Stein will be against it too." Crush, crush. Riatrina crumpled the lump of snow and continued. "What about your appearance? I suppose I can rate your skin as fair, but the scars on your right, they cannot be healed, right?" "Miss Helena, please calm down." Helena wanted to unload a mouthful to Riatrina. However, Nanae was shaking her head and stopping Heliana. Heliana looked frustrated. In that case, as I thought, it would be good for you to give up. Ryatrina added that it would be good for Nanae to give up. Nanae stopped fiddling with her fingers. She looked at Ryatrina's back and opened her mouth, which remained silent for a long while. Even though I am a 7 circles mage. Her response was unexpected. Ryatrina looked surprised when she looked back to see Nanae. 7 circles. If that is true, then I am a little surprised. At your age, you're at 7 circles. I think others might mistake you as a dragon. Maybe your name will be mentioned in history books. Ryatrina dusted off her hands and got up. Ryatrina turned her body toward Nanae and said, "Still, don't you think it will be hard?" Nanae vacantly stared at Ryatrina. Ryatrina silently smiled and started to fiddle with her own fingers just like how Nanae was earlier. "A ring? You cannot wear one, can you?" Ryatrina was piercing at the heart of the matter in Nanae. Nanae's face crumpled for the first time since they came out for the walk. "You had been concerned about that for a long time, haven't you?" Nanae was not able to talk back. She just pulled her chin. Ryatrina narrowed her eyes and said, "In that case, I guess it won't work." Ryatrina once again said it won't work. Having heard what she said, Nanae tightened her fist. Up. Perhaps Ryatrina thought Nanae's reaction was adorable. She broke into laughter, waved her hand around and said, "Nanae, wedding ring is to be worn on your left hand. You wear the engagement ring on your right hand." Pardon? It seemed Ryatrina found making fun of Nanae to be amusing. She steadily smiled and looked at Nanae's left hand. "As if there was nothing to be concerned about," Ryatrina said. "If you were concerned about your right hand, then don't worry too much. Your left hand is fine." Nanae blushed. Up. You're adorable." Ryatrina held her stomach and laughed. There were some tears on her eyes from laughing so much. Ryatrina wiped them off with fingers and asked, "Of the books you read at the Rainfield during the summer, it seems there wasn't one about a basic knowledge like this, is that right?" Not only did Ryatrina find out about something Nanae had been worrying about for a long time, Ryatrina was asking a very specific question about something that happened. Wondering what it was about, Nanae furrowed her brows. Chapter 144. "It looks like you are wondering how I knew. I am sorry, but I cannot tell you. It's a family secret." It seemed she read Nanae's mind again. With a smile, Ryatrina brought her index finger to her lips. She leisurely walked to the front of Ryatrina. "What I said earlier, please think of it as a joke." Ryatrina put up a fox-like expression on her face and said, "I'm also interested in young Master Riley." "Princess." In less respectful tone, Nanae called her and stared at her. Ryatrina mumbled as if it was an excuse. "As a woman, I threw a hissy fit because I was interested in young Master." "Please think of it like that." To not show the look on her face, Ryatrina walked past Nanae. She dusted off the snow that accumulated on Nanae's shoulder and walked toward inside of the mansion. Ryatrina breathed out frosted mist as she walked back. Nanae just stood there and watched Ryatrina. Heliana, who was hiding behind Nanae, showed herself and yelled, You, that wretched bitch." Greater than. It was ringing in Nanae's ear. Nanae looked like she was hurting from hearing the shouting right at her ear. Nanae started to pat Heliana's wings to calm her down. "You held back well. Why did you just stand there?" If you just burned her face with flame, she would have said, "Oh my, your appearance is quite fair. I am sorry I got on your nerve." And rolled her tail up. Why? Greater than. "I am not supposed to do that." With her arms crossed, Heliana was breathing hard. She changed her target of anger and started to glare at Nanae. "Nanae, you are lacking in self-awareness of who you really are." Greater than. Self-awareness? That's right. You are lacking in awareness of the fact that you are my master's pupil. You are the pupil of Andal the Red Dragon. If you are one, then instead of yes, of course. You should have said what? You got something to say? You got a problem? Wanna go at it? That's the kind of response you should have shown. Greater than. Heliana was lecturing Nanae as she ground her teeth. Feeling awkward, Nanai avoided the gaze and fiddled with her finger. By the way, the conversation earlier, didn't it seem like there was more to it than the surface? Although Nanai brushed Heliana's wings, Heliana was still perked up in anger. Heliana tilted her head. Usually, when people tells a joke, they just say it was a joke. On the other hand, the prince is said to think of it as a joke. Nanai thought that this could be interpreted as not a joke but take it as one. She asked for Heliana's opinion. Am I reading too much into it? Heliana, who hated Riatarina, placed her fist at her chin and started to think hard about this. There's no harm in being suspicious. I'm telling you this because I lived several hundred years longer than you. We occasionally saw that humans were far more conniving than we expected. Greater than. It seemed Heliana came to a conclusion in the end. She lifted her head from the fist. She turned to look at Nanai and asked, "Pardon? Between W. White snow. And then what did you say?" "The place where the black wings fly between white snow. The place where bright songs surge without sound." Greater than. Sarah carefully thought about what Heliana said. Not able to figure out what it was about, Sarah scratched the back. Summon spirits language is difficult. In response to Sarah's reaction, Nanai also looked at Heliana on her shoulder with confused look. "What's the black wings flying between white snow?" "I presume the white snow would mean winter." "As for the black wings, a crow." "What's the bright song without sound about?" "It's strangely worded, don't you think? A song needs to have sound." The two deduced through the words like detectives. Heliana looked at the two back and forth and described the place. "About that place where the summoned spirit is. I have never met the spirit myself either, so it would be hard for me to explain exactly about the place. One thing for certain is that it is not far from here, although it is hard for me to pinpoint exactly where." Greater than. Heliana was saying that the spirit that could make Nanai reborn as an artificial summoned spirit was nearby. Nanai asked, "Not too far from here?" "Yes, not too far from here." "Why?" Greater than. It seemed Nanai thought of something. Nanai rolled her brain diligently. She then turned her head and looked at Riley, who was sleeping. "Miss Heliana, you said you have met that spirit before, right?" Earlier, Heliana said she had never met the spirit in person before. This statement is contradictory, but the author never corrected it. Conversations from here on assumes Heliana had met this spirit before. "Yes." "What about it?" Greater than. "Ms. Sarah, while I am not here, can you please look after young Master Riley?" "Nanai, by any chance, you..." Sarah was blurring the end of the sentence. Nanai nodded and said, "I think I should go meet that spirit myself." Nanai asked Heliana what would be the problems that she would face when she meets the spirit. "The problem is that, after I meet the spirit, if our young master is in this state, would it be hard to proceed?" Nanai looked determined. She was asking with serious look on her face. Heliana seemed satisfied to see the determination in Nanai. Heliana crossed her arms and shook her head. She said, "It's all right." For acknowledging the artificial summoned spirit, the master and the one who will become the artificial summoned spirit, simply touching hands will be enough. If we are dealing with beings who do not have hands, then we will need to use a different method, but you are a human and have hands attached too. Greater than. Heliana answered what Nanai was curious about. Now, Heliana asked what she was curious about. "By the way, you said you will go meet the spirit yourself? Have you figured out where?" Greater than. Heliana was asking if Nanai figured out where the place where the black wings fly between white snow, the place where bright songs surge without sound was. No. Nanai shook her head. "I'm going to use the eye." Nanai lightly brushed away the long hair to her right. She showed her right eye and asked again, "Miss Heliana, you said you have met that spirit before, right?" "Huh? Yes." Greater than. Heliana was facing Nanai's white eye. Heliana had vacant look on her face and nodded. "Please think about the spirit. Please think about the spirit in as much detail as possible." Nanai strained her right eye as she spoke. Heliana had awkward look on her face, and Nanai started to glare at her with piercing gaze. It seemed Heliana was feeling uncomfortable with facing Nanai's gaze. Helena avoided her gaze and started to think about the summoned spirit that she was supposed to introduce to Nanai. Strange atmosphere was flowing between Nanai and Helena. Sarah looked back and forth between the two. It seemed Sarah realized she should not step in. She took a step back and checked up on them. This is the first time for me to use the eye on a summoned spirit, and I had never tried to locate a summoned spirit with this either. But, it seemed Nanai was nervous. She firmly closed her lips and looked at Helena. Gradually, the outlines of the scenery started to form in Nanai's head. I'll definitely. Rumors about her spread recently inside the mansion. The nobilities were talking about her as if it was a snack for their drinks. Nanai was doing this so they won't be saying this like it is too bad. But that lazy sword will have to part ways with that maid. I'll definitely. It was also because she won't remain silent about the things Ryatrina said and added that they were jokes. Nanai gathered power in her eye as much as she could. I can see it. The outline of the scenery became clear. What appeared to be fireflies could be seen in her right eye. Cuck. It seemed the visual was too bright. Nanai cringed, and Sarah asked out of concern. Nanai, concerned? Sarah and Helena asked, as if there was nothing to worry. Nanai put forth her right arm and said, "It's alright." Just for a moment. I felt throbbing pain for a bit, that's all. She felt pain inside her eye, so she cringed for a moment. However, Nanai have not blinked once. It was still steadily gazing upon Helena. I found it, almost, just a little further. Helena looked at Nanai's eye. Nanai's right eye was shaking. Unable to focus, Helena raised her hand, trying to say that Nanai was going to overexert herself at this rate. Nanai, that's enough. I think it is. Greater than. To ask her to hold just a little longer. Nanai raised her hand and cast barrier. She continued to gaze at Helena. I found it. She screamed in pain. Nanai covered her right eye with both of her hands and lowered her upper body. Yuk, Nanai. Nanai was faltering. Sarah came to support her and asked as she wiped off the sweats on Nanai's face. Are you alright? Yes, I have told you so many times. Haven't I? I told you not to overdo things. Young master would not be pleased with this either. I am sorry. I was being stubborn just now. I admit that. However, I found it. Pardon? Still covering her right eye with her hands, Nanai raised her upper body back up. With her left eye, Nanai looked at Helena and said, "The place where the black wings fly between white snow. The place where bright songs surge without sound." She looked exhausted, but the look on her face seemed Nanai was overjoyed when she mumbled the riddle. Still supported by Sarah, Nanai slowly turned her head. That place is, as she said, the place that Nanai turned to after looking at Helena was really not far. Less than greater than. Out of the blue, Nanai was looking at Riley. Sarah and Helena both had confused look on their faces as they tilted their heads. Although it was for a brief moment, Ryatrina got to go on a night walk with Nanai. Ryatrina narrowed her eyes as soon as she returned to her room. She is at 7 circles? How fierce. Having realized that the maid from the Falata family was at 7 circles, not 6, she was thinking she should alter her plans. If she is at the same level as Astroa, I think it will be tough. I heard she was at 6 circles during spring. It's only been half a year. So how could she grow so fast? She untied the string that was tying her hair. Ryatrina shook her head and flaunted her hair waving in the air as she walked toward the terrace. Should I have stayed there and try to read her thoughts some more? The terrace was filled with snow piled up. No, just like what she did when she was out for a walk. She gathered and lumped up the snow. With cold look on her face, Ryatrina muttered, "Nothing good will come from doing too much." It was hard to believe that Ryatrina right now was the same person that spoke with Nanai earlier. Ryatrina was exuding unbelievably deadly aura. Soon, Ryatrina found something that flew through the snowing night sky. She extended her right arm out. A carrier pigeon? It was a black-winged eagle. It had a long, folded letter that was attached on its leg. There, with its talons wide open, the eagle landed on Ryatrina's arm. As if it was trying to tell Ryatrina to check the message quickly, it screamed once. "All right, Is it sent by our mad dog? It seemed Rina figured out who sent the letter. She had a shady smile on her face as she opened the letter. It is. She slowly read the content of the letter. She then clicked her tongue and let out frustration. I thought this will happen. But still. Looks like they didn't catch him. How foolish. She started to flinch her shoulder. To summarize the content of the letter, which had two main points, we lost the bastard we had been chasing, and 2 of our comrades were done in. The good news she was expecting were nowhere to be seen. Instead, the letter only had bad news. Rina started to crumple the letter mercilessly. Rina was looking down at the letter and shaking her shoulders. The following words were reflecting on her eyes, from the right leg to the head. Wondering if she read the letter wrong, Rina slowly looked over the letter once more. It seemed she was agitated. She blushed and started to moan in excitement. As I thought, I didn't see it wrong. Between her lips, which was moaning just now, her tongue slowly came out and started to lick around the lips. I want, glamorously, as if she was seducing someone, as if she was trying to hold down something boiling inside her. She bit her finger. She licked the finger and muttered, I want to have. Like a fox full of lust during the mating season, she was blushing red and mumbling as she licked her finger. Her eyes were burning with purple light. Even more, I must have. Chapter 145. Why the young master. Out of the blue, Nanae was looking back at Riley, wondering what it was about. Sarah asked. Helena realized why Nanae was looking at Riley. Helena, in disbelief, vacantly opened her mouth. Young master is the key. What do you mean? Because Nanae and Helena were having incomprehensible conversation. Sarah was the only one who still had confused look on her face as she tilted her head to the side. It may appear to be. From the outside, the spirit is at a place that is hidden from sight, Helena mumbled. And Nanae nodded. Excuse me, what are you talking about? Could you two please explain to me too? Sarah got tired of just checking what they were up to. She got right between Nanae and Helena and asked them to explain to her too in detail. Please explain it in a way that I can understand too. I'm sorry. Nanae realized she didn't explain enough. She apologized and got to the main point right away. I found where the summoned spirit who will help me is at. I found the place. But, I think the place is related to young master. Related to young master? Yes. Nanae nodded and pointed at her right eye. She briefly explained the power of the right eye and looked at Riley, who was lying on the bed. The problem is that the location is somewhere that cannot be seen with ordinary methods. Sarah looked confused. Nanae explained in a simpler way. It's inside a dream. In a dream? Sarah tilted her head to the side. Helena, who had been fiddling with her chin, also asked Nanae as if she didn't get it either. Nanae, but how could the summoned spirit that I met only a few months ago be in young master's dream? What would be the reason? I really don't understand this. Greater than. We should find that out from now on. Yes, no, wait, just wait a bit. Greater than. Nanae tightened her fist and relaxed it as she walked toward Riley. Helena barely grabbed Nanae and said as if she was trying to calm Nanae down. Do you know what entering a dream is? It could lead to a serious problem. If it goes wrong, your illness may end up being the least of your problems. You get it? Greater than. Sarah was surprised after hearing what Helena just said. Sarah also grabbed Nanae's shoulder and shook her head out of concern. Wait, Nanae, are you intending to overexert yourself again? Nanae looked at Helena, who was pulling at her own hair, and Sarah, who was pulling at Nanae's shoulder. She then lightly bit her lips and struggled to say, please let me go. Young master is suffering. Despite having known that all along, I only stood behind and watched him. Let me make up for it. Still, Ms. Sarah, if I don't find that spirit, I won't be able to cure my illness either. Of the things that young master told me, there is one that says it is better to receive punishment sooner than later. Now, I want to do what I can right now. Her voice was wet. However, her face looked determined and desperate at the same time. I don't want to just sit back and watch anymore. Having seen the look on Nanae's face, Sarah sighed big and retrieved the hand on Nanai's shoulder. Alright. Helena flapped her wings big and started to cause a ruckus. You should be stopping her. What are you doing? Stop her. Greater than, number. Miss Helena, we cannot stop her. Sarah shook her head. Watching Sarah, Helena ballooned up her cheeks as if she was saying she just don't understand humans. To stop Nanai on her own, Helena started to nag Nanai with verbose lectures. Entering another person's dream means losing your own consciousness. That place is intertwined and jumbled up like a maze. It is not even your dream. You are going to enter another person's dream? That's like trying to say you want to be on coma forever, like a vegetable. You get it? Greater than. Nanai nodded. Helena looked at her as if she was questioning Nanai's sanity. If you lose your consciousness forever, my master might turn me into a guardian doll. Have you thought about that? Do you want that? Greater than. I am prepared for that. My teacher is not that kind of person. He will understand. Helena started to pull out her own hair. She looked at Sarah, seeking help. However, it seemed Sarah already had made up her mind as well. Sarah only shook her head. I am going to go insane. Seriously, I can never understand you humans. Greater than. Miss Helena. Helena pleaded with Nanai. However, Nanai kept silent. It appeared she had no intention of changing her mind. Seriously. Greater than. Because Helena was with Nanai, she shared the emotions with her through their connection. Helena had been pulling her hair out. Now, she started to scratch her head hard. Helena had tears hanging near her eyes. She snorted and turned her head away quickly. Nanai raised her hand carefully and started to brush Helena's wings. Nanai, can you just not go? From my perspective as a spirit, I think you are more than enough to be. Greater than. Sitting on Nanai's palm, Helena was letting Nanai pat her wings. Helena looked as sad as a child who was about to part way with her mother. I'm not going into young master's dream simply because I need to become an artificial summoned spirit. Young master had been asleep for several weeks now. I must go. Less than greater than. Actually, I agonized over this. I wondered if I should have used this method sooner. We cannot afford to hesitate anymore. The reason why young master is unable to wake up, I need to go find it myself in his dream. Nanai looked at Riley, who was asleep and occasionally struggling. She was aware that he was thinking about someone. However, she didn't know what kind of nightmare he was having. This was why she was trying to confirm what it was. Finding out what kind of nightmare Riley is having, and finding out why he is suffering so much. These were far more important than finding the spirit that would turn her into an artificial summoned spirit. Ms. Sarah. Helena looked gloomy as if she had given up. Nanai gently brushed her wings. Nanai turned to look at Sarah and said, I'll leave the rest to you. That means, entering a dream means, as I said earlier, it is a magic where she will need to put her consciousness on the line to walk into the dream. So, while she is using the magic, she will become defenseless for the duration. Greater than. Defenseless? I'll probably fall asleep like how young master is. Sarah understood the explanation. With petrified face, Sarah nodded and opened her arms to hug Nanai. Sarah, without saying any words, embraced Nanai. She released Nanai from her arms and said, I'll wait for your return. Come back with young Master Riley. Yes. In stiff voice, Sarah said to Nanai to come back. Nanai also said she will come back later in stiff voice as she walked toward Riley, who was lying on the bed. Well then, Nanai looked back at Helena and Sarah for the last time. She nodded lightly and started to move the mana inside her. Dream Link. It was a magic that she learned after becoming Seven Circles Mage. Nanai's body started to get surrounded by faint silver light. Just a little while longer. With gentle look on her face, Nanai looked at Riley. She got on her knees in front of the bed and brought her hands together to lightly grab onto Riley's hand. Wait just a little while longer. The silver light, which was surrounding Nanai gradually, slowly moved, and it moved toward Riley through the joined hands. Nanai, as if she was sending a prayer, Nanai was on her knees with both of her hands together. Her body looked like it was about to tip over to the side. Sarah barely supported her before it happened. I think the spell worked correctly. Asleep. Nanai was in Sarah's arms. Helena looked at Nanai and redirected her gaze toward Riley, who was still asleep soundly on the bed. Have Nanai lie on the side. From now on, all we can do is wait. Yes, Nanai opened her eyes inside the darkness. The darkness came to her so suddenly, and Nanai was not used to it yet. It was not easy for her to regain her sight. She extended her right arm to the front and recited a spell. Light. She used light, the most basic magic where the caster floats a sphere of light on the palm. Although she cast light, for some reason, nothing appeared above her palm. I cannot use magic here. She could not feel mana either, so she realized she could not use magic here. She lowered her arm and started to look around. It's dark. She looked everywhere, but the entire area was just darkness. She started to strain her eyes. It was in hope that her eye would get adjusted to the darkness sooner, even if it was just a little bit. Unfortunately, she could not see anything even though several minutes have passed. Young master. With her vision still not restored, she decided to try sound. She put both of her hands together in front of her mouth and called Riley in loud voice. Young master. Young master. Only echoes came back. She didn't get any other response. She started to walk aimlessly. As Miss Helena said, this place is like a maze. It didn't feel complicated like a maze, but the fact that she couldn't tell the directions apart, left, right, top or bottom, was the problem. All there was just endless darkness. It was to the point where she was not certain if she was walking forward, backward, on land or sky. I don't have any other way in particular. Nanai tried stepping hard on the floor. She also tried hopping on where she stood. She tried many ideas, and she came to the conclusion that walking would be best. She started to move her legs. For now, walking aimlessly is the only thing I can do. Inside dark space where she could not even use magic, Nanai walked alone for quite a long time. Instead of sense of fear, sadness and pity came forward on Nanai's face. Young master was in a place like this all by himself. Because the place she entered was Riley's dream, Nanai naturally was concerned about Riley first. She bit her lower lips and tightened her fist. Don't blame yourself, Nanai. You have made up your mind, haven't you? Nanai shook her heads left and right and was about to walk again. However, Huyuk. She heard the cry of a child coming from somewhere. Nanai raised her ears. This sound. She looked around everywhere, and the space was still filled with complete darkness. However, she could hear the cry clearly. She slowly walked toward the direction where the cry was coming from. The sound was becoming more clearer as she walked, and she started to walk faster. Soon, she found a small firefly light at where the sound was coming from. Nanai was having hard time catching her breath as she looked at the firefly light. A firefly light. Huyuk. Nanai thought the crying sound was coming from the light. She slowly extended her arm out to the front. Young master. Perhaps it got scared because Nanai had horrid-looking face with scars. Her hand was missing fingers and her voice was torn a little from exhaustion. The firefly light tried to go away into the distance. Nanai vacantly opened her mouth. Young master. Watching the light moving further away, Nanai blamed herself who was lacking in many ways. From behind Nanai, a small butterfly flapped its wings and approached her. It came flying in silence. Nanai, who had gloomy look on her face, turned and looked at the butterfly. The butterfly's wings were black. The black-winged butterfly came flying like that and sat on Nanai's shoulder. As if it was resting, it started to flap its wings lightly. Flap, flap. The wings were moving in a regular pattern. It was like a clockwork. Nanai was watching the butterfly on her shoulder. Out of curiosity, Nanai carefully reached for the butterfly with her left hand's index finger. You are Nanai, right? Breaking through the silence, the voice could be heard, and Nanai flinched her shoulders. She started to look around the surrounding. At the same time, It seemed the butterfly on her shoulder was surprised. It started to flap its wings and fly away from her. "Who is it?" It was not Riley's voice, at least. It sounded like she had heard the voice before. The voice was beautiful, like a pearl rolling on a silver plate. It was a woman's voice. "I am sorry, I must have startled you." Greater than. Nanai started to look around her surroundings. It was still all nothing but pitch black. As if she became weary, Nanai narrowed her eyes and said, "Who could you be?" When she asked, the black butterfly that flew off from Nanai earlier started to spread small firefly lights around with flaps of its wings. Please follow me. Greater than. The butterfly lightly flapped its wings and flew toward her back as if it was trying to show her the way. Nanai looked back at a firefly light where the crying sound could be heard. She eventually could not help but to follow the black butterfly. As if it forgot something, the voice said that. Nanai was following the butterfly. Now, she vacantly blinked her eyes. The scenery, which was nothing but black until now, started to become brighter slowly. This was why number of firefly lights are increasing. The firefly light where the crying sound came from, the firefly lights that were being spread by the black butterfly. Their numbers started to increase one by one, and the scenery was starting to form. Along with the voice, the view in front of Nanai's eyes became completely clear. Nanai, in disbelief, vacantly opened her mouth. The place that she saw after the darkness cleared was the place where the black wings fly between white snow and where bright songs surge without sound. It appeared to be winter. There was snow falling on the street. The road was covered in small, dark pebble-like substance. There were carriages that looked similar but were different from each other. The carriages were moving around very quickly. There was a building with chimney that was bigger than a house. Black smoke was coming out of the chimney. It was piercing through the snow-like wings. There were buildings that were soaring to the sky, as if they could reach the sky's ceiling. They had signs and windows that exuded various lights. They looked like they were singing together. They were the darkness and the firefly lights that Nanai ran into when she first entered the dream. By any chance? Nanai vacantly mumbled. The voice answered, less than his past life. Greater than. Chapter 146, Young Master's Past Life. Nanai had seen the scenery before through Riley last time. However, she could not close her mouth easily even though this was her second time to see it. Truly, the scenery was out of her world. Standing in midair, with empty space as platforms, Nanai walked to follow the black butterfly. She vacantly looked around the area. This place is? Carriages running around with speed despite not having horses, buildings made of glasses, people wearing clothes she had never seen before. Everything about the place were mysterious to her. Wait, did you just say this is Young Master's past life? Nanai had her sights robbed by the fantastic visual below as she followed the black butterfly. Thinking about what the butterfly said earlier, Nanai asked, "What do you mean by past life?" As if she could not understand the current situation easily, Nanai rolled her brain. She covered her right eye with her right hand and muttered, "Still, Young Master is definitely." Riley, in his head, was thinking about this particular scenery. That meant Riley was aware of his past life. Yes, he remembers his past life. An answer could be heard before Nanai got thrown into chaos. Nanai was mumbling as she looked below. Having heard the voice, she looked to her front. "Nice to meet you, Nanai." The voice was not like Helena's. It didn't have short echoes like her voice. The voice sounded like a human being's voice. Nanai said to the woman in black who appeared in front of her. "You are?" She had long black hair and was wearing a black veil. She felt mysterious somehow. "It is important to tell you who I am. However, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time. So I'm afraid we will have to get to the main point right away." The woman in black bowed toward Nanai and apologized. She then slowly swung her arm upward like how Nanai swung her arm when she used magic. "I have things I would like you to hear and see." When the woman in black swung her arm, at the same time, the firefly lights, like the ones that Nanai saw earlier in the darkness, started to appear one after another around her. These are, their brightness was similar to basic light magic. Nanai vacantly stared at the lights and then redirected her gaze toward the woman. You are here because of young Master Riley, right? Nanai vacantly stared at the lights that were floating around her. Having heard the woman mentioning Riley, Nanai quickly came to her senses and nodded. Yes, that's right. Young Master. Is young Master here? The woman in black nodded and gave a quizzical answer. He could be here. He could be not here. It was a nonsensical answer. Nanai tilted her head to the side, as if the woman was trying to tell Nanai that she should hold the questions until later. The woman in black brought her two hands forward and sent one of the firefly lights to Nanai. Would you try catching it? Nanai stared at the woman in black with suspicious eyes. However, Nanai had no other choices at the moment. She decided to do as the woman said and extended her arm out. He is holding it. He grabbed hold of the sword. Greater than. That means, this child is? Greater than. Ah, right. This child will save us. Greater than. He is the brave hero. Finally, the brave hero appeared. Greater than. As soon as Nanai grabbed the firefly light, there were voices and visuals that zapped through her head. Nanai was startled. She let go of the light and blinked her eyes. That just now was? It's Mr. Riley's memories from his past life. Memories from his past life. Excited voices and expressions. Nanai thought about what she just saw, which had people staring at Riley. In disbelief, Nanai looked at the woman in black. You. Just who? To him, I had always felt sorry, the woman in black said in apologetic tone. In his past. In that place, I wonder if too much burden had been placed on just his shoulders. The woman watched the view below and muttered. Nanai also looked at the view below their feet. This place is. The view looks very different, right? It's because this place is another world from yours. However, this place is far more dreary and dangerous than you could ever imagine. Having heard what the woman said, Nanai moved her eyes and started to carefully observe the place, including buildings at far distance. I think this place looks beautiful. There were countless lights of various colors brightening the dark streets. Nanai told the woman her honest opinion. It just appears to be. However, this place is far more rotten and dangerous than how it appears to be. As if she could not believe it easily, Nanai had confused look on her face. The woman asked, Nanai, can you see a forest? A forest? Nanai looked around the view, but she realized she couldn't find a single tree in this beautiful scenery. How about mana, which flows in abundance in your world? Now that you mentioned it, there aren't any, right? Earlier, Nanai realized that she could not use magic when she entered this place. She looked around to find mana, but as the woman said, Nanai could not feel even a tiny grain worth of mana. Actually, the scenery below looks as beautiful as it is now because of Mr. Riley. Before him, it was horrible. Horrible? Oh, it started. What started? There, please look below. The narrow street below the red sign. Nanai looked at where the woman was pointing at with her finger. There was a severely drunk man. He was stumbling as he walked toward the narrow street. It's about to happen. Please observe carefully. Almost immediately after the woman said that, as if the ground developed a crack, it opened. Red, black hands popped out of the crack and ambushed the man. You up. The man got dragged away by the hands. He didn't even have the chance to scream. With surprised look, Nanai strained her eyes big. Just now. What happened? Those hands, they are the ones that Mr. Riley fought in his past life. To explain more precisely, he fought against the beings who were trapped underground where those hands popped out. Young Master did, Nanai muttered. Instead of a reply, the woman sent another firefly light toward Nanai. Shoot them. Shoot more. Fuck. Brave hero, is he not here yet? Greater than. Captain, we are running out of bullets. Greater than. God damn it. Have the supernatural stand to the front at least. We need to buy time in any way we can. Shouldn't we? Are you going to let all people behind us die? Greater than. In the memory from this firefly light, Nanai saw men holding black staff-looking objects on their shoulders and aiming at the monsters in front of them. That is, I don't see any supernaturals around. Greater than. Captain, our bullets. Greater than. Frustrated, the man threw away the staff that he held on his shoulder. He tightly closed his eyes, thinking this was the end. It was at that moment, a voice, familiar to Nanai, could be heard. Everyone, please move back. I'll fight it from now on. Greater than. Nanai mumbled after hearing the voice. The men who were wielding the staffs muttered. Young master. The brave hero. Greater than. We are saved now. Greater than. Facing a large monster that was coming to kill him, and with the gazes of the people with high expectations behind him, Riley was drawing the sword from his waist. Although for a brief moment, Nanai's face brightened after hearing Riley's voice inside the memory. However, having discovered the look on Riley's face, which was in shambles, Nanai turned back to the vacant look as if she just lost her soul. How was it? The woman in black, who was watching the look on Nanai's face, carefully asked. He looked exhausted, Nanai said as she bit her lips. The woman in black nodded and started to explain about Riley from his past life. When he was 3 years old, he held the holy sword, the sword that can only be held by the one allowed by the fate. With that, B became the brave hero. Since then, he had swung sword without a day of rest, and, brave hero, Nanai muttered, and the woman in black continued in low voice. When he was 7, he killed a human being for the first time. It was a criminal. Pardon? When he was 9, he was betrayed by the teacher who promised to lead him to the right way. He lost his own sister because of that teacher. That man raped Riley's sister. Wait, just what? When he was 11, he killed his teacher. When he was 12, including the demons he slayed, the number of heads he cut down was nearing 1,000. The woman in black took a moment to breathe and continued with the rest. When he was 14, he lost his parents because he was betrayed by a friend he trusted. Even at this moment, just because he held the holy sword, to live up to people's expectations, he was slaying the demons. To live up to the people's expectations? When he was 16, he finally learned that the friend he had been with all this time killed his parents. Having lost his mind, Riley hunted him down and killed him. However, while he was away, many people who were expecting his arrival to save them were killed by the demons. That is, when he was 17, people started to say that people are dying because the brave hero existed. Because of this, he stopped taking actions. As a result, half of the humanity lost their lives. Ironically, it was the brave hero who got all of the blame and punishments. Punishments? How? After this, he was blessed by. No, he was cursed by the priestess of this world so he could not commit suicide. Since then, he had been swinging sword like a slave. Also, every story was a tragedy. Nanai's lips was shaking since a while ago. When he was 19, many innocent people were branded as demons or witches because of bad judgments of the priestess. They cursed him as they were slain by his sword. As if there was more, the woman in black continued. The priestess blessing and curses from the demons and the citizens. With all of them mixed in, he held all of the pain in his chest and continued to swing the sword. However, he only had one body. Occasionally, there were instances where he could not save a side because he could not be everywhere at once. When he was 22, the children from a city that he could not save came back as demons. In the end, he had to cut those children down with his own hands. The woman in black handed one of the firefly lights to Nanai. The woman quietly pulled her chin. Mister, who are you? Greater than. Fool. Kolok, take a look at the sword I'm holding. Greater than. Holy sword? Then, are you a brave warrior? Greater than. That's right. Greater than. That is good, mister. Then you came to kill us? Greater than. That's right. Greater than. Fool. Why? Kolok, why are you happy? Greater than. I should be happy, mister. You said you will stop us, so. Greater than. Is that so? I guess that is right. You should be happy. Greater than. Mister, I have a favor to ask. Can I ask you just one favor? Greater than. Hearing Riley's voice coming through the head, Nanai tightly grabbed her chest as if she was going to tear off her heart. Mister, we are not monsters, really. Greater than. Mommy, I want to see mommy. Greater than, less than, greater than, less than, greater than, Mister, it hurts so much. We are suffering so much. Greater than. In Nanae's eyes, there was Riley, who was raising the sword with tears in his eyes, being reflected on. Watching this, Nanae also ended up shedding a drop of tear. There are more. Would you like to hear? The scene from earlier, which showed Riley swinging sword in tears, disappeared. Now, the woman in black appeared again and asked. Nanae lowered her head and shook it left and right. When he was 26, he lost his life when he defeated the Demon Lord, as if she was trying to say that this was the last. The woman in black muttered in quiet voice and gave Nanae another firefly light. You have defeated me. So, how does it feel? Greater than, less than, greater than. I'm tired. Greater than, I'm tired. Honestly, I'm tired. Greater than. The firefly light allowed Nanae to hear the last words that Riley spoke in his past life. The woman wiped off the tears from Nanae's eyes. I had always been feeling sorry toward him. The woman in black repeated what she said earlier. The fact that he didn't lose his mind to the very end. I still cannot believe that. Now, it seems the memories which he had been suppressing tightly are in danger of bursting. Nanae realized why Riley was refusing to sleep. With piercing gaze, Nanae looked at the woman. So, at least in this life, I tried to let him rest. I tried. Unfortunately, the situation came to where I now have no choice but to seek his help again. If we left it be, many people will die. Not just the people in this world, but the people in your world will also be in danger. The woman in black looked at the view below once and then Nanae once. She unveiled her face and showed her white skin as she lowered her head down. You are. The beautiful face that was behind the veil was very similar to someone's face. Not a summoned spirit? Nanae asked the woman. The woman looked at Nanae and nodded. That's right. I ended up deceiving Andal and Helena. But, I am not a summoned spirit. Standing in front of Nanae's eyes, there was a beautiful woman who looked exactly like herself. It seemed Nanae figured out the true identity of the woman. Nanae pointed at her right eye and asked, You gave me this eye to me, didn't you? Unlike myself, who has horrid-looking appearance, you are the most beautiful person I had ever seen. You must be. Chapter 147. She was incredibly beautiful, more beautiful than anyone. She was beyond and above all, regardless of gender or age. She was more breathtaking than Priestess Pregia or Princess Riatarina. Looking at the woman, Nanae asked, Are you a goddess of this other world? In the past, Nanae felt pain when she tried to locate Goddess Ironetsu when Priestess Pregia was thinking about the goddess. When Nanae tried to locate this woman through her right eye when Helena was visualizing her, Nanae felt pain that was similar to that incident. This was why she wondered if the woman was a goddess. No, the woman with similar face as Nanae shook her head left and right and said, I am too shabby to be called a goddess. She had bitter look on her face. The woman covered her face under the veil again and said, Even now, all I can do is having a conversation with you through help of Ironetsa. The name of the goddess from Nanae's world was mentioned. Nanae muttered as I thought inside and tuned into the rest of the explanation. To answer what you asked earlier, yes. That's right. I gave you that eye. The woman in black looked at the horrible-looking right eye of Nanae and said, You must have been pointed fingers at a lot. It must have been difficult as a woman. I have done such a horrible thing to you. I'll understand if you resent me. I am sorry. Having heard the woman's words, Nanae shook her head and interrupted her. Nanae said she didn't resent the woman for giving her the eye. Nanae asked, It was for young master, wasn't it? It seemed the woman was surprised by the question. She nodded. Yes. Of the things that I could do, after having thought hard about what I could do to help young master, the result was you, Nanae. The woman in black said she made Nanae to be born in that world, lead her to go to the magic tower, made her get the scar on her right eye, and made her meet Riley. I want to ask you one thing. What is it? Below her feet, Nanae was looking at the scenery of Riley's past life. Nanae asked, My fate in the future. Will it flow in the way that you already set? The woman in black smiled lightly and shook her head slowly. She said, The fate that I prepared for you was only up to when you met Mr. Riley. From that point and later was made by you. As a proof of that, you came all the way here only for his sake, didn't you?" The woman said that she thought it might happen but didn't think Nanai could really come and find her. "In that case, it is all right." As if she was satisfied, Nanai closed her eyes. She organized something in her mind and looked at the woman in front of her again. "Please tell me, what is it that I should do?" It seemed Nanai had made up her mind. Clear and sharp eyes were directed toward the woman. Feeling the gaze, the woman looked back at Nanai and got to the main point. "First, I'll heal you." "You mean, by turning me into an artificial summoned spirit?" "I am not a summoned spirit, so you will not be able to become an artificial summoned spirit. However, it won't change the fact that this will resolve the problem that you are having." The woman's body suddenly started to become faint. I don't have much time." "I am sorry, Nanai. I don't think we have enough time to explain this in detail." Only a moment ago, the woman was able to deliver her voice clearly. Having noticed the woman's body suddenly becoming faint, Nanai also wondered what was going on as she tilted her head to the side. Like before, the woman sounded echoing voice and desperately pleaded to Nanai. "Just once more. Will you wield sword again? Will you please save our world?" Greater than. "I don't think young master would listen to you now. In the world you live in, there are purple humans, right? The people who use special powers that does not need mana." Greater than. Having heard the woman's question, Nanai thought about the dark mage from the Rainfield and nodded. "That power is something that should not exist in your world. It is from this world. It is the power that causes the balance to collapse." Greater than. "That means, in the end, your world and this world will get jumbled up and become a mess. Literally, the calamity will come." Greater than. The woman explained the events that could occur later. She then gathered her hands together and pleaded to Nanai. "Nanai, please. I know that asking him to wield the sword and save the world once again is such a shameless request. However, this world and your world need him." Greater than. In silence, Nanai was not responding. The woman bit her lips and took a step forward. The woman asked again. "Please." Greater than. The woman asked for the third time. It was not a plead from another human like Nanai. It was not from the summoned spirit that Nanai expected either. It was from the goddess of this other world. Nanai took a moment of pause. With a serious look on her face, Nanai looked straight at the goddess in front of her and said, "I do not wish to make things difficult for young master." Having heard her response, the woman, who was looking at Nanai through the veil, could not look more disappointed. "I have done unspeakable things to her and him. So this is an obvious outcome." Nanai still had the serious look on her face and looked at the goddess in front of her. Nanai took in a short breath and said, "I'll ask you this. Less than greater than. Right now, young master is suffering because of the memories from his past life, right?" Wondering what Nanai was getting at, the woman was not able to respond right away. She was deep in thoughts to figure out the reason why Nanai asked this. Nanai judged that the silence must be the answer. She made a proposal right away. "In that case, I'll go with them too. The burdens that young master is shouldering, the things to worry about, allow me to shoulder them with him." Nanai is not waking up. It was at the Duke Philosnian Mansion's infirmary. A boy and a girl were lying next to each other on the bed. Sarah was looking at them. With her head supported by her palm, she sighed deeply. "It's already been 2 days. Ugh. Would you stop sighing? That's going to reduce lifespan." Greater than. "That's because you're a summoned spirit, Miss Heliana. I am a human. I grow ever so anxious with passage of time, so I cannot stand still." Heliana flinched after hearing Sarah's shouting. Heliana realized that the passage of time felt by a human being was different from a summoned spirit's perspective. Feeling awkward, Heliana scratched her cheek. "Calm down for now. It's still true that there is nothing we can do, isn't that right? Are you going to learn 7 circles magic like Nanai and take on the challenge?" Greater than. Heliana mumbled as she proposed the idea. Sarah shook her head to say that was beyond her. Sarah said, "No, that is, it was said that even talented ones took 5 years to get to 3 circles. yet going for the 7 circles? Sarah came to sudden realization just what kind of incredible height Nanai reached. With disappointed look on her face, Sarah dropped her head. Yes, I am sorry. It seemed Sarah was thinking what she said earlier was too much. Sarah lowered her head and apologized. Helena blushed as if she got embarrassed. She fetched another idea. Bray, you guys have that goddess Ironetza or whatever, right? I heard that humans do things like that and hold out when going gets tough. Greater than. Well, that is true, but I'm the kind that doesn't exactly believe in religions. So, Sarah explained that she came to not believe in the existence of the goddess while she lived in the Lower Salia. Sarah then asked a question that came up in her head. By the way, where did you hear that? Sighing will reduce lifespan, and people pray when things are tough. That, my master, obviously. Greater than, her master. She was talking about Andal, the dragon who transformed into a human form to be on an amusement tour in the human world. She had picked up all sorts of stuff about humans from him. Helena stopped in middle of the sentence. Master, it was because she was not supposed to disclose things about her master, Nanai. I've heard them from Nanai. Greater than. She quickly changed her words. Instead of Andal, Helena now said that she heard it from Nanai. Sarah was accepting her response, saying I see. Having noticed that Sarah bought it, Helena secretly sighed in relief. Phew. Greater than. Sarah was nodding as if she believed her, and Helena was sighing. At that moment, sounds of steps could be heard outside the door. It was coming closer to the room. It sounded like the steps belonged to a woman. It made tap sounds. Sarah turned her head toward the door and went sniff with her nose to check the smell that was approaching. This scent, is it the princess? Sarah got up from the chair that she had placed at the front of the bed. She then carefully approached the door. Knock knock. As soon as Sarah got to the door, 2 or 3 knocks could be heard. Excuse me, are you there? Yes. What is it? For the past few days, both Sarah and Nanai, I don't think I have seen any of you. I came to ask if things were all right. Is young master's condition still the same? Nanai was practically like a lifeline. Now, even Nanai was at a state where they had no way of knowing when she would wake up, just like Riley. So, they decided to keep this a secret. Sarah even decided not to leave the room for the time being. Having heard Rietrina's question, Sarah pulled her chin and said, yes, his condition worsened, so, I'll contact you when there are any improvements. With that as the end of her response, Sarah was going to move away from the door. At that moment, Rietrina asked carefully from the outside, Excuse me, is Nanai in there? Sarah was going to take back steps and go back to the bed. She flinched her shoulders after hearing the question. Sarah hesitated, not knowing how to respond to the question. With her voice full of panic, Sarah asked, Jay, just now, what did you say? Nanai. I would like to speak to Nanai for a moment. Takak. With that sound, the door handle turned. Sarah, who took back steps to move away from the door, got petrified. Excuse me, I was sure I locked the door. The locked door opened as if it wasn't at all. Rietrina in a dress leisurely waked in. Princess, just what are you? Rietrina opened the locked door and entered forcibly. Sarah was going to question Rietrina for her actions. However, feeling that Rietrina's atmosphere was definitely different from the usual, Sarah lost her words. She merely opened her mouth vacantly. What's this? Having entered the room, Rietrina seemed she was not interested in Sarah, who was just standing there vacantly. Instead, Rietrina saw Riley and Nanai lying next to each other on the bed and wiggled her brows. There's no fever either. Rietrina looked at Riley and muttered in low voice. Just sleeping? Afterwards, she looked at Nanai. The tip of Rietrina's mouth got twisted in bizarre angle. 2 of them are next to each other. It was not certain if she was satisfied or angry about Riley and Nanai lying next to each other. Rietrina's smile was to the point of sending chills down the spine. With that look on her face, she turned and looked at Sarah, who was petrified. Ha ha, princess, less than greater than. When Sarah carefully called Rietrina, Helena, who was hiding behind Sarah's shoulder and watching the situation, panicked and screamed, "Sarah, watch out!" Despite her shouting, Sarah, who was standing there vacantly, did not manage to respond. Her body was bent like a bow. Her stomach was struck. Sarah coughed out blood from her mouth. She got thrown outside as she shattered the glass window. Having seen what just happened, Helena tumbled and flew outside the window. Well then, with the hindrance now gone, Rina shook off her right fist that she swung at Sarah and dusted it off. With seductive look on her face, Rina turned to look at Riley. "Well then, shall we leisurely enjoy ourselves?" She extended her white finger as if it was a snake. She started to use her finger to brush over Riley's cheek. Rina's eyes were saturated in purple. "It's such a waste that I'll be throwing away the title of princess." But, she let out her tongue and licked her lips. Rina smiled as she looked at Riley, who is asleep. "If it is you, young master, you will show me a wonderful memory, right? So that I won't feel that losing my title was not a waste." Chapter 148. Nanae proposed that she would also like to shoulder the burden that Riley was carrying. The woman in black, who was becoming fainter by the minute like a mirage, asked back as if she didn't quite hear it. "What do you mean?" Although the woman heard Nanae, the woman was asking as if she didn't hear it. Nanae asked once again clearly, "The things that are making everything difficult for young master. The things young master is suffering from. I'll share the burden with him. I want to do that." Despite lacking a few fingers, with strength, Nanae pointed at the woman with her right hand. She then added that she will not cooperate with the woman's world or this world if the goddess didn't accept her terms. The woman saw that Nanae was looking at her with steady eyes. Without saying anything back, the woman hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mr. Riley's memories I have shown you are literally just a tip of the iceberg. The path to walk from now could be even more difficult. Nanae, this is not something you should make rash decisions so easily." The woman was asking again to confirm Nanae's intention. However, her sentence stopped. It was Nanae's eyes. Although the scars on Nanae's face made her exude very different atmosphere from the woman, the girl's face was very much like the woman's face, as if they were copies of each other. The girl was looking at the woman with steady look on her eyes. Read and support the translations of The Lazy Sword Master first on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen from us. The woman called the girl's name. The girl closed the hand that she had raised to point at the woman and said, "In the past, I've heard from young master that sadness becomes half when shared. I didn't understand it back then. Now, I think I can understand it a little, less than greater than. I want to do that for him." Nanae's voice sounded sincere. It seemed she had made up her mind. The woman was gradually becoming fainter like a mirage. Aware of her body shaking with glitch, the woman warned for the last time, "You will need to prepare your heart for it." Nanae responded right away, "I was always prepared." This year, during the late summer, just like how Riley extended his hand toward Nanae and said, "I need you," Nanae extended her hand out and had shy smile on her face. "I had been prepared since the last summer when young master held his hand out for me." Hulu. Having heard the girl's response, the woman smiled as if she was declaring defeat. The woman sent all of the firefly lights around to Nanae and started to explain. "These firefly lights are the memories from Mr. Riley's past life that he had been keeping. If you wish to share the sadness with him, it would be best for you to seriously prepare your heart." The firefly lights came to Nanae, surrounding Nanae. The lights steadily exuded light. Nanae looked around the lights and then looked at the woman in front of her. The fading image of the woman was shaking more than earlier. Concerned, Nanae asked, "Will you be alright? I don't have the time to explain my situation." "Nanae, please listen carefully. When you open your eyes, you must not forget what I am about to tell you. You must not." It seemed the woman was hurting somewhere. She suddenly bent over and started to cry in pain. However, having confirmed again that the woman didn't have much time left, Nanae saved the questions. Instead, she waited for the woman to speak so she could heed her words. "Holy sword of the purple people in your world, One of them probably has it. Please find the purple human who will help Mr. Riley and Nanai. Greater than. Her voice was getting choppy. The black butterfly that was resting on the woman's shoulder flapped its wings and flew toward Nanai. The woman glitched as if the time was up. Without being able to finish her words, she disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, the scenery from Riley's past life that was visible below Nanai's feet started to turn pitch black like before. What about young master? Nanai looked around the darkness that fell around her again. It was around this time where Nanai was worried about Riley. The firefly lights that came next to Nanai started to move slowly. The firefly lights started to exude light. The black butterfly that came flying toward Nanai flew to Nanai's right eye and Nanai opened her eyes. This place is awakened. Nanai vacantly opened her mouth. The ceiling looked familiar. The room was the infirmary at Duke Philosnian's manor where she used the Dream Link magic. Get lost. Now. Greater than. Read and support the translations of The Lazy Sword Master first on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen from us. Nanai woke up with someone's memories. She looked like someone who had been lost in terrible nightmare for a long time. She woke up as she shed tears in silence. Buildings, cars, demons. She opened her eyes with the memories and knowledges from Riley's past life intact. Her head felt unusually heavy. She moved her head and got up from the bed. Young master, instead of wiping off her tears, she felt that checking Riley who was on the bed was more important. She got up, called for Riley and turned to look. A question mark floated up on Nanai's face. It was because there was just her instead on the bed where Riley was supposed to have been lying. Ms. Sarah, wondering what happened, Nanai called Sarah, the one who she asked to look after them in her absence. There was just the sound of the wind. Nanai didn't get a response. She looked toward the window and got out of the bed. Miss Helena, Nanai muttered the name of the summoned spirit. Looking at where the wind sound was coming from, Nanai noticed that the room's window was shattered. The place was a mess. What happened? Because of the wind, only the curtain was flowing in the air and made noise. However, there was no response from anyone. Is there nobody around? Nanai muttered. She was wiping the tear on her cheek, but she suddenly stopped mumbling. What is this? It was because the sensation she felt on her hand as she wiped off her face was different. It was different from sticky and bulging skin that she had from the scar. It felt smooth and soft. That was not the only thing that was different. Something different could be felt from the hand she was using to wipe off the tears. She lowered the hand that she was using to wipe off the tears and checked the hand. Nanai vacantly opened her mouth. She realized that the two fingers, the ones that she lost because she bit them off during the experiment at the magic tower, were attached on her hand soundly. Sarah, who was bounced off to the outside of the window, was flinching the area near her eyes. She barely managed to get up. It could be said that she was fortunate to have fallen on soft snow. Feeling the snow wind grazing her face, she was barely able to come to her senses. In pain, she cringed and started to groan. Ribs are holding her side. Sarah checked how seriously injured she was. She realized that the situation was quite dire. Sarah looked at the window she flew off from. Just now, my body refused to move. Earlier, Sarah did hear Helena's warning. However, Sarah was unable to move. She was about to ponder why, but she knew that there was a more pressing matter at hand at the moment. Sarah stopped her thoughts and got up. Young master, Nanai. It was because Sarah was concerned for Riley and Nanai who were left inside the infirmary. She was worried about what Riatrina would do to them. That intensity, it's dangerous. Sarah thought about how Riatrina quickly closed the distance and struck her on the stomach. Thinking about Riatrina's arm, Sarah felt the pain in her ribs and cringed once again. Sarah faltered. Tack. With the sound of snapping fingers, the sound of flame burning up could be heard. Sarah, who was vacantly staring up at the window at the infirmary, looked to the side. Read and support the translations of The Lazy Sword Master first on lightnovelbastion.com. If you're reading this elsewhere, it has been stolen from us. Good. Looks like your head is still okay. Greater than, Miss Heliana, are you alright? Do you think you can move? Greater than, Heliana had serious look on her face. Sarah struggled and nodded. Sarah blew out frozen mist and said, I am alright, so young master. And Nanai, Sarah asked Heliana to quickly return to the room and stop Riatarina. With serious face, Heliana shook her head and said, Why, Guayuk, it was a dare situation. However, it seemed Heliana was maintain her composure. She slowly explained why it was impossible. Summoned spirits like me cannot interfere with matter in this world alone, because this is not the world of the summoned spirits. Even if I touch something, I'll just go straight through. It would be a different story for an artificial summoned spirit who completed forming a contract, but greater than. In that case, Sarah, calm down. About that wretched bitch who swung her fist, I placed a seed of fire on her in secret. Greater than. A seed of fire? In humans' words, an observer, tracker? Well, I placed something like that on her. What was unusual was that Riatarina didn't touch Nanai at all. She only took young Master Riley. Greater than. Heliana fiddled with her chin and organized her thoughts. She looked back at Sarah and muttered as if the situation could not be helped. A temporary contract? What's that about? We don't have time. We need to move quickly. It looks like the injury on the side of your chest looks pretty serious, but you need to tough it out and move. Greater than. Miss Heliana, we don't have time to exchange questions. For now, just do as I ask. Nanai asked you to look after them, didn't she? Are you going to disappoint her? Greater than. Sarah flinched after hearing Heliana's question. Sarah nodded as if she understood. Heliana spread her wings wide and said, All right. Fortunately, you appear to be born with some compatibility with summoned spirits. This is a temporary contract, but you won't have to worry about there being any negative side effects. Greater than. With that, Heliana closed her eyes slowly and raised her right hand to the front. Heliana mumbled incomprehensible words and put forth her hand. Sarah put forth her hand forward as well as if she was mesmerized. She touched Heliana's small palm with her own. It's complete. Greater than. With their hands touching, their hands both burned in flame. This is. Sarah was a little surprised by the fire on her hand. However, she realized it was not hot to her hand. Surprised, Sarah opened her eyes big and looked at Heliana. Sarah, you are not a mage but a swordsman, right? In that case, you will have to do this in different ways than my master or Nanai. Greater than. Heliana sat on Sarah's shoulder and took a brief moment to calm her breathing. Heliana looked at Sarah and said, Draw your swords. Sarah, young Master Riley, his situation is not very good. We need to go save him. Greater than. Really? He is being groped. How should I put this? He is being violated. Anyway, it is leading to something repulsive. Greater than. Sarah was shocked to hear what Heliana said. With hardened look on her face, Sarah drew her swords from the waist. Soon, just like what was on her hand, the swords that Sarah drew also started to burn up in majestic flame that was of same color as Heliana's wings. They are my flames. This is your first time, so it will be difficult for you to handle them. Still, try your best to control them. They will help you break through. Greater than. Break through? What? With the pain in her ribs, Sarah faltered against the snow wind as she asked. However, Heliana did not answer. I see. With her own eyes, Sarah confirmed what she had to break through. At the entrance of the mansion that Sarah was trying to go back in, there were guards with eyes that lacked focus. It was as if they were mesmerized, under influence of something. The guards were wielding swords and spears and standing against Sarah. Chapter 149. There are about 15 guards to the front. I don't know much about swords, so I cannot tell you how strong they are, but it won't be a problem for you. Just do as you usually do. Greater than. Heliana mumbled in a serious tone. However, her voice contained confidence in Sarah. Heliana was certain that Sarah will be victorious. Do as I usually do. Having heard Heliana's confident words, Sarah looked at her swords and the edges burning with flame in full force. Nervous, Sarah bit her lips. Don't worry. Don't be nervous either. the daughter of the Summoned Spirit King, will provide you with definite support, so, just think of it as an honor and enjoy. Greater than, Helena added that Sarah should enjoy this coming battle. It seemed hearing that was like igniting the fuse. Sarah tightly held the swords and started to march forward. Step. Another step. Initially, she moved as if she was just walking. Her legs started to move faster. Soon, she was charging in full speed. I feel like my side is going to break down, but Sarah's swords clashed sharply with the guards' weapons, and the collision spread the flame from her swords. I don't have the time to hesitate. Melting the wind blowing around her, Sarah charged toward the entrance of the mansion. She fixed her grips on her swords. With force, she swung the swords toward the spears that the guards were aiming at her. When the weapons collided, half a tempo later, Helena's flame on the swords shook and engulfed the guards. The guards all had somewhat dense look on their eyes. After being engulfed by Helena's flame, one after the other, they started to regain their senses. Fire, fire. After coming to their senses, the guards rolled on the ground in hurry to put out the fires on their bodies. Sarah observed other guards who were charging at her. What is this? Their eyes. Something is off. Somehow, their eyes looked as if they were all hypnotized. While swinging her swords and looking at the guards' eyes, she thought about how she could not dodge Riatrina's strike earlier. As if they were mesmerized by something, they are being controlled. They had emotionless expressions. They were not making any sounds through their mouths. They just kept quiet and swung their spears. Having noticed this, Sarah gritted her teeth and swung her swords in wide sweep to deflect the tip of the spears that were coming at her. In middle of the large swing motion, Sarah felt the pain on her broken ribs. Sarah crumpled her face. Don't act like it hurts. Nanae would have withstood it. Greater than. Sarah cringed after hearing what Helena said. She endured the pain and continued her next movement. That's right, I can endure this. She turned her body in circle and fixed the grips on her two swords. She swept away the weapons that were coming at her once again and started to dance. She spun her fingers and changed the stance on one of the swords. She moved her legs to get to different spots. After her swords were swung, half a tempo later, the flames followed and waved as if they were cheering Sarah. It was like a fire dance. Because of the pain, she roared as if she was screaming in pain. She pushed away 4 guards at once and finished her move. Fire. Following the sword's trajectories, the flames came later and got on 4 guards who were charging towards Sarah. The flames made the guards to come back to their senses. Ugh. Sarah swung the sword and dusted off her wrist. There were guards, who finally got a grip, staring at her. Not giving a damn about their stares, Sarah looked around to check the situation. You are a maid from the Falata family? One of the guards remembered that this was Sarah, the one he met last time at the gate who pleaded with him to let them in. The guard, wondering what was happening at the moment, vacantly blinked his eyes. Pardon, but, looking at these humans' eyes, I am certain that they were being controlled by something until a moment ago. It must be like hypnosis magic. Greater than. Certainly, Sarah must have been thinking the same. Sarah nodded and said to the guards who had confused looks, "Can you get up?" Yes. Sarah had one of her swords pierce the ground and then extended her hand toward one of the guards. Meanwhile, she swung the other hand with the sword to her back. Following the sword's trajectory, the empty air got caught in fire and repelled the vacant-eyed guards from charging in. Those guys, why are they? The guards were ordered by Riatrina to treat the Rileys group well. The guard was confused from seeing his fellow guards' behavior. I am sorry. There is not much time. She helped the guard to stand, drew the sword she had stuck on the ground earlier, and asked for help. Can you please help me? Please stop those people for me. The guard was trying to remember what he was doing until earlier. He tried, but he couldn't remember. He asked Sarah, "Just what is happening? Can you please explain?" "I don't know either. I am about to go and find out. I need to protect my young master." The guard looked at Sarah and gulped. Her clothes were crumpled as if she was struck by something blunt on her stomach. Things on her hair and shoulders were not snow. They were broken glass pieces. These were the reasons why. Please. Despite the broken ribs, she endured the pain and lowered her head. It seemed her sincerity worked. After a brief moment to think, the guard tightly grabbed his spear and said, I understand. Just one thing. Please explain to us what happened. The guard was gazing on his fellow guard's eyes as he continued words. It was at that moment. A creepy scream, almost like a beastly roar, could be heard from inside the mansion. Less than greater than. Having heard the scream, not just guards and Sarah, but even Helena, who was being next to Sarah and protecting her, flinched. It was that sickening to hear. The scream sounded like someone was cringing in pain. Sarah, who was standing there with blank look, soon guessed who it must be and mumbled in low voice, Princess Ryatrina. It was Princess Ryatrina's scream. I'm sorry, I'll leave the rest to you. Wait. Sarah could not bear to stand there anymore. She dashed past the guard and ran into the mansion. The guard, who put his hand forward in her direction, realized his fellow guards approaching from behind. The guard ground his teeth. Hey, what's wrong with you? The guard shouted in panic. However, as if the other guards were deaf, they tumbled around with dull eyes, only interested in catching Sarah, who just ran into the mansion. Awakened from her sleep, Nanae was alone in the room. She barely managed to come to her senses and run out of the room. There's nobody around. Although she was outside of the room, she didn't see any of the servants who were there to keep them under surveillance. Nanae narrowed her eyes and looked around. She checked to the ends of the corridor to the left and right. She realized there was nobody around. Nanae thought about the broken window earlier. Something is happening. Instead of wondering about how her face and fingers changed, she was more anxious about Riley, Sarah and Helena. Nanae tried putting her hand on her chest near the heart. Mana is still running normally. Unlike inside the dream earlier, her mana was running normally in full force. Having confirmed this, as a test, she tried spinning a ring inside her heart. There isn't any resistance. Well then, really. Having confirmed her body's condition, she raised her right hand and quickly brought it down. Huyuk. A high-level wind magic was activated. Along with the sound of whirlwind, Nanae's skirt waved in the air. In circular pattern, the wind spread through the corridor and caused a small crack on the wall. I am fully healed. If what the woman in the dream said was true, Nanae was now something a little different from an artificial summoned spirit. However, the important thing was that the illness was completely cured now. Alright, then. Until now, Nanae had been holding back on her magic. It was like enduring thirst by a few drops of water. Now, she decided to use magic to her heart's content. She started to spin 3 of the rings in her heart. First, Nanae used 3 magic spells at once, and the corridor, which had nobody around, started to distort. Watching the distorted space, Nanae was able to hear the sounds echoing through the mansion clearly. She realized who it was that just screamed and mumbled her name, Princess Ryatrina. Because Nanae only just woke up, she had no way of knowing what happened prior to this. With a question mark on her face, Nanae walked toward the distorted space. Kuyuyuk, hey, get a grip. Nanae walked into the distorted space and moved to the mansion's entrance instantly. She looked at the guards who were fighting each other and then looked for Sarah. Ms. Sarah is not here. Along with the blink magic, she also cast summon spirit tracking magic to find traces of Helena. Having noticed that Sarah was not around, she again distorted the space behind her and prepared blink magic. After Sarah left, the guard, who was struggling against vacant-eyed fellow guards, felt a presence behind him. He turned to look and flinched. What? As if a glass developed a crack, the space behind him was starting to shatter along with cracking sounds. That was not all. There was a beautiful girl who he had never seen before, someone who he would have believed if she claimed to have come from a fairy tale book, was breathing out frozen mist and looking around the area. Who are you? Nanai was widening the space behind like shattering a glass window and was about to move to a different place. She turned to look at the guard and tilted her head to the side. What do you mean who? It was because she had met the guard before. It was the guard who she threatened to let them inside the mansion. He was the one who they didn't make a good first impression. Nanai was about to explain who she was. However, she noticed a spear coming at the guard from his back. She waved her right hand in the air and drew something. Look behind you. Behind. It seemed Nanai's magic was faster than the spear. The spear that was swung by a vacant-eyed guard turned soft like a rubber. It was rubbing the guard's back. The guard, who was mesmerized by Nanai's beauty and just staring at her, finally got a grip and pushed his fellow guard away. Cuck. Afterwards, the guard turned his head and tried to chase the girl's face with his eyes. However, Nanai was already long gone to a different place by piercing through the space. Ho! You up, you. After opening the space, Nanai instantly teleported from the garden to somewhere inside the mansion. She finally had visual confirmation of the two that she had been looking for. Ms. Sarand, Miss Heliana. It was pretty dark, but there was an orange-colored light steadily glowing there. It was not hard to check the area, so Nanai found them quickly. However, she was hesitant to call them. Instead, Nanai just bit her lips. It was because she was worried. She was concerned they may not recognize her, just like how the guard did not. Less than greater than. It seemed Heliana felt the gaze. Heliana, who was sitting on Sarah's shoulder, turned her head and vacantly opened her mouth. Nanai? Greater than. Sarah watched the flames on her swords disappearing. She also opened her mouth and turned her head. Sarah was not able to recognize Nanai. She was about to carefully call out the name. At that moment, the scream could be heard again. It was making everyone there go deaf. It was Riatrina's scream. Ugh. Having heard the horrible scream, a boy crumpled his face and blocked his ears. He rubbed away eye boogers and complained. What's happening? What was that for? Also, where is this place? Moreover, what time is it? It was Riley. Ugh, that's hurting my ears. Riatrina was pulling her hairs out and suffering as if she ate something wrong. From a while ago, she was muttering strange things and screaming as if she was having seizures. That cannot be. That cannot be. Riatrina wasn't just pulling her hair out. Tears. Drools. Her face was a mess. She was struggling with the memories that she saw from Riley. Chapter 150. Princess Riatrina, the one in charge of the head portion of the people who were referred in 6 parts, received a letter from her comrade Cabal. A few minutes ago, she brought Riley, a guest who she gave the infirmary for him to rest as a patient, to her room by dragging him. Now, the otherworldly power that she possessed was reading the other's thoughts and memories and controlling them. She dragged Riley here to use her ability. Young master, show me your memories. She placed her fingers on Riley like a snake. She then exuded purple light from her finger and started to touch Riley's forehead. Let's see. Using her ability, Riatrina started to dig into Riley's memories, which were tightly hidden away in fogs. Riatrina furrowed her eyebrows after witnessing the very first sight. What's this? Going past the fogs? What Riatrina saw in Riley's memories was a place that was drenched in red blood and leaked of blood. If anyone asked where it was, a holy temple? It looked like a church or a holy temple. Why does it leak of blood here? Riatrina had smelled blood many times in the past, but it was the first for even her to smell this kind of blood. It was that strange. She tilted her head to the side and wondered, but then she saw the back of someone who looked familiar. This man is. The smell of blood was coming from that man. Young Master Riley. He was wielding a brilliant and majestic sword, but even the sword had the strange blood on it. One thing interesting about it was that the blood color was not red, it was purple. Your eyes look as if you are about to die at any moment. How could you have come all their way here, standing before me? I really cannot understand this. Having heard the voice coming from somewhere in front of Riley, Riatrina, who was watching the memory in hiding, turned her gaze to the front of Riley. That is, in front of Riatrina. In front of Riley to be precise. The being had red skin although he was not bleeding. The being had a palm-sized black horn on his head. That sure is. Read The Lazy Sword Master on lightnovelbastion.com. Having heard the man with the horn, the man who appeared to be Riley shook his head and responded in a low voice. He looked exhausted. His voice was so weak that the one who just said that sure as would not have looked odd if he just collapsed right now. You may be a brave hero who were born with blessing, but, still, you are just a human. Nothing would look out of the ordinary if you died right now. Instead of a blessing, it is probably a curse. Curse. Certainly, you do have many curses cast on you, but they should only pale in comparison to the blessings you have. The man with the horn called Riley a brave hero. Riley, with bitter look on his face, muttered, "Ho, a demon lord is being concerned for a brave hero? You sure are something." This is unbelievable. The fact that a demon lord is kinder than priestess. I don't know who I should bring this up to. Riley called the man demon lord. The demon lord's lips crumpled. Did you say, I am kind? Aha. If I knew this sooner, I would have acted from being on your side instead. There won't have been anyone trying to trip me over, and I won't have had to worry about people's opinions either. Riley roughly wiped the blood-stained sword on his pants to clean it. The demon lord extended his hand toward Riley and made a proposal. In that case, even if it is from this moment and forward, how about standing on my side? No. Riley had a bitter smile on his face. He said, "The bastard called God always does things as one pleases. The God is selfish too." He was refusing the proposal. Just what is this? Brave hero? Demon lord? They mentioned brave hero and demon lord. The conversation was incomprehensible for Riatarina. She stood there like an invisible woman. It was around the time when she furrowed her brows. Riley aimed his sword to the front. I don't want to drag this out any further, so, regardless of who wins, I think it would be best to finish this soon. The sword that Riley aimed to the front was engulfed in steady light. The demon lord, who had his arms crossed on his chest until this moment, lowered them and started to look at Riley. Before that, to be precise, the demon lord was starting to look at the invisible woman who was standing behind Riley. The demon lord was looking at her with violent look on his eyes. Riatarina, who was standing there idly until now, flinched her shoulders. There is a kitty cat there watching us in hiding. The man's eyes started to overflow with purple light. Riatarina, who had the same purple glow in her eyes, muttered in disbelief. Why, you are? He was similar to a great being that she knew and served. However, the pressure from Demon Lord was far more overwhelming. Looking at the Demon Lord, Riatarina started to stumble back. You are just a trifle thing. You dare to pry on me? I do not recall giving anyone the permission to watch me fight. The Demon Lord extended his hand. Riley, who only showed the back of his head until now, also casually turned his head and looked at Riatarina, who was stumbling back in fear. Yug. His eyes could not look any deadlier. As soon as she had her eyes meet with Riley's, she could not breathe. Before she thought I'll die, her vision was painted in darkness. It felt like she was deep under the sea where there was no light. You sure do handle a lot of annoying things, although you are supposed to be a demon lord. A brave hero has the qualification to fight me undisturbed. That's why. That's interesting. With that conversation as the last thing she heard, Riatarina was kicked out of Riley's memories. She looked like she was frightened from a terrible nightmare. She screamed and took her hand off from Riley's head. Afterwards, Riley opened his eyes, thanks to Riatarina, who was screaming at the moment. Thanks to Nanai, to be precise, Riley was able to wake up from the long slumber. He was cringing as if his ears were hurting. That mouth needs to be plugged up. He still looked sleepy. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked around. He felt gazes from his back, so he turned his head and found a beautiful girl with ivory white skin. Soon, as if he turned his head just now in order to find this girl, Riley had bright look on his face. He opened his mouth and called the girl's name, Nanai. The girl flinched her shoulders. Yes, she was concerned. The guard did not recognize her. Helena took a moment before recognizing her. In that case, would young master recognize me? She was concerned about that. In the end, It was unnecessary. Even though her face changed, and her right hand became whole again, Riley immediately recognized that the girl was the maid who served him. "Did you say, Nanai?" Sarah was standing there vacantly. Having heard what Riley said, she started to stare at Nanai in disbelief. Before that one starts yelling again, "Can you please put a plug on her mouth?" Riley put up his thumb and pointed to the side. Having heard the order, Nanai nodded and said, "Yes." She finally got to lock gazes with the man who she was concerned for so long because he was not able to wake up all this time. Also, he recognized her face immediately. Besides these, Nanai had several other complicated emotions surging through her inside. Still, she held in her tears and moved her right hand. Silence. In the dragon's language, she used the highest level silence magic that she could cast. After casting the spell on Riatrina, Nanai immediately gathered her two hands and lowered her head to greet Riley. "Young master, have you slept well?" In tearful voice, Nanai asked if he slept well. Riley asked back as if he found the whole thing bizarre. "What's that? Why are you about to cry?" Read The Lazy Sword Master on lightnovelbastion.com. With her head lowered, Nanai wiped off her tears. Soon, she showed smiling face and shook her head as if there was nothing to be concerned about. No, finally. It was because she finally got to understand just how painful the memories that Riley had. "It's nothing." Having heard her response, Riley moved his eyes and looked at Sarah as he raised his arm to the front. "Sarah, hand me your sword for a moment." "Sword? Why, just give it to me for now." Sarah was vacantly staring at Nanai, who had a completely different feel to her. Sarah tilted her head to the side as if a wind blew in from somewhere. She then tossed one of the swords that she was holding to Riley. "I'm not sure why, but..." Riley snatched the sword from the air. He vacantly stared at the sword in his hand for a moment. He then leisurely tried swinging it. Riley put up a puzzled look on his face. "Is it just the mood?" Meanwhile, Riatrina was growing more insane as she either pulled her hair out or drooled. She moved her lips and put her hand toward Riley. "Young master." Riatrina's hand was glowing with purple light. Nanai was going to use magic immediately at Riatrina's hand. However, she stopped her right hand before using the dragon's language in the middle. What's with the princess?" With her head lowered, Riatrina was approaching Riley from the back. Riley avoided Riatrina's hand without even looking. He smoothly tripped Riatrina and made her fall over. He pierced her skirt with the sword he was wielding all the way down to the floor to get her stuck. Because of the silence magic, others could not hear what Riatrina was saying. They could only observe her mouth moving. Riatrina tore the skirt that was getting in her way and got up. She charged at Riley once again. "Are you really that interested in me?" Riley remembered that Riatrina had been sending sticky gazes toward him ever since the prospective marriage meeting. As if he was annoyed, he dodged her hand and picked up the sword he had stuck on the floor. "More importantly, we were at the cave. Now that I opened my eyes, we are here. So, what are we doing here?" The princess was still unable to come to her senses and running wild. Riley dodged her hand several more times and looked at Sarah and Nanai, wondering what this was about. Sarah was panicking from watching Riatrina faltering around as if she had let go of her sanity. Sarah asked Riley, "Why, young master, don't you remember?" "Remember or whatever. I took a nap and got up, and the scenery changed." "Do you think the situation does not warrant a question?" Nap? Ugh, what a pest." It seemed Riley got annoyed by the princess who kept on trying to stick to him. Riley cringed and lightly turned his body to the side. He used the side of the sword to smack the backside of Riatrina's knee. However, the sound that was generated from the impact was something completely different from what Riley expected. Riley furrowed his brows. "She is not falling down?" An ordinary woman would have lost strength in her legs and plummeted from this. However, for some reason, instead of getting on her knees, Riatrina was running even wilder now. It was as if what Riley just did only added fuel to the fire. "Something is wrapped around?" Riley carefully checked Riatrina's legs and confirmed purple energy. Meanwhile, Sarah, who was watching with anxious look on her face, shouted, "Why, "Young master, look out. There's something about Princess Ryatrina." Riley dodged Ryatrina's hand yet again. Having heard what Sarah said, Riley narrowed his eyes and started to inject mana into his sword. Read The Lazy Sword Master on lightnovelbastion.com. That is, a steady light started to flow into the sword that Riley was holding. Nai, who was quietly watching from the back, thought that this must be what she learned about Riley earlier, the one that young master have acquired in his past life, the blessing of sword. From Riley's dream, Nai got to hold all of his past life's memories in her chest. From the memories, she thought about the blessing that Riley had. He could wield the holy sword. He was without equal in swordsmanship. He could gather mana just from breathing or sleeping. It was a blessing that quite literally showered him with love from the sword. Riley had this since his past life, and he still had it wrapped in his hand. As I thought, he needed sleep. Nai recalled the passing remark by her teacher. Andal once said that this rascal is a fiend. She also thought about why Riley slept so much. Having thought about both, Nai mumbled inside and tightened her fist. The fever last time must be also because of the blessing. His body requires sleep, yet he avoided it for so long. Riley was making the move with the light engulfing the sword. With her eyes, Nai chased his moves. I don't know what kind of trickery that the princess used, but Ryatrina was still in panic. The side of the sword, which was endowed with mana, smacked the back of Ryatrina's knees. Slap. This time, instead of a dull sound, a pretty loud sound could be heard. It seemed the strike worked this time. Ryatrina lost strength in her legs and plummeted. She sat on her knees. As I thought, you are not my type.